see if you would actually show my stream afterward. So I saved up a couple days and I did it. And she says she saved that one. So I don't know.
Here's a tip too. If you have an iPhone, you could also like an iPhone 5S. You can the slow motion speed. You can film it at I think 120 frames. So then it shoots out really slow, like this little bubble thing. Oh my god.
You play the Benny Hill theme while you're masturbating, and then when it shoots, it's crazy. Chariots of Fire.
Chariots.
Yeah, maybe you make a Western with your masturbation. Where you just
have a whole lot of them.
Where you have a little cowboy hat on the tip of your penis and you're just stroking the shaft.
That's quite a hard. You got coming out of you.
There's just those little swinging Western doors and just a penis comes through.
You do like a Muppets thing where like puppets masturbate your penis for you.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So crazy.
Googly eyes, you can buy them at Michael's. Really cheap, real fun to do. Awesome. It makes it, you can make it look like they're puking.
Are you also in a long distance relationship?
No, I just do it to all my friends. A couple people here sitting over here have seen a few of them.
Yeah, if you put the googly eyes on your penis and you make them so they're googly and you take a picture, you can hashtag the video cockeye. Alright. I saw an opportunity and I took it.
Put a little lipstick.
Well, my wife died of cockeyed, so I don't think that's appropriate.
Hell yeah.
Have you ever tried to do that? There's like dick tricks where you make your dick look like a hamburger and stuff. Have you ever tried? Like, there's a website that shows you how to do all these like really cool tricks that can make it look like a taco or like Abraham Lincoln. Like, there's like, I think it's.
Are we talking about on video or just like manipulating your penis to?
It's like, well, it just shows you like different things you can make them and like make like
kind of like a Broadway play where they did like it was all about stretching ball sacks and shit like that. Puppetry of the penis. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. But there's a website that breaks it down.
I have a really tight sack.
Alright, Mike. Really,
You never stop writing, Dave.
I gotta get something out of this.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that way when balls get sick and they get really tight, you're just like, what happened here? You know, it's like really.
When what? Balls get.
When the balls get like really tight, like sometimes you're like, oh, you can play with them and stretch them, and other times it's like a hard rock almost.
I think you have testicular cancer. I'm pretty sure.
Everybody knows what you mean.
Yeah.
Every guy knows what you mean with like we're all going, yeah, I know what it means. I don't know why, but that's the only problem. That wasn't
Tyson guy.
That'd be a great question for him. Hey, astrophysicist. I have a question about my balls.
And she said you back stuff like videos, like you have like pussy puppets.
Well, she's
Does she never just makes a video where her vagina is talking.
But she's very self-conscious, and so I figure if I send her enough, that like I get like one for every 15 weeks.
Right. Why is she self-conscious? Because like her pussy looks are dead or something?
I don't know. I think a lot of women are self-conscious about their pussy lips.
Just have her tuck it in before she takes it.
Okie dokie.
I can talk to this guy.
You could be his cinematographer for his masturbation movies. I find it fitting that your last name is Cummings after hearing what you talked about for a minute.
That's not all I talk about, but that's what I'm working on right now.
Any relation to Whitney?
Not at all.
I had a feeling.
She's like 6 inches taller than me. And skinny. Fun.
This is getting a little bit sad.
Sorry, I didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
Dom, you ever make a masturbation video of yourself
You ever
masturbating?
send a dick?
I think about it, even my dick's not hard.
Well, Barnes are like, let me tell you something.
Seriously. You can't start with material like that. You can only, after you're established, you can do it. But there's no club owner that I know, from Mike Lacey to the Ice House, to Jamie, to Missy, to Bud, or whoever the fuck's running these clubs. Nobody's gonna go, you gotta hear this good time, it's masturbation video. Like, you're not going to go anywhere with that. I mean, even if you get laughs, you're going to be playing C rooms.
This is only a minute.
I know.
It's not my opening bit.
I know. I'm just saying that even though it's only a minute, it's very hard. I mean, I know it's fucking hard. I'm not saying it's not a minute, but the subject matter. I'm the biggest thing as anybody. The subject matter, it's just not gonna happen. Because the thing is bad. It's only a minute. They'll judge you in that fucking minute for a couple of years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you went to the Laugh Factory or the Comedy Store on Sunday night, whatever night they have audition, and they saw that, they go, "Oh yeah, you got some laughs, but what are we gonna do with them?" Love your work. No, I'm just tired.
I appreciate it.
No, he doesn't want to jerk you off and tell you the fun stuff. See what I did there was a jerk you off thing through silent jerking off, and again, nothing is connecting really. This isn't exactly I'm not exactly at the top of my game right now, obviously. And now that me acknowledging it is making it weirder. And so now we're in a super deep hole. Does anybody have any questions, perhaps? No. Mike, thank you so much. That's my comments. Perhaps you can put a detective hat on your penis and call it Dick Tracy, or make Pulp Fiction and reenact lines with your penis movie making for your girlfriend.
Put your phone away. Wait, ma'am. See you. You're looking at your phone.
She's tweeting about how much fun she's having. Kill Tony. Hashtag Kill Tony. Extra awesome tonight. Let's get another person here. How you guys doing? You guys having fun?
You guys are great. You get it. Good, man.
Doing a callback. Anthony Bablitz. Anthony Bablitz.
How's it going? So I was in the Navy and I got a joke about that. What do you call a sperm whale covered in oil? My dick with a magnum condom on it. Bang. Bang. What's going on, Tony? One more joke I just wrote. Do you guys think proactive can cure AIDS? Anyone? This is what I want to do. I want to go get AIDS, and then in 3 easy payments of $29.99, I get proactive and squirt it all over my dick. That's all I got, Tony. What am I at? 42?
Yeah. Yeah. You're really good at knowing how long you've been on stage. It's a special talent. You nailed that. I mean, you said 42 seconds. I looked and it said 42.
I swear to God, you fucking did me because your outfit, the way you walked up, I'm thinking, this kid's got something. That was so fucking wrong.
It actually makes me feel good.
Yeah. But I mean, you had the look and the swagger.
I didn't think I was going to get called, and then I did. I didn't want to pull my phone out the whole time.
And then you did.
You actually interrupted yourself. Which is amazing.
It's true. In the beginning, you had momentum. Like, you were so accidentally funny for a few seconds in a row. It's awesome. Yeah.
That's why I just hate it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
What's up, Death Squad Nation, huh? Carl Strummer.
Don't get weird. Don't get weird. Just relax, Anthony. Stay in the pocket, Anthony. Everything's going to be okay.
Do you actually do comedy, or do you just want to go on stage?
I've been, seriously, I like writing jokes. I like writing jokes, and then every once in a while I do them. I like having my notepad out a lot.
How come you didn't say some of the jokes you wrote?
I did 2 of them. I did the proactive one, and the magnum condom one was good. I like that.
No, but I mean, I'm talking about jokes.
Let's see.
When I say joke, I mean something that's funny.
I gotta go back to the iPhone. I use my notepad.
Oh, you use your notepad on
Yeah.
Okay.
So I tried. Yeah, I'm gonna leave out that door.
No, don't.
No,
Yeah.
You got something funny about it.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's better. By the way, that's better. That's not a half-baked compliment.
compliment. Someone's going, your bones are funny. You know what it is? I can tell now that my instincts were totally wrong. I thought exactly what Don thought when you were walking up. I'm like, oh, I get for no reason. I'm guessing this guy's going to be funny. And then I thought you didn't give it. I thought, oh, is it like, I don't want to comment on it. Someone just doesn't. I thought maybe you didn't give a shit. I thought you were like,
no, I do.
And then when I talked to you, obviously you do. You're like, oh, I didn't know I was going to go up. You had shit in your head. You get up here. I get it. You never know. But like, I'd rather hear your have a funny vibe about it because you can't.
Find a really, really cool joke I wrote about stuff in the refrigerator.
A really, really cool joke?
No,
Double really?
But I tried, Tony's a really cool dude, so I didn't know I was going to get called. Seriously, there's only a couple more names left, so what's the joke?
Yeah, what is
About the refrigerator? It's more observational comedy.
Wait, this is the really, really cool joke?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's something magical about eating something and then knowing once you put it in the refrigerator, you're never going to go back to it. Yeah, you got a fucking can of pizza beans, just put it in there, just leave it in there for the rest of the time.
Why? That's the setup.
Yeah, what part of that was the joke? I mean, like in your head, is that a joke? No, I'm being serious. Is that a joke in your head?
In my head. I think it's funny about putting stuff in the refrigerator and knowing you're never gonna like take it out of there.
You know what that was? Maybe like it's like in the 80s when people started doing observational comedy. You could just point something out, like when you're little and you had this, and the crowd, oh my god, we did that. But then after a while, the crowd goes, okay, yeah, we remember that. Now, what are you gonna do with it? How are you gonna talk about it? Does it make sense when I just set it up?
Right.
What's the deal with the beans?
I think you'll agree that raw beans, pinto beans, are the funniest.
Right.
Yeah. I do think about it a little bit before I put it in there shit. Like, strike it.
And also, you're putting yourself in a hole saying I got a really good joke. There's nothing forcing you to judge it. No, I'm not gonna get jumped in the head.
No, you would know what I do right now if I had a loaded gun.
Seriously.
Oh, gee.
It's like,
Not because of this.
We knew you wouldn't write a joke with it.
What? I didn't even do that. It's all good. Tony, are we?
you're fine. You're gonna be fine. Where do you live around here?
Yeah, I live in Eho.
You'll go. You're fine. You're not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
Please, I don't need to live with that.
I mean, it would be really good publicity for this podcast, but don't do it.
That would put you on the map, wouldn't it?
Really throw out?
What?
Throw out? Somebody?
No.
Shout out?
No shout out, Anthony. Thank you so much. Anthony Bablet. It's @Dickman on Twitter. Dickman. This is fun. We have a special guest here. Every time she's here, she does a spot on the show. Put your hands together for everybody. It's Missy Martinez.
So I have a really irrational fear of my teeth falling out. I have recurring stress streams, my teeth chipping, my teeth falling out. But so I decided to be proactive, and I did my research, and I found out that I have at least 3 to 5 years before the meth rots them. So that's some good news. I was homeschooled, and I think that's a really good thing because now doing porn, I always have a bunch of guys, or I would have a bunch of guys coming up to me saying, oh, I went to high school with you, and now you suck dicks for money, that's really funny. So being homeschooled, I don't have to deal with my brother saying that. And my dad's retired now, so I try to visit him a lot. I'm a daddy's girl, and it takes a really long time to set up a date to see my dad because I apparently have a lot of dudes named Daddy in my phone contacts. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
First of all, I disqualify myself because I'm a fan. I've been watching you since I was a kid, and I love you. especially the girl things.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so honored. It's so weird. Thank you.
You know what's weird? I'm fucking dead serious. I've watched your whole career.
That is so awesome.
I've watched you grow.
That was a stick hand.
Fuck yeah.
It's so funny because Dom's being 100% true. Honest right now. He met David Diarmond recently. He's like, I can't even watch your videos now.
No, yeah, but I couldn't jerk off there anymore.
Yeah.
But you, that's another story. I still got a little warm up for you. I always think about like when you're porn, but do you ever go, that's rude? You're out of luck, pal.
As long as people don't think I'm fat, I'm happy to do whatever. Just don't think I'm fat.
You're actually much thinner than you look on camera. Let's say you look more voluptuous.
There we go. And then we go back to the fat thing.
Anyway, you guys.
Yeah, see,
I had no idea what you said. I was fucking mesmerized. Like a charm, beauty.
always fun. Again, I love how you keep it on topic. You're talking about, what it's like coming from the porn star perspective, and that's awesome. And it's another funny minute.
Have you ever been on a porn site when they shoot a porn?
Yeah, one time.
You have? I've never been. How about you?
Kind of.
Kind of?
I mean, there was no cameras, but yeah.
What was it, spoken word porn? Poetry and porn? Where were you? You said yes? Yeah, Steve Shripper, you know Steve? Yeah. He goes, I'll go upstairs. They're shooting a porn in the penthouse. The Riviera. And I go in, and my girlfriend was together from Montreal. Yeah. And we go in, and all we see is a girl pissing on another girl. I don't know what you do that, but there was something. The girl's like, and the other girl fucking squirting in her face, and it was, fun stuff. For some reason, I started doing like the Irish dance. What's it called? Yeah, I don't know why I did that. She said jig, by the way.
It's really hard to do a jig when you're masturbating, too.
It's a river dance.
Oh.
Right, because of the water, but it was. Have you ever done that? The peeing thing?
I've never peed on anyone, but I've had a girl pee on me. It was clearly pee, but she said it was squirt.
Yeah. You can't squirt for like 30 seconds.
No, it was a full squirt stream of piss.
Oh, wow.
Do you mind just asking where it hit you?
All over my face.
All over your face?
Did you taste it?
Yeah, I got a mouthful of piss.
You remember the name of this video? Just in case some nut will look it up.
Weirdo wants to.
We actually got to keep flying. Thank you so much, Missy Martinez. She's on Twitter, Missy X Martinez.
Missy X Martinez, ladies and gentlemen.
Always fun.
Missy X Martinez. By the way, you said that you were in porn, but you didn't mention it. Like you said something about porn, but you have to actually say it first. Well, you're assuming they knew that. They don't. You know what I mean? Just a note.
No, it's true. It's true.
It's a good note. Shame on these folks for not noticing. I noticed that I didn't want to say anything.
Your next young lady, a regular on the show. She started stand-up comedy here on this show. Dropped out of college to keep fulfilling her newfound stand-up comedy career, built completely in the past year. Put your hands together for the very funny Kimberly Convict.
What's up, guys? Yeah, Tony mentioned that I dropped out of college to do stand-up, and I feel like that's become like my name now. Like that's what people know me about. But I don't want to be known as that, you know. I want to be someone that influences people. I want to be different. I want to be unique like everyone else, you know. So I want to give some advice to you guys that I've thought of and written down. Are you ready, ladies? Don't cry because it's over. Smile because you got off. When life gives you lemons, complain because you're unmarried. I think that if women want to stop being raped, they should just wear underwear that says, "You're it." Eleanor Roosevelt said, "Do one thing every day that scares you." That's why I wake up, I turn off the alarm, and I sleep for 5 more minutes.
There you go, Kimberly Condon.
I'm just trying some stuff out.
Yeah, that's definitely very experimental.
Is that all right?
I've never seen you pull out a piece of paper before. I've seen you do 44 different 1-minute sets, and that's a new one.
Sometimes it's hard to think of the same thing after, a new minute every week.
No, absolutely. That's a hard thing. I wouldn't do any of that ever again.
You want to hear my last one? I have one more.
Yeah.
If you love something, let it go. If it comes back, get it STD tested because he's probably having fun during that break.
Not being unique with everybody else. That's a brilliant line.
Yeah.
And the thing is, she didn't get a laugh on it because the audience program did not think these guys are good.
Right.
So they don't, no offense, but I understand it. But like that was a fucking classic line.
Yeah.
Yeah, like whenever you take, like, we were talking about that once, like when you had a comedian has like, maybe use Mitch Hedberg for an example, and then when he would give you on the weekend shows early in his career, he would be early in his career, like where the audience didn't know who he was, and when he did the weekend, they would get more laughs because they thought, well, this guy's on a 300 people sold out. But on the open mic nights when I saw him once ago, it would be sort of a weird, and they would go like, it would just be, they would be overly analyzing instead of just.
They're underestimating me.
Does that make it? I'm sorry. I'm going to call my.
That's great. I don't know what Kilkenny we had a tribute to this last summer. It was so fucking cool. Dude, I mean, the technical done. It was so cool. You guys know Mitch Hedberg? Yeah. We had a tribute to him. He was a dear friend of mine, and we had the Irish comedians reading his jokes. It's so fucking funny. It's like every time I play tennis, no matter how good I get, I realize I'll never be as good as the wall. I can't do the accent.
Kimberly, thank you so much. That's Kimberly Condon. Kimberly Condon on Twitter. Condon, Congdon. Kimberly Condon on Twitter. And your final comedian of the night, as we unfortunately are running out of time, is our other regular, Sarah Wine.
Was thinking about peanuts the other day. Really hard to just shell a peanut. By the time the shell's off, I don't even want to eat it. It's completely over it. It's a huge to-do. I think that people eat them at baseball games because baseball games are so boring and they need an activity to partake in. So then they have peanuts because it's like an activity and a snack. Why do they say small people are the size of a peanut? Like that guy's so small, he's like a little peanut. There's things that are smaller than peanuts, like lentils. No one's talking about lentils. Why are we just talking about peanuts? Why is everyone so allergic to peanuts? I think that pistachios, guys, they're peanuts for the affluent. All right.
She has a defined style where she really delves into the little things.
I never expected a branch off pistachio.
Where do you get your balls?
That's fun. Yeah, did it again. This girl's writing a new minute every week. Isn't that crazy?
They add up.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we've run out of time, Sarah. I got to be able to do this better.
I feel like I'm not offering a lot. I'm just having a good time.
Yeah, that's great. No, we did fine. Sarah, thank you so much. That's great.
Good job, Sarah.
It's true. Baseball's boring. Even the only other thing is Cracker Jacks, and they give you a prize. Maybe there's something in that about the baseball thing. There's peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
Pistachios are for the flu?
Yeah, that's great. That's definitely the payoff there.
If somebody's allergic to peanuts, fuck them. They should go out. We're not going to live our lives because of these fucking peanut allergies. just trying to write something for you. I don't know.
Yeah. And there's peanuts and Cracker Jacks too, right? So people that are allergic to peanuts are basically allergic to baseball. Maybe not. All right, guys.
Peanut butter?
No.
In my mouth.
By chewing peanut?
I just put a oh yeah. In there, I've done that. Pepper in my mouth. Did you ever make peanut butter? You actually asked that?
We have run out of time, ladies and gentlemen. I had so much fun here tonight with you guys. Todd Glass, you're Todd Glass.
Thank you very much.
On Twitter, do you have anything coming out that you want to promote?
I'll be at the Comedy Bar in Toronto the 11th and 12th of this April, and then I'll be at the Comedy Cabaret in Bucks County the 25th, 26th. My Top Coco's restaurant. You better give me a free goddamn reading when I get there. When's this go up?
Next week.
Next week, I'll be at by the time it comes up, I'll be in Raleigh at midnight.
Great club.
Even better now that Helium took it over. I'll be in Sydney, Australia, and Perth, Australia.
That's great.
And,
All of these guys.
you know what I want you to listen to if you get a chance? I have a podcast called Not Rare Live from Laugh Factory.
Yeah.
Jesse made Peluso. You know what Peluso? It's fucking hilarious. It's really great.
Check out me and Tony. We're both on that.
Yeah. The lovely Courtney Mollet, ladies and gentlemen, was the Patriot. She nailed it. Follow her on Twitter at Margaret Mollet, a little misdirect for you. Margaret, Molle. Of course, Kimberly Condon, Sarah Weinshank. I'm sorry we gave you guys short time tonight.
I got one last piece I was going to give out. It's just a stupid little thing, but sometimes it's always a good habit to get out of saying at one point, how's it going or what's up, right? Sure. It's not a big deal. It's not like the end of the world, but that's what comedy is. It's stupid, teeny little things. But like, once it's in your head, you go, oh yeah, I'll be aware of that. Just keep saying the first show. You know what? I remember I said it, because you know how I remember I was working in Philadelphia at the Comedy Works, and I just remember for whatever reason, like guys like Jerry Seinfeld and Jay Leno, like they were, they would come into the club on the weekends, and then someone said, well, they're headlining, they don't have to say it. But a lot of us went, no, I think we could all do that. They would just go to the mic, and I remember me and my friends noticing, we're like, they would just walk to the mic and do their first joke, and I was like, oh, fuck, like, I never thought it seemed so empowering, and then I stopped getting out of the habit of going, how you doing? Especially when you're on a night when 15 comedians are asking, right? Some guys figure it out, but others just watch, how you doing, and then they go up there, they're like, yeah, I'll do it too,
I think we all learned something here tonight. Thank you guys so much for
trying to hear the 35-second guy was 45 seconds to begin with a bit. Thanks for having us on, bro.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, live audience, for coming out. We'll see you guys again soon.
Okay, so I don't know if we on this. We're showing here is that it's 30 years out. The purple, the purple is normal, 6 o'clock. If everything's normal, it's 6 hour, 6 o'clock. And the middle box, the purple. But if you use it for 5 o'clock,
Kill Tony Rabbi, Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey everybody, how are you guys? All right.
Maybe I'm not. I don't care so much about the number that I said 26, but I really meant 27. So then what about center back? The center back is 24. Oh, I'm not back. It's all played out. No, that can't be the players are approved. 24. Middle is 24. So I can't say, oh, the player wasn't exact. Third was exact.
Fuck yeah.
I like how sometimes, like, there was, like, what, 3 episodes ago? Like,
Mama should know a story. 7 left.
Way to measure.
ובהמה שסמינה יביקור בעמותס חמישה we have a major issue. Also, the Chesed said some of the Amos are 5, not 6. We can't go to the height, and we almost can't go to the width. So what do we do? See, some of the Amos, some. 6 out of the 32 are 5 fucking Amos. I'm trying with my heart. Put it this way. It's plus 4. It's all Kabbalah. It's all like Chesed with it. So maybe some Bahamas are, as they were building this, as they were done, putting the cement truck. So it's not a full 32, it's actually 31 total. For 6 out of those 32 hours, 6. They're called 32 hours, but it's really a total of 31. Why? The 6 hours consist of 5 trucks, not 6 trucks. It's total 31. That's going to solve a lot of our issues, all of our issues so far, because then you don't have the extra truck. It doesn't have 28 for this. It's exactly the boxes on top. They do work out. The problem is that if the base of this map is 31, not 32, then the calculation of the width of the whole entire base of it is off. You know the width is 187 of the left. The left is 187. That's because you consider this back 32. But if this back is only 30, if you want, then the whole length is only 186. Problem. So that's inside. Today was just been I be called about how much am I stuff telling you? Spacing out now, don't worry. You're gonna wake up in a second. We have a lot of stuff up. Jim K, Rafael Zara, the problem. The problem is the Zara is the calculation that we have. The Zara doesn't make sense. This is the Zara. It's not Paul Zara. I saw your 87 long. Number 187. Our Roy population we're not discussing the word. Which is 135. The mitzvah from my registration. From east to west, 186. Look at Israel, Israel. Look at the over on the right. The dotted line over on the right. 11 hour, 22 feet wide. That's it. That's all these straight in. 20, 11. The Ezra's Kohanim, the other dotted line, is another 11. 11 plus 11 our boys is how much? The width of his back is 32. 22 plus 32 is how much? 54. Now, if his back is 31, this whole calculation goes right. That's what's right. So let's continue. Between his back and the halo, how much do we have over there? 22. You see the 22, number 22? That's between his back and the halo. 22 plus 64 is how much? 76. 100 amos is the length of the entire halo. 76 plus 100 is how much? 176. Plus 11, the area behind the halo. 187. But if it is bad, is 31. This doesn't work. We're 186. How many did that 40? How did that? So you started 54. Better is better. So you started almost 76. I put my almost 76. Guys, we have our purpose at the point is behind the picture. Production is another 11. 187. And plus is tomorrow. Take my arm up into close. Now we're going to do something. We're going to mix it all up. Something, and then that's the last one. That's the evidence. So we can look at the chart. Let's start from the bottom. Bottom. When you talk about the height of the Yisoid, that's an alpha factor. Before we try to say the whole compound, the whole bottom, is an alpha factor. We did 5 times 6 equals 0. Now, one little piece on the bottom. This is the side. The red part of the bottom is an alpha factor. That is not going on all the way to the side of the walkway. It's almost up 6 levels. Let's do the math. 6 times 5 is 30, plus the 5 at the bottom is 35. Now, I'm just saying that where it says number 23, right down the line here, that's the walkway. Now we go up, all the way to the horn, all the way to the horn. Those are almost up 6. You have 3 times 6 is how much? 18. But the area, once again, is a plus. So if you look at it now, let's do it again. The alpha 5, the bottom of the alpha is the alpha 5. That's it. The rest of the word is there is opposite. So when we finish, it tells us, it says specifically, there are 2 things of it is there that are alpha 5. What 2? We didn't know this parent. And the bottom is so. How wide is the parent? We don't care. It doesn't make any difference. The height of the parent is 5. So what's happening? Remember before, think about it. Before we said, remember, the top of it is bad. The one was 24 12. 6 times 4. Now we just lost 1 tenth. Why? The carrier is 43. Now, we also lost 1 tenth of the bottom. Before we had, we had 6 feet 12 on the target square. 10 times 6 armor. 10 times 6 armor, 6 12. 6 feet 12. Now we just lost feet 12. 1 to the top, 1 to the bottom. Which is 58. 58 divided Segura. That's the Segura. This red point, this red line here, is at 29 points. He's standing on the 23 points. So he has 6 top to put that down, and it fits right into that right stuff. Kids get the whole. And that's explained. That's awesome. There are some models that are five top instead of 6. He's referring only to the top and the bottom, bottom, bottom. Charlie Charlotte's inside. That's the higher touches like that. So down touches like that you get. And they went around with Veterans Day. Okay, so let's see. Hello. Hello, take out of the 2 words that he has. Let's just take out referring to the base he saw it. That was all about his reply from him, and that's the ride. Not the run, the ride. I'm a run cop, but when it says the part of the run over there, that is Visa. It's actually a fiber on the side of it. Don't care about that. Think about one that I'm over there. Full of salsa sabo. That's referring to the pork. The pork on top is only 5 fucking tall. That's there's no there's no hockey. I don't care if the horn, how wide the horn is. One of the top go there. There's the horn. I don't care if this is 6 o'clock there or 5 o'clock. Okay. All I care is that this right over here. Here is 5 o'clock. The width that I don't care about. Yeah, so now they learned that the whole Benjamin easy. Because that kind of hot. It takes 60 fucking, you know, 2 fucking. Because I made the character shorter. I made these foot shorter. I'm down to 58. I'll use that guy. So 58 divided by 2. That's 49. Because let's say that from the horn on top, the highest part of the bed. That's it. The Walker got a plus. It used to be 24. One down. What's the horn? I don't know if how you do that. From that point, 23 to 29 is how much sheet though. I have 6 bucks. It's not. It said in the Mishnah. I wanted to price. If I saw them under the raglan, if the client will show the video yesterday, beautiful video of the does but look at the bird was up. That's up over and smears the bird on the wall and stuff below his feet. There's up to 6 o'clock on the show. What's that do? Economics? Me, and I can prove it you can also also it says different Washington State. Hey, come on. It pays. And that's it. Talking about the height. Now I'm a road cop, and now we're talking about the ledge. The walkway is also fine. Use it for the shyness thing. But on the road, stay low. Sometimes talking about 5 fucking up. It's only talking about 5 fucking go up. But at the end of the day, explain the possible way, but I don't know.
Please make this look like Superman, but the red circle area, don't extend the text box to the mouth.
That took us a while. Okay. It's a little bit of a start now. Hold on. So let's say my chicken or here. A fiver, a sixer, and what up? A six and one finger. Or maybe we're going. Shabbos. Not looking at anyway. From here to here, Curry tells us, wow. Wow, fuck. It can either be I'm a fuck or I'm a six. So if you review these things, I'm a five, that's five times. I'm well over. And if it's mayor, I'm a six, that's two times. Six is 12. So there's 12 to win, same thing. One ama. It's either 5 wide or 6 wide. Say Lamora. Mom's birthday is with me. That's why they put it short. At the table, Shulchan was 12, roughly equal. McLeod's, but pulling a medium size. You say 6 is a medium. What else is there besides 5 and 6?
Kill Tony, Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yay, everybody! How are you guys? All right. Fuck yeah.
I like how sometimes, like, there was, like, what, 3
Insane.
episodes ago?
There's
Like,
no way to measure what it's going to be like. Sometimes they just stop clapping. Sometimes they keep clapping. This room really knows how to accentuate awkwardness when it happens.
it really does, right?
Like, that was a nice, solid clap. I say, what's up, everybody? And everybody stopped clapping and then didn't say anything. So that's going to translate weird.
Yeah.
You would almost think that it was like fake applause turned down.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I'm glad to see you guys, even though you guys love sitting in the back rows and hiding, obviously. I invited some of you to move up earlier. But it's good. I like the front row empty.
You know, those are comedy veterans, though, that don't sit in the front row.
It's true. Those are the best ones, right?
Right.
Just hide out.
Yeah. Would you ever sit in the front row of a comedy club? Have you ever?
Have I ever? No, that's weird.
I saw, my second show was Dave Attell, and I sat right in the front row.
That'd be awesome.
And I was recording him with this little camera.
Jesus, you're a shady motherfucker.
And he called me out.
I bet.
Pretty great video. By the way, a good friend of Death Squad. She's been on many Death Squad shows. Rita Lux is here in the audience, guys. And she's an amazing artist. And she just gave me a gift. Can you hold my microphone for a second?
Yeah.
She just gave me a gift. She has new art prints that are available on her store. She's got a lot of cool stuff, and her design is really unique. I love her how she draws. She kind of draws like Aeon Flux, kind of, you know, the old Aeon Flux cartoon. But anyways, check her out. Her store is I love Red Band. Right? RitaLux.bigcartel.com, and that's RITALUX.bigcartel.com. Rita, thank you very much for the print. This is awesome.
This episode is also brought to you by McDonald's. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
That's true.
I had McDonald's today for lunch, and boy, am I feeling good. Help helps me all the time. By the way, McDonald's now has free Wi-Fi, so if you were loving it before, you're going to be loving it even more. A special sponsor of this year's Olympics in Sochi, McDonald's, bringing the best of tomorrow to you today.
Who are the people that are doing their work at McDonald's on the Wi-Fi?
I know, right? Oh man, I have so much shit I have to get done. I gotta go to McDonald's and take care of this ASAP.
Paying probation tickets.
There's shit that I have to sit there and procrastinate through for 5 hours. I'm going to McDonald's for their free Wi-Fi. Not only is the Wi-Fi free, but also the refills. McDonald's, I'm loving it. Thank you, McDonald's, for the sponsorship. We're so excited about that. We can't believe that they would take a chance on a Belly Room Comedy podcast, but they did, and we're very excited about that. A lot of people were thinking that we might sell out and go corporate at any point. Guess what? We were. McDonald's, where you can relax and take time for yourself, only at McDonald's. That's what it says on the show.
And I was just looking for a picture of somebody masturbating or something like that, but there is a milkshake, squirting milkshake.
They're really trying to play it like McDonald's isn't only for meth heads anymore.
Right. Wait.
I mean, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Anyway,
McDonald's, for people running late to a show and they have to eat in 2 minutes.
Right. Relax, take time for yourself. Go through our drive-thru as fast as you can.
Right.
Anyway. Fuck yeah. So this is episode 45 of Kill Tony. This is very exciting. My God, I don't want to really bring this up, and we can't talk about who it is, but I just want to say, because I have to acknowledge it, we have some guests coming up on this show that are unbelievable. One today that couldn't make it. It turned out something happened a few hours before. But by God, there's some big ones coming up. Just wanted to get that out there.
Nice dick tease for the audience, right?
I was so excited for what was about to happen that I just had to mind fart that one, because we almost had somebody diabolical. Yeah. Even though we have an amazing show with 2 people that have already been on, in fact 3, as our Patriot is a return Patriot.
Probably one of the best Patriots. The response from this Patriot's been amazing.
No doubt about it. I mean, this one is out of control. Before we bring him out, we should talk about our shows on the 18th, 19th, and 20th.
Oh, yeah.
Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver. McDonald's. I'm loving it.
You know, you need to take time for yourself once in a while by going to April 18th, 19th, and 20th. For 420, we're going to be at the Edgewater Casino in Vancouver, which is awesome. I can't wait to get crazy stoned in a public place.
Yes, absolutely. 420 in Vancouver. We're going to smoke some pot and then enjoy a good McCafe, a new dessert treat. They even have real maraschino cherries that they put on top. They only give you one. You can get a refill, but only one cherry.
And this new Taco Bell breakfast, fuck Taco Bell breakfast. Who wants Taco Bell breakfast? It's disgusting.
I don't want Taco Bell dinner, so it's really tough to convince me. I'm not a very big pro breakfast person. I'm like a horse. I'll eat some oats, but you know what I really love, though? Is McDonald's breakfast, available before 11 p.m.
Right.
So you guys get it. Let's bring out our head. Since the beginning of this show, for some reason, we've always had a head of security, somebody to keep us safe. For more than 30 episodes, we had the Iron Patriot, who was a very loyal member of everything, and then he turned his back on us. So we've been rotating in new Patriots each week. This one is a return Patriot, one of our favorites of all time, and he's stronger than ever. Put your hands together for Iron Earl Skakel, everybody. Ravishing Patriot. Fuck yeah, there he is. Some people wonder, how's it going, Patriot first?
I'd like to take a moment to tell all you fat, lazy, untalented potluckers, you better be funny, or you're out. I'll show your women what a real sexy body looks like.
God. Fuck yeah. For those of you that don't get it yet, Iron Earl sort of plays it like he's the bad guy in a wrestling match. And I gotta tell you, Earl, That is quite the up. I don't know if that's an upgrade or a downgrade, losing the pants and just going with underwear tonight, but Jesus, it's very hard to look at.
It's not. There's too many shadows going on over there.
Fuck yeah, people just squeezing in to get a closer look at Earl's junk. Welcome, guys. Fuck yeah.
This is disturbing.
A lot of people said that Earl was our most controversial patriot. A lot of racist remarks at some point. A lot of people, one of the facts that you said was that your special power is white power.
It's the only power to have. I must reach backwards really hard.
Not even exactly sure what that means, but
I'm not even.
if you watched it backwards, that means what? That they'd be free in the end.
Yeah, it's right.
What is that pelvic thrust you're doing? Do you have Tourette's of the crotch? Jesus. Whoa, there you go.
Lady, that's 30%.
Alright. I love the fact that you almost don't wear any of the costume, but you do wear the brothel part. You're willing to let your junk hang out, but your nipples, no way.
Yeah. If you just look at his dick while he talks, it looks like his dick has like throat cancer. Microphone's really wild.
Oh, yeah.
Talk. Yeah.
Jesus. Fuck yeah. Well, welcome back, Patriots. It's very exciting to have you. He's the only Patriot that doesn't wear the mask because we actually think his face is funnier than the Patriot helmet. So he's got a Kennedy head. You have Kennedy in your blood, right?
Yeah. Not good.
It's a joke about how big his head is, folks, for those of you listening at home or in this room. It's just not acknowledging how gigantic of a head he has. That's not an optical illusion. I see one lady cleaning off her glasses right now. Very, very shocked at what she's seeing. You have some hefty glasses too. What are those? Like, how bad is your vision? We can all see the sun. That's really not a very good. I think you should have a different answer loaded up for next time on that. I can see the sun and the moon.
Go tell motherfuckers.
Yeah, did you feel the earthquake over the weekend? You felt it, right?
Do you think the same thing? I actually filmed it. They were filming a documentary, Graham Elwood's documentary, Earbuds, was filming it. They were interviewing me during it. I had one of those freak out moments like they did to Bad News. Yeah. It was very close to Epic Center or whatever the fuck it's called.
Epic Center.
Where it's like super awesome.
Yeah, it's like so epic.
Yeah, big bro. That's a good quick. No, but it was like near Pasadena where I was at, so I got footage, like nice HD footage of me acting like a bitch.
Great. Yeah, awesome. Fuck yeah. Well, let's get this party started, shall we? It's episode 45 of Kill Tony, ladies and gentlemen, and as always, I have two of my funniest friends here to sit with me and hang out and watch comedy. So, put your hands together for two of our finest return guests that we've ever had. Earl, you tell your dick to settle down a little bit. Fuck yeah. There you go. Josh Martin, everybody, the worst comedy producer in Hollywood. Always there 5 minutes after you need him. One of the only grown men that I know that looks like he drinks juice boxes. Josh Martin, everybody.
Okay, so, by the way, till that in a second. Stuff.
Doesn't he look like he should always have a juice box in his hand?
Yeah.
Anyway, here's our guests, everybody. Two of my favorites. It's Jade Catapretta and Kirk Fox, everybody. You know Jade from the podcast. Kirk Fox, Central and love it. One of my favorite shows to watch when I get a chance. No, it's so true.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Earl.
Fuck yeah, what do you guys think about this Patriot?
I've always thought he looked like Flanders, you know, because he's like kind of dorky and then he takes off his shirt.
Good comparison.
Yeah.
You know, because Flanders has that like fake, really super hot Jesus chest, just like Earl.
It's working. His head might not. We might just have small
We
heads.
have tiny heads.
Well, we know he has a tiny head down there.
I guess so. Who are you asking? Anybody. Oh man, I like it. I can see every tiny part of your dick. Your underwear was a little wet earlier. Just let it dry now. It's cute. That's a better look.
He really got his balls busted about that one.
We had a little dribble.
Yeah, it is tough, right?
Guys get a little dribble. It's okay.
Yeah.
The older you get, that starts happening.
It's really hard to avoid the drip. I mean, I notice it. Sometimes I'll wear like gray underwear. Red's another one. Red almost turns purple if it's wet.
Is this a problem you guys all have?
There's a couple drops that'll happen. I mean, not like it wasn't like he peed his
I
pants.
can stop mine at any moment.
Yeah, it's just one tiny drop.
But even if the tip's wet, it turns into a drop.
If I drop it, it's because I want to.
There's some in the barrel that you have to just squeeze out after you stop.
Yeah.
But you know, who does that?
Mini jerk it off for a
Yeah,
second.
little baby blowjob.
Sometimes I just drip in the toilet and then pee in my underwear.
Oh.
Just to confuse everybody.
It's pretty sexy. All you guys, it's all very sexy.
Yeah.
You don't ever drip?
I don't drip. No, I actually never drip. No, I can feel it.
She has a lot of lips covering up.
A lot of lips, big lips.
But when
Thank you for
those get
being
wet, see, I've had a thing lately where I'm trying to figure out where girls pee out of exactly.
You don't know.
I couldn't tell you. I
I
couldn't
mean,
tell
like, I
you.
sort of know, but I've never actually seen
Does
it.
anybody know?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It just comes out.
What does the pee hole look like?
It looks like a little hole.
Yeah, it's a tiny hole.
Where?
But like,
I'm not gonna show you my pee.
But it doesn't look like a hole. It just
Yeah.
looks like a piece of
Yes, it
skin.
Yes, it's a tiny pee hole.
you could put a flower in. Like
If I try, like if I spread it, I can kind of designate where it goes.
Really?
Yeah. But I feel like I'm down.
Oh, here's the best video you need to watch. I don't know if it's still online. It used to be on Live Leak. It's a guy fucking a girl in her pee hole.
It's Earl. It's Earl's
It's real.
I'm just taking it in, Brian. I'm just taking it all in.
I'll find it by the end of the podcast.
Yeah, was it a tiny penis and a giant pee hole?
Kind of. It wasn't that big. It was like a pencil dick. But still, to stretch out the pee hole and fuck it, it's crazy.
Was there a horse involved or no?
No horse.
I always think about that, like, because there was a thing with a guy stuck a tiny fork in his pee hole in jail, and it was like an exotic thing, like he was into it. But it was like a tiny fork. I mean, I guess some pee holes are bigger than others.
Tiny fork. That's a pretty big fork.
I mean, as far as fork goes, yeah. As far as something you shove up your penis, no. Do you know what I mean?
Jesus. How did we get on this? Pee hole.
Pee holes.
Earl started.
Earl started it. I started it.
So let me ask you this: like, so if a guy is going down on a girl, they're pretty much licking the pee hole at one point.
Here we go. Pee hole fucking 2 on X2.
No.
This is the sequel, which a lot of people say it's not as good as the first one.
Is he playing a?
Yeah.
Where are we watching it?
Are we watching this video?
No, I'm watching it.
Is McDonald's sponsoring this video?
Guy fucking a girl's pee hole.
In my pee
I looked at the black people
You
also.
need to relax and take time. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the?
Oh, yeah, there we go. See it?
Wait, what?
This is a pee hole?
Yeah, that's what pee hole.
No.
Yes.
Wait,
That's one of those things you
What's
don't
that?
You don't even want to look at
It
it.
just looks like
That's
hair sticks.
I
very weird. Oh.
Wait, what? The only shot star I so badly want to get with you.
Oh, wow. It's weird.
All right,
It doesn't
that's
make
good.
sense.
That's good. I'm throwing everything out.
Doesn't make sense.
I fold.
Yeah, I just tapped out on the. God, that's weird. That was very creepy. It's like that.
You gotta show us something to block that out.
I know.
The Disney. Show me some Disney.
What's the ginger to that sushi?
Show me some of fucking bamboo.
Here's
Not in its.
a dolphin. No, here's dolphin vagina.
That's.
I don't want to see that.
Oh,
It's a roll.
It's getting an alpha male. It's alpha and male put together. It's alpha.
Oh, guys, let's get out of internet prison. We're live.
love it.
We're live together here, all together. And if you guys could smell Earl, it's like a mosque. It's a mosque like in a cabin that you haven't been to in a while, but you have supplies there, so you go back for like a vacation or when you're running like.
Earl, listen, she's attacking you, but I gotta tell you, you look good. You seem confident, good posture. Your scent, I didn't notice it, so
It's how I flirt.
just stand tall.
He's right.
And what's gotten in the way?
His speaker box to his microphone. But yeah.
Earl, do you have any questions for our guests today? Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I didn't get laughs. So I got good for 20 straight minutes. So you may have seen something else. Were you there? I was there, and I heard no laughs. It was mostly groups, but consistent. They were well focused, and they stayed strong for 20. Listen, I stood there in fear.
When it gets to a certain point, yeah. When it gets to
20 straight minutes.
And that was his first show on that mega tour, and
I think it was whatever it was good. It was supposed to happen.
yeah.
I feel good. I didn't get shot.
Was it a thing that at any time that you were like, you know what, I'm failing, or did you like, no, I'm getting paid and I have to?
No, I wouldn't say it was. Listen, you gotta take it in. There was 3,000 moving, and I wanted the other 2,000.
Right.
So I encouraged them to all be nice, you know, and just hang together.
Yeah.
And they all came together, and they were consistent.
You should release that set on iTunes.
That set is gone. It's been destroyed.
I feel like he complimented you.
Yeah, but a lot of them have places to go. I was in Detroit, good place, never been there.
You're like, I'll make
I'm gonna
this
get
in
my
a
rock
little
in 20 minutes. Charlie came out at the 10-minute mark and gave me a Hershey's kiss, which he thought would encourage me. I think he thought I was hypoglycemic.
Did he really do that?
Would I just say he did if he did?
Yeah, that'd be pretty random if you just.
Yeah, he's not really that kind of guy,
But
Charlie.
Yeah, he came out, he thought he could calm them, but it just encouraged them.
Right,
more,
of
because
course.
now they knew he was here. Basically, everything that could backfire that night did.
Right.
It was a perfect storm.
You had a tiny bit of pee on your pants.
Like I said, I could turn that up.
That's
I
awesome.
didn't have shit in my box.
Jade, you have a podcast called The Podcast.
Yeah, I'm still stoned from last week.
Yeah. That was the highest that I've ever been in a long
Yeah,
time.
Speedweed came by and just delivered weedness, is what I call it.
Yeah.
Your podcast is podcast?
Yeah, we smoke pot and then we play improv singing games.
Mine's no cast.
No casts.
So,
Just never happens. You try to put it together, it's just too much of a pain.
I
I like that you kind of yawn.
I told Tony that we'd do one called like Snuffcast, and we'd talk to someone and then kill them.
Yeah, at the end of the
That's
episode, we
amazing.
killed it.
I thought you were
And
just doing
we
stuff the
would
whole
sell it
time.
on iTunes.
Yeah, iTunes, and we came to the conclusion that'd be pretty tough to book guests, but
Yeah.
But the ones you get will be memorable.
You'd have to surprise the guests.
No, let them know what's coming.
that would be a good podcast, having a podcast between a kidnapper and a hostage. You know?
They've had lots of that.
Just
It's fucking very good. It's fucking camping and banana. Says that one is out. Next. So maybe you want to use a different one?
Talk about current events. So, how scared are you?
Where are you from?
Shut the fuck up! How much do you think you're curious about? Tell me what to ask for.
Halfway through the episode. Yeah, that's great.
I have,
And then you call them.
I have a special set of skills. I like to nap and wake up in there.
Then you call the parents on the air and negotiate the release.
Let's do it. Let's do a practice one.
Yeah. Who wants to be the hostage?
Earl.
First 5 minutes, it's just the kidnapper, and the kidnappee still has the tape around her mouth or something.
There.
All right.
There's a lot of places to go with this.
We'll talk more about this after this one. Let's get this one kick-started, guys. You know what it is. It's Kill Tony 45, everybody. How you guys doing out there? How's that back row? Fuck yeah, there's those clapping hands.
Tony, question, just real.
It was done this way. Listen, how do I know? But I'm looking about the thing off. It's old, right? You see these poles? These are the poles up.
But was this one of the slowest starts you've ever think one has had?
No. Somebody just said yeah, like
Feel
that.
good about it?
No, I feel good.
Okay.
Have you showed everybody your butt? I just feel like we're getting a better perspective than I need.
Oh, God.
Why do I even look? Like I'm expecting like vaginas and boobs to come out of them? No.
Show you pictures, it's better, but there's two ways the poles could have been.
Just show them your butt if you're going to.
Earl, those are audience members. The comedians are up there. Be mean to them, not them.
How many dick pull-ups can you do?
This is easier. Like, you look at that way.
But you guys know what we do here. Comedians come up with a chance to do 1 minute on stage. They get pulled out of a bucket. They know that their minute's up when they hear the sound of a kitty. Aw, cute. That means your time's up. Don't go much longer than that, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. That is a bear that, on his way to space, killed a couple monkeys. So let's get this thing started. All right, let's go. Try to talk. Whoops, there you go. Why not just have that person be first? It literally just jumped out of the. Your hands go for T-Pack.
T-Pack.
Oh, wow. Yeah, T-Pack.
What's up, everyone? Talking here with my buddies, and we got these friends with like stupid ideas of what they would want to do for a living in a perfect world.
So it must be that the alright was not this way. Right? Is it a word for purpose? Is this way? Or great. There's a picture of two. Here. This is where the poles are on the long way of the alright. This is the short way. It's on the way. This
I had this one friend, he goes, "Hey, I'd be a gynecologist, bro. That was fucking awesome." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't think you really thought this one through. Do you think being a gyno is like on your knees in front of supermodels all day, just checking their pussies for how good it looks? You really think like you're just sitting there going, "No, it's nice, it looks good. Yeah, okay, yeah, go do your shit." Is that what you think? You're like, all right, hurry up, because you're gonna have to switch. The team's coming through real quick. And yeah, they're here. All right, ladies, yeah, come on, let's see it. Come in, ladies. Come, ladies. No, all at the same time, up against the wall, then over. I don't know why he thinks that's such a good idea. It's fucking dumb, right? Because the reality is, he's probably gonna come home to his girlfriend, and the last thing he wants to see is her fucking disgusting vagina, because he's been looking at nasty vaginas all day long. Right? Give me the fucking cat already.
There it is. No, that was a minute.
Was it a minute?
Yeah.
It's so hard to compress those into like a minute. It's just really difficult.
I thought I took an break. You had a lot. Time than you think.
Yeah, there's
You owned a lot, so you could have been talking more.
Because it's a longer joke than that, and there's so much more, and there's like voices and characters that I did. And then to compress that into a minute. To compress that into a minute.
What are you trying to say? What's
It's
your
like,
opinion
okay,
on the
people have,
subject?
like I said, like they have these fantasies about like what a job is like that they don't do. So one of them would be gynecologists, which for a guy who likes looking at
Okay, yeah,
pussy,
make it really compact.
stand inside that small area of 1.5. I'm up. Even hello, devoured ball. I can go 4 people. Oh, we had a different picture that Kobe did. Back in the day, this is an hour tomorrow. It's based on the second picture because the way I understood it is that each person put a pole on one toe, not everything like this. They're actually standing towards the arm. So it's not exactly like that. I don't know where he got it from. What? So we know that Rabbi will have multiple fun.
Kill Tony, Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey everybody, how are you guys? All right. Fuck yeah.
I like how sometimes, like, there was, like, what?
Tables. Now, where did he put these tables? Where did he put the tables? شنو يحصل مثلا سوري عامله ايه؟ خميس يمين خميس يسار. Five to right, 5 to right. Now, hold on. When we read this, they gave us a lot. Five to right, 5 to left. That don't be the normal way of understanding it here. Something like this. 5 to right, 5 to left. That's impossible. Why? And we're going to do the same exact thing with the layer. Just the opposite. Why? Because we know the shape is on top of it. On top of the picture, on the north. And then the thirds are on the south. You can even see one on the north, one on the south, one on the left.
Shema Israel Adonai Adonai Echad. Correction, Rabbi.
back to the you know, you have a contradiction. Check this out. This is the Eichel and the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Kodesh HaKadoshim, Rabbi said, is 20 amos wide. Then, 340. Together, 60. It's 3 back. Something like this. So, on the one hand, it says that all the Menorahs in the Shulchan were on the left of that red line. Where's the shlish? With the arrow, big red arrow comes to the left of it. But it calls it on the other side of the halfway point. And one person says on the other side of the curve. Which one is it? Very simple. If you just use the Eichel itself without the Kodesh HaKadoshim, it's the halfway point. So you only have a box of 40. Halfway is 20. It's on the other side from the left of that box. But if you consider the Kodesh HaKadoshim, so it's 60. So that line, that line is the third. Behind the left of that red third line. It's our Kodesh HaKadoshim. The consequence of doing it, also Kodesh HaKadoshim, like that.
It is. Coffee conversation and coffee. It is. Second of July, 5786, Sunday, April 19th, 2026. We've been doing this bitch 114 days. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born.
Just like the Menorah was east to south and west, the Menorah east to south.
Blessed are you, Shema God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 18 days, which is 2 weeks and 4 days of the Omer.
Like this, right up against the curtain, let's say, every single one of those candles, every single one of the neighbors is on the west. Neither of them, none of them are closer or further away from the perimeters of each other. But if it's like this, the Menorah is situated east to west. One of the candles, one of the light, one of the flames is closer to the perimeter. Like in that arrow, it's called western light. It's whatever we have to finish it, but we do have to finish it. Not all of them are next to the first Russian, but you want to be some of them from the daughter. But those light, this, we have a lot of pictures, but I didn't like them. Ones that are in the Gemara very hard, because this is the Gemara. This does it so well. It's so clear. This is clear. Well, now it's their Shemir. And all of them are from Russia. This doesn't work out. That's just this direction. Therefore, it must be this direction. And if the Menorah is that direction, there's also that direction, east-west. Very revolutionary between my time. Go hard, look at the art inside. I already said the art is written in all cases. Well, it goes like this, it goes like this. So Mela, Ma'ara, and so the art, and so the art. How come Rabbi doesn't learn the Shulchan from the art inside? It's an inner room. Whatever you thought, something done around the menorah itself was situated something done north south. The menorah was north south. Okay. It's fascinating. What was our group before? Like say the Arab Soda. Only one of the flames was next to the curtain. Not all, according to you, all the flames were next to the curtain. No, the shot is inside the student. Looking at the bar, you have a picture. Inside the student means, see that good picture here? The wicks. I don't have a great one. I'm going to show you. Here, not this being from the article. One wick was toward the black line, something dark, and the rest of the wicks were toward the middle one. It's called. That's why the middle one is called the menorah, because it's pointing toward because nothing with other ones or let's just finish this line here. It's not yummy. I have no use for this here. It's not in there. So and one last thing. Or it must be conscious of Shiva. The middle one is the most important one. So to by Elias and the Pirates is Rashi, Levi. You hear this? You have the most Shiva Khalil more than a fight. You get the most Sukkah. Most Sukkah versus Greeks. What's that? Have a wonderful
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks. Well, we're about at 5 after, I'm going to pick up with some summary from last time, so we can all be on roughly the same page of completely mysterious books that no one really understands, which is great. That said, we'll do some summary, then we'll jump into it after. I'll open up things a little bit more for questions, just in case there's some lingering questions. And again, I say questions, I mean questions I can possibly answer. If you ask me questions like, how do I make a golem, I'll tell you, I have no idea, but here are 3 books in Aramaic that allegedly tell you how to do it. Go forth, have fun. So as we covered last time, we took a look at some of the really foundational texts that go on to form what I might call proto-Kabbalah. And anytime I hear the word proto anything, it just sounds like completely pretentious academic speak. But what I mean here is these are going to be texts that are going to either underwrite or they're going to deeply inform, they're going to give some really important terminology to what will become Kabbalah, but they're kind of bridge texts from the period before the rise of the Kabbalah, which we'll get to in earnest tonight. And they're texts that underwrite or undergird or allow or serve as a foundation for what's going to become the Kabbalah as you may know it, or as you don't know it and you're here to learn more about it. As you heard this word from Madonna or whatever. I think even Britney Spears, God bless her, has a Kabbalah tattoo, I think. I don't know. May the Lord help her. She needs help. And not she doesn't need help. The people that are doing terrible things to her, they do. At any rate, the Sefer Yetzirah is probably one of the more famous of these books, and it's a very tiny little book. Like I think I said last time, in its normal recension, it's only a couple thousand words long, and it's a book of cosmogenesis, which is just a $2 word that means something like how the world came into being. We're still writing cosmogenic books, right? If you've ever read The Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking and other kinds of books like that, we're still very interested in how the world came into being, and the Sefer Yetzirah is an early attempt to describe that using 2 different categories. The first category is the Sephirot of nothingness, right? The Sephirot Belima. And as I talked about last time, we're not really sure what these are. What we do know is that they're not divine emanations. And we know that because the text never refers to them as such, never even sort of invokes that notion. That notion's going to come a bit later, and we're going to see it in full force tonight for sure. And the other, of course, is the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And what we have in this Sefer Yetzirah is a story about how the world came into being, with God using the 10 Sephirot of nothingness, probably mathematical terms of some kind, right? Some kind of math term, and then the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and using those together, God hews creation out of nothingness. And I love this image of hewing. It's as if God is sort of like hammering away at nothing to form something. And it's a really, I found this image to be very beautiful because it doesn't have this sort of
God just went, and then everything came into being. It's a kind of working class God in the mind, building things out of nothing with numbers and letters. And I always appreciate, the working class God healing the world out of being. This is the Rosie the Riveter God. This is not the aristocratic God speaking from a throne from on high. So I appreciate that image a lot more. The wobbly God. What we have, right, in these images of the undergirding structure of Sefer Yetzirah is that word and being have a continuity. That language and speech and ontology and metaphysics are connected in a very deep, powerful way. Parmenides, this is echoing perhaps an idea going back to Parmenides, where Parmenides says that there is no difference between thought and being, between logos and ontos. That ontos and logos are the same kind of idea. By the way, in philosophy, that idea is from roaring back in the 20th century, in the 21st century. And so, in many ways, we think of this as a pre-modern notion, but it's become both a pre-modern and a post-modern notion at the same time. The snake always swallows its tail. So, Sefer Yetzirah gives us an idea about how language and being relate to one another and how being emerges from divine language. And again, the snake swallows its tail, right? It's also how one that speaks, us, we can also, because we speak, and if we can speak correctly, right? Not that I can, but if we can speak correctly, right, we can force reality to our will. We can magically use reality to do what we want. And of course, that's going to underwrite the entire Golem legend. And that Golem legend, of course, we see all the way back in at least as early as the Babylonian Talmud, where some rabbis were able to use Hilchot Yetzirah or Sefer Yetzirah to shape into being living creatures, whether they were calf or a human being. Now, they're not perfect, right? Because we can never speak as well as God does. I don't know what dialect of Hebrew God speaks, but we never speak as well as God does. And the idea, right, I imagine that God speaks in many Hebrew. I always love the way many sound. They have this, they still separate between all the different phreneal and glottal sounds that have been well lost to both Sephardi and Ashkenazi Hebrew. By the way, the Babylonian Talmud says that if you can't pronounce the difference between an and an aleph, that God doesn't hear your prayers. It's a minority position, but I do like the rigorous attention to linguistic detail on the part of at least that rabbi. At any rate, what we have in the Golem legend is the ability to speak beings into being. We can speak beings into being, specifically other people and even other animals. And of course, if you remember back to that line in the Babylonian Talmud, it says that if you're really righteous, you can speak an entire world, right? So this is a really incredible concept. It's not just that you can create people, right? That's already miraculous enough, but you can create an olam. You can create an entire world. And so this is a truly tremendous idea to be found in Jewish mysticism, reaching all the way back to the Talmud and, of course, to the Sefer Yetzirah, as it appears sometime before the 10th century. I say sometime before the 10th century because there's a lot of debate about it. I have my position, which I think I named last time, but there's a lot of debate about when exactly this text comes in. Now, over there in Europe, the backwater that was Europe, again, we should always remember that Europe in the 10th century was a place that no human being in their right mind wanted to live because it was a dark ages movement of a bunch of barbarians killing each other. Back in there in the backwater that was Europe in the early Middle Ages, we have some elements coming together in what is called Ashkenaz, that is to say, what we now call Germany. And again, Ashkenaz is sort of a more broad term for Germany, but sort of in the German milieu, where we have a couple of different mystical movements going on. And the two mystical movements that really matter for us are going to be what is called the unique cherub circle and what is also called the folks called the German pietists or the Chaste Ashkenaz. The unique church circle is going to be very important because they're going to develop a very unique theology in which they really center the idea of Ha'atzalut, right? And Ha'atzalut is the idea of, or Ha'atzamara is the idea of emanation, which is to say that God doesn't just create being in the sense that there is God and there is being and God is outside of being, rather, like, you could imagine it, like, I always imagine those, like, really fancy weddings that have the big pyramids of champagne, right, where there's, like, one champagne, right, being poured at the top and it goes down all the different glasses. Well, imagine that there's an infinite amount of champagne, and God is the champagne being poured down all the glasses, right, and all of those glasses are reality. And so, or whatever, or candles lighting one another, there's lots of images for this. I even heard one of, like, milk overflowing from boiled milk. I don't know who boils milk, but apparently. At any rate, so the idea, right, is that what you have is that rather than creation being distinct than the creator, what we have is the idea that creator and creation are part of a continuum. They're part of a spectrum of reality where God is the most real thing, and at some level it tatters off into non-being, right? It tatters off infinitely into non-being. And that's a very different conception of God's over here, and then there's creation over there, and God and creation are distinct. So this idea emerges in the unique cherub circle. And remember that unique cherub was a kind of individual angel, a very special kind of angel, Metatron maybe, that is able to be the outer glory of God. There is an inner hidden glory, God's inner transcendence, and then there's an outer glory, right? And that outer glory is the unique cherub, right? And then that unique cherub communicates the outer glory to the rest of the Olam, and that outer glory sort of echoes out into being. And that outer glory is part of what creates our world. I also mentioned the Chassidei Ashkenaz. There's a lot of debate about the Chassidei Ashkenaz at this point. An earlier theory of the Jewish mysticism claimed that it was an entire movement of Jewish mysticism in the early part of the 11th, 12th century in Germany, in Ashkenaz. I don't think Germany, because Germany conjures up so many ideas because of European Jewish history, and because Germany wasn't a state at that point. Germany was like a bunch of tiny little boring states. Like, it's like saying you're the king of Hamtramck. Like, that's what Germany was. It was 300 Hamtramcks all wed together with a bunch of different kings. I like saying Ashkenaz because Ashkenaz communicates how amorphous the barriers are. Right? What was Ashkenaz? If you want a general idea of what we're talking, if you know something about Germany, we're talking about the area around Regensburg. You may know another famous mystic also from the area around Regensburg. That is Hildegard of Bingen. Hildegard of Bingen and the Chassidei Ashkenaz lived in very close proximity to one another. And anyway, what's really important about them is they seem to preserve a lot of magical texts. They preserve a lot of Heffala literature. They preserve a lot of the amulet literature. They preserve a lot of this sort of strange ascetic literature that seems to emerge at that time. And what we now think, what scholars now think, is that rather than being a mystical movement in Judaism, it was a kind of particularly weird family who just so happened to be very, very powerful, right? Who happened to be actually very, very powerful and have a good bit of money and a good bit of influence. And so the Chassidei Ashkenaz were famous in many ways because of the relative influence they had, and because they were literate. They were connected to the Kalanimus family, which was a big family down in Italy. And it seems like what ends up happening is a lot of works are coming in from North Africa and from the Middle Eastern world. They're entering into Italy, and they're being pushed into the Ashkenaz via the Kalanimus family. Also, just mention the Kalanimus family has one of the earliest examples of a possible transgender Jewish person poet. So we have a Kalanimus, one of the members of the Kalanimus family, writing a poem wishing that they were a woman, actually, and probably expressing some, again, something like a kind of queering transgender identity. The poet registered in the Kalanimus family. That document is not super well known, but it is in a great collection of LGBTQ history in Judaism. And of course, as you know, I'm sure you know, one of the main things that's going to make Kabbalah very interesting is how gender bending it is. That God is going to be female, male, and masculine, feminine, and neither of these things. And so part of what's going to make Kabbalah so fascinating is the gender bending that's going to go on. We'll talk a bit about that tonight. So again, to what degree that comes out of the Kalanimus family and the Chassidei Ashkenaz, we don't know. They're also one of the few ascetic Jewish movements in history, that is to say, Jews who intentionally harm their bodies in order to get closer to God. Judaism doesn't typically have an ascetic dimension so much. They're fasts, but they're very well constrained. You're not allowed to go beyond them. But the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement had lots of different penitential and ascetic practices, like rolling around naked in the snow to atone for your sins. Which I guess in the wintertime here in Michigan, if you want to try out Hasidic Ashkenaz practice, just take your clothes off and roll around in the snow and see if you're closer to God. Your mileage will vary. As I mentioned last time, also, the other main text that's also critically important for the development of Kabbalah, as we'll get to tonight, is the Sefer Bahir. And the Sefer Bahir is the first time in which we have the idea coming from Sefer Yetzirah, right? That the world was formed from the Sefer of Velimah, the Sefer of nothingness, and from the cherub circle over there, Ashkenaz. We have the idea of Hatzalah, emanation. Those are in the Sefer Bahir slammed together. They're synthesized. And for the first time in the Sefer Bahir, we see the idea that God is in fact 10 emanations. That idea first appears in the Sefer Bahir. And so in that way, the Sefer Bahir is the first true Kabbalistic book. So sometimes people ask me, where should I start studying Kabbalah? I want to start reading Kabbalistic literature. Well, if you don't want things to get too complicated, start with the Sefer Bahir. Because it's the first. Now, does that mean it's going to be the most introductory? No. Because if you've ever studied any philosopher or any mystic when they're trying to forge a new idea, those texts are often the most difficult because they're having to synthesize and work with ideas that are half-formed. Those ideas are very half-formed, and they're very groping at things. And a classic example of this is, I tell people, right, if you want to read the first book of metaphysics, you can go read Parmenides' books, or you can go read Aristotle's book of metaphysics. Now, those are some of those difficult books about metaphysics they've written. Why? Because they're inventing it, right? They're inventing the very language by which you describe things that aren't physical. It's the most abstract, difficult things you can imagine, so the language is very tough. And so the Sefer Bahir is notoriously difficult to understand. Now, again, is it always impossible to understand? No, but it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard. But again, I think that the Bahir is a perfectly approachable text in lots of other ways. The other things, two things to say about the Sefer Bahir that are crucially important as we begin to get into Kabbalah tonight is one, Sefer Bahir is a pseudepigraphic text. I like that I said pseudepigraphic without making a single mistake. Pseudepigraphic texts are just texts that are written as if they were being written by someone else, almost always someone more famous than the person writing it. I don't know, Taylor Swift is probably not going to write a pseudepigraphic text because Taylor Swift is famous enough to write Taylor Swift, and Taylor Swift's going to sell her own book because she's mad. Well, if I write a book, I might attribute it to Taylor Swift. That's a probably bad idea because I'm pretty sure that she would sue me. But what I could do is attribute it to someone who couldn't sue me. So what I would attribute it to is Nakana ben Hakunya, right? A guy who lived 2,000 years ago in Palestine, and he had a kind of general mystical idea. That's exactly what these guys are doing. Or I contribute it to Enoch or Abraham or Moses or whatever. There's a long history of doing this in Jewish lore, and the Sefer Bahir is attributed to a first century sage. That same structure is going to be picked up by the Sefer Zohar, which we'll see next time, and that text is being attributed to Shimon Bar Yochai, another 2nd century sage, who's also very important for mystical stuff as well. The last thing I'll say about the Sefer Bahir is that there are what we might call Gnostic elements in the text. Gnosticism, as you may remember, was a religious current in the late classical world, the late classical world, that 2nd, 3rd, 4th centuries that survived a little longer. In some ways, it survived even into medieval Europe in some ways. Then the Gnostic idea is the idea that there is the world is fundamentally evil, right? There's a good world, an evil world, the physical world is typically bad, the spiritual world is typically good, and the task is to get out of this prison world, right? We live in a prison world of physicality, and the task is to get out of that world. We see some elements of that in the Sefer Bahir. And also, by the way, in the Sefer Bahir, it's one of the first times that we begin to see the idea of the feminine divine. It's there that we see Chokhmah, of wisdom, being personified as divine. And that's going to be a huge shift in a minute as we get into Kabbalah proper, because because it's also going to be the time when the Shekhinah goes from not just being feminine gender grammar-wise, like it is in the Talmud, to being feminine gender divine-wise, like it is in Kabbalah. So again, one of the things you'll see about when we get into Kabbalah is that often what makes Kabbalah very radical is not that it reads text in strange ways. What makes Kabbalah very radical is it typically reads text very literally, hyper-literally. So if Shekhinah is a feminine gender grammatical word, they say, no, it's not just grammar. That's being. Because the Torah never makes any mistakes, ever. Nothing's on accident. And so if the word is grammatically feminine, that means God must be feminine. Full stop. And so part of what makes Kabbalah so fascinating is not that it bends things around. Of course it does that too. It says how literal it takes things. And so we'll see that when we get into the Zohar. All right, folks, just briefly, any other questions before we jump into Proto-Kabbalah tonight? Still be in the Proto-Kabbalah world tonight. But again, I think a lot of the stuff will still be Kabbalah, strictly speaking, as well.
This might be a difficult question, but the authors of these texts, any idea or any speculation on who they might be?
We have a lot of speculation. Sefer Yetzirah, Zahi Weiss has, I think, the best book about Sefer Yetzirah. He claims that it's being written in what he calls mirror rabbinical circles. That is to say, people who are adjacent to the rabbinical world, but also have their knee or have their toe in the philosophical world, in the Christian Syriac world. We forget that that prior to the Islamic conquest, there was an enormous amount of translation of philosophical texts into Syriac by Christians in places like Syria. And that world was a booming philosophical world. And what ends up happening is that area is conquered by the armies of Islam. And then the milieu in which that world existed is eclipsed, and those texts are rapidly translated into Arabic. And so Zahi Weiss argues, and I think convincingly, that if we look at some Samaritan literature and we look at some Syriac literature, there are texts that look a lot like the Sefer Yetzirah existing in those milieus. Does that tell us who? No. Does it maybe tell us when and where? Kind of. So someone with rabbinical knowledge, they're writing in very pure Mishnah Hebrew, probably in contact with the rabbinical world, but also probably having their toe in the philosophical world, maybe in the mystical world, somewhere there. But the problem is that once Islam took over those areas, and once the Umayyad Caliphate took over, the data gets really jarbled. Because we're talking about a period of maybe a couple hundred years and 150 years. So that world existed and was quickly eclipsed in the literature. The Sefer Bahir is a mess. It could have originated in Europe. It could have originated in Mesopotamia. There are people, scholars, who are much better at this stuff than I am, much more articulate, much more learned. Convincing arguments have been made on both sides. Some people say it originated somewhere in Europe. Some people have argued it originated somewhere in Mesopotamia. I've never seen an argument that's a slam dunk case. So the Bahir is just one of these texts where no one really knows exactly where it originated. The Bahir is much more closely in the rabbinical circuit. It reads a lot more like rabbinical literature. So it's so hard to say. It's one of these things where, I think about poets, right? I think about poets. And, when I think about a poet like, Arthur Rimbaud, right? I'm thinking of an example somewhere jumps to my mind. Arthur Rimbaud. Arthur Rimbaud was a poet who existed in poetic circles in France in the 19th century, but created a poetic language no one could have saw coming. He basically gave birth to poetic symbolism as we know it. In some ways, modern poetry. And if someone would have told me that was written somewhere else completely by someone else, it's just a genius, it's a weird thing. And so it's so hard to know exactly where these texts emerged and how they developed, but the secret right here is profoundly mysterious. So I don't have. I think you'd have to look at the literature and see the arguments, but I've never seen a convincing argument about someone claiming where it emerged. We do know where it took hold, and it took hold primarily in Europe. For many people, that's a good argument for in Europe because that's where we see it flourish. Sefer Yetzirah is weird because it seems to flourish in 5 different places simultaneously all through the world. So we see versions of it. We see commentaries being written in Italy at the same time they're being written in Iraq, at the same time they're being written in Egypt. And you're like, how the hell did this text get to these different places fast? And why do they all start writing commentaries in the 10th century? What happened? Right? And the answer is we don't know. Scholarship is still working on this problem. It's profoundly mysterious because we know they weren't working together. It's not like the Sadia Gaon and Shabbat and Danilo and Yehuda Barzilai over in Spain were all saying, hey, let's write commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah. They didn't even know they were doing it. And yet, so, I don't know. It's something's going, there's a story there. And the truth of the matter is, we don't know. And also, by the way, Sefer Yetzirah is also composed in what is sometimes called the Jewish Dark Age. There was a period after the Talmud, but before the rise of the Midrash, where we have basically no documentation. There's a 300-year period in which nothing seems to have been written, right? And yet, Sefer Yetzirah was. So it's weird. It's super weird. It's a weird thing. It's super fun. Again, and sometimes I tell people, young scholars who want to get into this field, I'm like, they're like, is there anything left to do? And I'm like, you have no idea. Basic things we don't know. Basic things we don't know. And it's going to take people who read Persian. It's going to take people who read Arabic. It's going to take people who read Hebrew. And people are going to be in these archives in countries like Iraq, in countries like Iran, because it's in those places, I think, where if there is a clue in Syria, if there is a clue to any of this, it's going to be in the state archives of those countries. And lucky getting someone who can do all that work in those countries to do the work. The geopolitics subsumes this kind of literature, unfortunately. Other questions before I jump into tonight? All right, folks. Let's talk a little bit about what Jewish mysticism looked like just before the rise of Kabbalah. Just a couple of social currents that are worth reporting here. I don't have to tell y'all, right, that already by the time the Kabbalah appears, Jewish mysticism is already really complex. It's already intertwined. There are already several currents of it. Jewish mysticism wasn't one thing by the time Kabbalah appears. You have lots of currents. Sefer Yetzirah, Hekala literature, Jewish magic. Jewish mysticism in a broad way was already very complex by the time Kabbalah appears. So, in many ways, it has a lot to work with. It has a huge repertoire of things that it can work with. Secondly, the Jewish world, once Kabbalah appears, had already spent centuries being racked by what is called the Maimonidean controversy. Now, I'm not going to get knee-deep into Maimonidean controversy because it's incredibly complicated, but basically what we have is a debate about the merits of Maimonides. You may remember this, you may have forgotten it, or you may not even know. Maimonides is one of the most divisive figures in the history of Judaism. Now, I know that now everybody likes Maimonides. There's Maimonides High School, Rambam this, Rambam that, and everybody loves it. That was not the case in the Middle Ages. They were people that were very pro-Maimonides, and they were people that were very happy to give Maimonides' books to Dominicans to burn them. Jewish communities went to the Dominicans and said, hey, we heard you guys burn heretical literature. They're like, yeah, well, here's some. And they gave them Maimonides to burn. So, in a big way, Maimonides was an incredibly polarizing figure. It's very polarizing, because on the one hand, many people thought Maimonides rationalized every aspect about Judaism away. For them, Maimonides took Judaism and just made everything into metaphors. And Maimonides didn't bat an eye doing that. He would say, oh yeah, angels and demons are metaphors. God has a hand, that's a metaphor. Right? God is made of wind, ruach, it's a metaphor. Maimonides was happy to rationalize aspects of Judaism in a way that he did not feel conformed to his version of a kind of rationalizing Aristotelian worldview. Now, there are other Jews at the time who were like, hell no. If the text says they're angels, they're angels. You are not Maimonides. You are not better than the Torah. You don't even know what Torah means. If they're angels and demons, it's angels and demons. Right? If the Chazal, if the Talmud says they're angels and demons, it's angels and demons. And too bad, Maimonides. You can be smart as a who knows what. And you do not get to undo this. So the Maimonidean controversy poured through Europe, especially. And this was not a small matter. And we'll get into this maybe later on, but because many people were, I'll make a long story short, if you really think that a lot of this stuff is metaphors, angels and demons and the law and all that kind of stuff are metaphors, and if God is really just an unmoved mover in the center of all the void of space, making everything mechanically move around, do you really care if you pray in a church or a synagogue? You might not care. And so when they tell you, right, if you're a wealthy doctor, wealthy lawyer, court physician, wealthy poet, musician, and some guy comes along and says, you got to convert or leave, do you leave your fancy job? Or do you go, it's all about the same? Well, that happens. And many Jews felt that Maimonides led other Jews into conversion. He assimilated them, right? Again, think about all the things we talked about in the 20th century about how many people love to hate on assimilation. Well, this formed a reaction in the Spanish Jewish world, especially French Jewish world, where Maimonides really got, people really polarized the world, this Maimonides thing. Well, one reaction to rigorous rational philosophy is a kind of romanticism. And we know that because we've seen it happen over and over and over again in history of philosophy, right? Kant gave way, right? Kant, Descartes, the hyper-rationalism of people like Leibniz gave way to the romanticism of people like Goethe, right? And Schelling in the 19th century German phenomenon, the 19th century German situation, right? You can't imagine the Baroque ideas of Hegel as anything other than a response to the hardcore rationalism in a certain kind of way of Kant. So romanticism is always a reaction to rationalism in some way, and we see it actually have played itself out here in the 13th century. Also, what's really important is Jews at the time in Spain are living under the administration, at this time, are living under the administration of Alfonso X. Now, Alfonso X is one of these guys you probably haven't heard of, but it's actually really, really important in the history of a lot of things. Because Alfonso X was probably one of the most tolerant and curious monarchs in European history. He allowed for and encouraged translation between Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin. He encouraged poets and artists and mathematicians. He was probably one of the most benign, enlightened despot. In fact, if you want to think of an enlightened despot par excellence, it was Alfonso X. He was called Alfonso the Wise. And again, when all of a sudden you get these epithets right, like when you're Philip the Fair, Philip the Bold, or Radu the Ugly, these typically are kind of accurate. And Alfonso the Wise was a pretty wise dude. And it's in his administration that Jews were probably allowed the greatest amount of civil freedom until Napoleon. So if you want to think about it in those terms, right? Alfonso X probably allowed Jews more freedoms in his realm than any other European leader until Napoleon. And so Alfonso the Wise set up a relatively liberal, again, within the confines of medieval Christendom and all the things that go into that, but a relatively liberal world in which new ideas could be published, Jews could travel, they could do these things. Also, what's important to note about this at the same time is that Jews and Christians are living in an unusually close proximity, especially in Spain and Girona, and they're talking at a level that they really hadn't prior, and they really don't ever after. And they're influencing each other. Two things are really worth mentioning here. One is the Cathar cult, right? The Cathar heresy, I say heresy, whatever. The Cathars were kind of, it seems like a lay-led, semi-agrarian, dualistic movement of Christendom that lived at the very margins of Catholicism and maybe even outside of it. and they were intensely persecuted by the Catholic Church during what is called the Albigensian Crusades. People forget that the first Crusades were not Christians against Muslims; they were Christians against other Christians. The Albigensian Crusades was a crusade against, in many ways, other Christians. Albigensian Catholic Christians. It also was important to note about this time period is this is the time period of the rise of the Marian cult. And I say Marian cult, just know that I'm going to use the word cult. I'm using the religious studies term. I don't mean the word cult in a negative way. I just mean as an intense religious movement. And that's to say there was an intense spike in Spain at this time around the image and theology of Mary, and Mary adoration became intense at this time period and around the early 13th century around Mary. There was a lot of intense veneration of Mary at this time. That's going to matter in a minute because that's going to be a marketing problem for the Jews. Because Mary is very charismatic. People really like Mary. If you go to Catholic Church, they're about that Mary life, right? Marian intercession, Mary veneration proved to be enormously popular with rank and file people. Well, it's supply and demand. If the Catholics got the Mary thing, what are the Jews going to get? You know the answer. Shekhinah. Right? In many ways, we now think the Shekhinah, the feminine aspect of God, is the Jewish response to the rise in the Marian veneration. Anything you can do, we can do better. You got the Mother of God, we got the feminine God. Right? This is a kind of theological one-upmanship maybe we see and the development of Kabbalah. There on the left, you can see Alfonso X. I actually have a coin. I collect medieval coins because I have to have every conceivable dorky hobby that one can have. And I actually have a silver dinar of Alfonso X. You can even see in his minting that he's really picky about his minting. His minting is especially beautiful in a way that previous and after their minting, Spanish minting is notoriously bad. But Alfonso X really wanted to have beautiful coins minted, and you can see that in his mints. He's an eye to detail. All right. So, what are the kind of core philosophical problems that are going to intervene in the rise of Kabbalah? Because one of the things I always like to point out to people is that mysticism and rationalism are never really opposed in history until now. It's only in the aftermath of the 18th century that we really oppose the mystical and the rational. You don't see that in the Middle Ages. You don't see it in the late classical period. It's a really modern thing in many ways. So what we get, right, is an attempt to solve a group of philosophical problems. And we say philosophical, what we really might say is theosophical. They're philosophical problems that heavily overlap with theology. So it's not quite philosophy, it's not quite theology, it's something in between. Because there was already a developed Jewish theology, and there was already developed Jewish philosophy, Maimonides, Sadiqon, right? And there was a traditional visions of God that had been inherited from the Talmud. Well, this isn't either one of them. This is something in between, sort of a cutting-edge kind of thing. So the question became this. This is basically a Neoplatonic question for folks who know a bit about the history of philosophy. And I say it's a Neoplatonic question because Neoplatonism is now moving into Europe via the Islamic context for the first time. And that question is this. It's a pretty basic question that is unanswerable. We have an infinite God. Because no one wants a finite God, right? You don't want a God who doesn't know stuff. Like, you ask God, hey, what's the derivative of this? God's like, You don't want a God who doesn't know calculus. You want a completely transcendent God that is all-knowing, all-powerful, all-wise, all-good, all the things. Right? You want this God. Everybody wants that transcendent God. And yet, we ain't transcendent. We're immanent. I don't know everything about calculus. I guarantee you. Right? I don't know everything about the Kabbalah. I don't know everything about most things. 99.999 things I don't know everything about. I don't know anything about anything, probably. This is a basic philosophical problem. How do you bridge the gap? Because let's do some basic math. Infinity minus 1 is still infinity. Infinity minus 10 million is still infinity. Infinity minus 12 billion, 11 billion, whatever. You can't subtract enough, right? If you think about trying to pull the infinite towards you by subtraction, you never get to it. And if you try to get to infinity, right, by adding more, a little bit more, Well, you're never going to get there either. Because no matter what you add to a finite number, you'll never get to infinity. How do you bridge the gap? And Neoplatonism is famous, infamous, for trying to solve this problem by adding in what they call hypostases. Hypostases is just a complicated word for things that are in between. They're things that are in the middle. They're states in the middle. And so you can see that these go from really complicated, right? Right? So this is the most simple one here on the far left. This is the system of Plotinus, the very famous Greek Roman philosopher from the 3rd century. And then by the time we get to the Orphic philosophies, right, this very small image, you can see how very complicated this has gotten. Now, right, these are just intermediaries between us and God, between the one and the sensual. Now, if you look at this image, right, or this image, I bet you can already see where we're going. If you've ever seen an image of the Sephiroth, the tree of life, right? You see how these look the same? They're starting to look similar? It's because Kabbalists are going to solve the problem in a really similar way. Alright? Again, we have to end this weird modern idea that mysticism and rationality, mysticism and philosophy can't play together. They've always played together until recently. And this is a great example where they clearly play together. Now, Kabbalah wants to, like I say, have its cake and eat it too. They want to maintain that God is in fact infinitely transcendent. They want to maintain that. And they want to maintain that God is immanent. God is the God of the Hebrew Bible that walks around in the cool of the evening in the Garden of Eden. They want to maintain God's radical transcendence and God's radical immanence. They want to have both. Because they have to have both. Because if God showed up to some guy and gave him a bunch of rules, God is immanent in this world. And also, if God is responsible for being, God must transcend being. Because being can't come from being, being must come from something else. And so God must be also be beyond being. And how Kabbalah is going to solve this is by introducing 3 concepts that anyone here who's studied any Kabbalah already has heard of. But you may not know why they're there, right? If they're there, because they solve these 3 philosophical problems. Now, solve them is a strong word, but in the mind of the Kabbalists, they solve them. The first is the concept of Ein Sof. This is the infinite hidden God. This is the God beyond all being. Ein Sof just means infinite, right? It's just the God beyond all being. This is the God that is transcendent, that is unknowable, that is beyond everything that you could ever imagine, and is beyond all linguistic predication. But you can't end there. God has to get here. How does God get here? God emanates out of that vast, infinite, beyond being, that vast nothingness, no thingness, right? God is no thing. God has to begin to enumerate. God has to begin to emanate out of God's self. And how does God emanate out of God's self? Well, God emanates out of God's self in 10 Sephiroth. And those Sephiroth are the emanations cascading out of the Godhead, out of the infinite nothingness of the Godhead, something. And bit by bit, a ladder is built, reaching down into being. And the very last rung of that ladder is God's presence. Shekhinah, the feminine aspect of God, right? God pours out God's presence. And as God pours out God's presence, that in the shelter of that presence, right, is the immanent reality of God in this world. And in some sense, is this world. Does that final one from this world? So the solution to this problem, the gap between the infinite and the finite, is a Neoplatonic problem. Kabbalah is a very, 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 very complicated way of solving that problem, using these 3 philosophical devices. Ein Sof, Spheros, Shekhinah. Now we're going to greatly complicate that story as we get into this, right? But my argument is that if you boil it down to the basic problem, that basic problem, the gap between the finite and the infinite, and the basic solution are these 3 things. Now, when I say basic, not basic at all. And also, when we get into Kabbalah, as we see, it's much more complicated. Right? It's going to get much more complicated. Let's talk about some of the early groups of Kabbalists at this time. The earliest one we can talk about, right? We may need to stretch this lecture till next time. That may have to happen. We're actually kind of going kind of slow. We'll make what time we have, and we'll pick up next time, or we leave off, we'll pick up what we pick up next time. The earliest school of Kabbalah that we can recognize as such is what we call the Iyun circle, the speculation circle. This circle of folks existed somewhere either in southern Spain, although more recent scholarship puts it more southern France, although more recent scholarship puts it in Spain. And this group of folks seem to have been a very small group of rabbinical elites focusing on these kinds of problems. For them, they also posit the idea that there's some kind of a ladder gapping the infinite and the finite. And for them, however, that ladder is actually 13 sephirot. And what they do is they say that there are 10 sephirot, but the 10th sephirot contains 3 additional zeros. Right? So they think that there are 13. Now you might be asking why 13? Well, because they're trying to solve another problem. And that other problem is that there seem to be 13 attributes of the mercy of God in the rabbinical literature. And they think that it's much more logical for there to be 13 attributes of God rather than 10. So they kind of roll the last 3 into the final one, kind of nested in there. Now that idea of nesting emanations within emanations, right? That's going to go absolutely bonkers in a couple hundred years. Where you have nested sephirot inside nested sephirot inside nested sephirot, out of control. Their metaphorical language, what really makes the Iyun circle really important is that a lot of their symbolic language, like the language of lights and flames, lights and fragrances, right? That when you smell a beautiful rose, right, it doesn't take anything away from the rose. Now, strictly speaking, I guess it does, but they didn't know that. Right, but the idea is that when you smell in the rose still stays the same, even though you get the fragrance. And so in some ways, you can think about that the rose emitting fragrance is an image for the emanations of God in the world. In fact, this idea survived. If you've ever read the 13-petal rose, the idea that the fragrance is given off by the flower that is God, which, by the way, is a feminine symbol, right? The flower and the vulva are almost always connected together in medieval poetry. We're already beginning to get this sort of clearing aspect of the nature of the Godhead, where God is feminine and male at the same time, both an active force, right, but also a passive force. That humans are the ones smelling, but God is giving off the odor. So again, you get this idea where this gender bending stuff is already beginning to happen. The image of the overflowing fountain, it's very clear that they're actually looking at medieval fountains and imagining these cascading fountains in the Middle Ages in Spain as kind of like what God is like. So you can actually look at these medieval fountains. I've actually gone to Spain and seen some of these medieval fountains in Castile, and they're still there from this time period. You're like, oh wow, that's what they were seeing when they thought of the sephirot, right? And sometimes they imagine the sun going down, and they can see the sun coming through the light of the water. And that image to them is very powerful of how the universe, how the cosmos functions. They're also very keenly interested in the Sifrei Yetzirah. They do write some commentaries involving the creation of the golem, and they're very interested philosophically in how creation began and it persists. About 32 very brief works of the Iyun circle, the earliest circle of Kabbalists there, probably in Spain, survived. Although some of their works are only a page long. The most famous work they produced was a text called The Fountain of Wisdom, and The Fountain of Wisdom goes on to be reprinted and reprinted and reprinted well beyond the survival of the Iyun circle. There is a book, I'll give a reference at the end. If you want to read basically the major works that have come down to us from the Iyun circle, I'll give you a book that you can check out if you want to read some of their works. Many of them have been translated, some of them have been translated. The other major group here is going to be the Provence Circle, and specifically the Provence Circle being led by Isaac the Blind, who is also referred to as Saki Nahor, which in Aramaic means the one who is full of life. The idea is that while Saki Nahor couldn't see from birth, he could see. He couldn't see from his eyes, but he could see with his soul. And the fact that he was blind was not a disability; it was actually an ability, because Saki Nahor wasn't deluded like the rest of us. Saki Nahor could see the inner structure of reality, whereas we just see a bunch of illusions. And to the idea that Saki Nahor was not blind was full of light. So I always like to refer to him as Saki Nahor rather than Isaac the Blind, rather focused on his ability than him as a disabled person. At any rate, Saki Nahor thrived in the late part of the 12th century, and he is, as so far as we can tell, the first full-time Kabbalist. He wasn't an adjunct Kabbalist. He was a full-time Kabbalist. He was a Kabbalist tenure track. And we can thank him for fixing the amount of the Sephirot. He fixes it to 10. After Saki Nahor fixes the number of Sephirot to 10, he uses a verse in the Hebrew Bible from 1 Chronicles 29:11 to fix the number of Sephirot to 10. It never changes after that. Never. Saki Nahor basically sets the stage for Kabbalah, at least in terms of delimiting the amount of Sephirot that there are. And what he argues is that the Sefirot actually existed prior to our world. They're a bridge to our world. So God exists in God's utter transcendent state. The Sephirot are a kind of intermundia. They're a world between worlds. And our world is what is connected by the ladder of the Sephirot to the world of the transcendent. So, and this will be a debate, by the way, a lot in Kabbalah, is to what degree do the Sephirot exist in our world or beyond our world, or are they a part of our world? Do they transcend our world? In which world do they exist? Do they exist before or after creation, right? When God said yes before, does that inaugurate the development of the Sephirot, or do they exist prior to that? Saki Nahor actually argues in a really dramatic and really ingenious, there's another word for it. What he does is to prove this, that the Sephirot existed prior to our world. Saki Nahor actually goes to the Hebrew Bible, to the book of Genesis, and he describes how the very first chapters of Genesis, the creation story, do not describe the creation of our world. For Saki Nahor, the Genesis creation story, let there be light, and there was light, and there was lights, and there was the firmament, and all this stuff. For him, that's not our world. That's the world before our world. So the Genesis creation story, the first Genesis creation story, describes the world. In fact, the second one too describes the generation of the post-divine world, the world after God is utterly transcendent, but before our world comes into existence. Now, we're very lucky because our world mirrors that world. And therefore, the Genesis story does double duty. Read on one level, it's the story of how our world came into existence. But read on a deeper level, on a more transcendent level, it's the story of how the eternal world, the world of the Sephirot, came into existence. And so if you know how to read it correctly, according to Saki Nahor, in this very esoteric way, you can read into the Genesis story the preternatural coming into being of the world. And his commentary is, to my mind, the first commentary to do exactly that. Now, the Sefer Zohar, which we'll get to beginning next week, spends hundreds of pages on that. So again, Saki Nahor sets the stage for what's going to become the huge unfolding of the world of the Zohar and the world of the Kabbalah proper. Now, as you might imagine, Saki Nahor also prohibited teaching these ideas to the public, even prohibited writing them down. He had a famous quote that he sent to some of his students over in Castile, where he said, in the Blinds in Provence, he said, look, if you said a book concealed in a cupboard isn't. If you lock a book in a cupboard, it's not concealed. It's going to get out, right? And so he says, write this stuff down. Right? He says, candle concealed in a cupboard isn't concealed. Why? It's the light shining in it. If you try to conceal a candle in a cupboard, you think someone's going to see it. Well, if you try to conceal this stuff in books, it's not going to work. Why? People are going to find the books. People are going to publish the books. They're going to copy them.
And so he's the first person to actively forbid the writing down of Kabbalistic ideas, and it was for a very brief time successful. Let me focus on the phrase very brief, right? Very brief. Because as soon as it gets over the border to Spain and Girona, the brothers, the Kabbalists over in Girona, immediately began disseminating this material. And what ended up happening is they further disseminated and they further write it down and they began to disseminate it. You can see here, this is an image of the Girona synagogue. Still there in Girona. I've been there. It's very weird to walk around in the old Jewish sections of Girona knowing that Kabbalah was basically birthed there. It feels like a wall of Kabbalah at some level. And trauma. It's very many Jews were evicted from those areas. Rabbi Azrael, one of the Saginaw students, systematizes the Sephirot for the first time. And not only does he systematize the Sephirot, he systematizes the very earliest doctrines about the Sephirot into what is basically a Kabbalistic catechism. When I say catechism, I mean catechism. Question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, catechism. Again, Catholics and Jews, they kind of talk to each other. Catholics about that catechism, right? Well, right, many Jews look to scholastic literature for this question and answer structure, and they copy it. And Rabbi Azrael is one of the first to really systematize, for the first time, Kabbalah, and in many ways produces the first systematic account of how Ein Sof gives rise to Sephirot, how Sephirot gives rise to God's world. So it's something like an early Kabbalistic catechism. It's a really fantastic little text. Also, one of Rabbi Azrael's students is Nachmanides, who you probably know as the Ramban. Nachmanides is one of the most famous Bible commentators in the entire Middle Ages, and he's famous for pointing out mystical parts of the Hebrew Bible in his commentaries. Now, his commentary itself isn't overtly mystical, but he always says, right, if you know, you know. He always points to these very clear instances, right, where there's a Kabbalistic thing happening. Here's a thing, here's a thing. There are these signposts in his commentaries telling, right, that there's a Kabbalistic thing that's secret here. And in many ways, Nachmanides' commentary is very mystically imbued commentary on the Hebrew Bible, goes to great lengths to making Kabbalah more mainstream. And we're going to see this to be an issue, right? Kabbalah has always had a PR problem. It's always been the case that's been very alluring, but rabbis have always been pretty skeptical of it for many years. In Nachmanides, one of the main things he does is he legitimates a lot of Kabbalistic ideas by including them in what was taken to be one of the most definitive Bible commentaries ever written. So sometimes you don't have to innovate a thing, sometimes you can just legitimate a thing. And by including it, by legitimating it, by the way, we've already seen that happen with Sefer Yetzirah, right? Sefer Yetzirah basically became part of the Jewish canon because very famous Jews like Barzillai, Shabbatai Zolo, and the Sadia Gaon all wrote commentaries on it. Well, if they wrote commentaries on it, it must be good. It must be true. Well, ditto is Nachmanides has written, right, if you understand this, right, Al Derech, Al Priya Derech, right, if you understand this, right, Al Priya Derech Emet, according to the way of truth, then it must be some Kabbalistic thing that must be important. Also, Jacob Sheshet is important here as well. He's basically a moralizer, right? He writes very moralizing treatises, and those moralizing treatises go a great deal of the way of developing a Kabbalistic moral system, which we'll get into. And also, he's an attack on how Muslim Maimonides interpret the throne of God. This is very important, right? Because one of the things Kabbalists want to do is maintain earlier forms of mysticism, like American mysticism. Remember, it ultimately results with one being able to witness the throne of God. And part of what Yahweh Sheshet wants to do is maintain a very traditional, mystical understanding of the throne of God, as opposed to Maimonides' very metaphorical and symbolic and non-literal, maybe more rational God. Last one, folks, as we start to wrap up for this evening. We now move over to Castile, right? Into northern central Spain. And again, the drama of the Kabbalah is playing itself out in southern France and Spain, over here now to Castile. The Castile circle really focused in on two brothers, the Coen brothers, which I know you're now thinking the Coen brothers, like they make movies. Not them. The Coen brothers in Castile, and they both claim to have found hidden lost books. Now, these hidden lost books they claim to have found, typically we look at those claims in history with a lot of skepticism. But they might have been lying. Scholars think that they may have had access to some relatively unusual books from maybe late antiquity, maybe a little later, but there's a reason to believe that some of the things they were looking at weren't completely made up out of their head. And what we get in Rabbi Jacob is a very interesting interpretation, a very esoteric interpretation of the Hebrew letters. That idea of an esoteric interpretation of the Hebrew letters we've already seen in the Sefer here. We get another version of it here in Rabbi Jacob. And in Rabbi Isaac, we get perhaps one of the most shocking books, I think the most top 3 shocking books ever written in Judaism. This is a book called The Treatise of the Emanation of the Left-Hand Side. And what Rabbi Isaac argues is that flowing down the left-hand side of the emanation structure of the divine is evil. That evil is a quintessential aspect of the development of God, that the Sephiroth have an inherently evil concept that could not have been, right? Now, this is very important, because traditionally in Judaism and in Christianity and in Islam, evil has typically been imagined to be a privation. Just like cold is a privation of heat, or darkness is a privation of light, many theologians argue that darkness or evil doesn't exist on its own. The Coen brothers, specifically in this tractate on the treatise on the emanation left-hand side, argues no. Evil is part and parcel of the structure of reality. It could not have been otherwise. And further, God did try to constrain it, and it didn't work. God tried to constrain it 3 different times. Every time it reared back in a horrifying reality. And by the 3rd time, what ends up happening is there's an entire alternate Sephiroth system on the back side of the Sephiroth system that's evil. So imagine the divine system, right, with like all those dots of the Sephiroth. Well, imagine they have an inverse version. That inverse version is evil, right? Now the first 3 are destroyed. God destroys them, but the rest remain. And the last 3, last 7 that remain are demonic forces that still haunt our reality. And those demonic forces are part and parcel of the necessary structure of reality. So this is where evil is actually primordial. Evil existed before creation itself, and it will be here until creation is destroyed. This idea, right, the idea that evil is primeval, seems to have really been influential on the development of early Kabbalah, and the idea that evil is fundamental to reality is going to go directly into the Zohar. So what's going to end up happening is this evil is going to be here basically until the Messiah comes, and this world is completely transformed and purged of that evil. So insofar as it is a reality, that reality is penetrated, inherently, logically penetrated. Now, the idea, right, is that we can resist that evil by doing the mitzvot. This idea coming from the treatise of the emanation left-hand side says when you do the law of God, you follow the Torah, you're not just following the rules of God, what you're actually doing is metaphysical warfare against evil. So when you observe Sabbath, when you lay tefillin, when you give money to the poor, you're not just doing a mitzvah. You're engaged in a titanic battle of good versus evil, where the goodness pushes back against the demonic forces of evil. By pushing back the demonic forces of evil, it creates a kind of gap, and into that gap, Messiah will come. And so the idea is that you have to do this. And the Talmud's also pretty clear about this. Messiah only comes with 2 circumstances. when a generation deserves it because of their righteous deeds, or when the world is so evil that only the Messiah can fix it. And so the idea here is he must do the work of creating a gap through righteousness in the forces of evil so that Messiah can come through, wipe it all out. So the trees on the emanation on the left-hand side, we're going to see as we get into the Zohar next week, is decisively important in the development of the Kabbalistic conception of evil, which is not anything like Maimonides, it's nothing like St. Augustine, it's nothing like the proponents of Al-Ashari in the Islamic tradition. This is a rigorous idea that evil is real, it's part of reality, and it must be actively resisted. Again, some Christian theologians of the Middle Ages see also their focus on evil, right? You can even see the art of the Middle Ages, right? Where even if you've ever seen the art of the crucifixion, right? You can see that around the time of the early Middle Ages, Jesus is hanging on the cross looking very serene. But by the High Middle Ages, he's bloated, green, he's dangling almost in a Y shape. His body is frail, broken. Evil becomes a huge conception in the 13th century in Spain. We can see those ideas beginning to leak into the Jewish sphere with the treatise and the emanation on the left-hand side. It's in this circumstance, folks, as we start to wrap up this evening, I'll take some questions. So went a little bit longer than normal. It's in this circumstance that we meet Moshe de Leon, right? In Castile, in the middle of the 13th century. And it is around Moshe de Leon that a book called the Sefer Zohar was composed. And if you know anything about Zohar, anything about Kabbalah, this is the central text of Jewish mysticism, the Sefer Zohar. And I will say, in many ways, it's the last text to gain universal recognition by all of the world's Jews as scripture. Let's say that once more before we end for tonight. The Sefer Zohar, the book of the Zohar, is the last text to gain universal recognition from Jews in Yemen, Jews in Spain, Jews in Northern Europe, Jews in North Africa, Jews in North America and South America, Jews in the Caribbean. All of those came to accept the authority of the Sefer Zohar, and it is the last Jewish scripture to come into scripture in the US. The only Jew who really rejected it were 19th century reformers. They rejected it. Right? So they decanonized it. Prior to that, there was no Jewish group, no Jewish community that didn't think at some level the Sefer Zohar was a piece of scripture. I argue we've got to reclaim it as scripture. Liberal Jews, right? We've got to reclaim it because I think it's one of the most amazing documents ever written in the textuality. It's an amazing document. We should reclaim it. And we should reclaim it because of what it does with gender. We should reclaim it because of what it does with language. It's a postmodern text in many ways. We should do it for what it does to all the amazing things in theology. We should reclaim it because it's ours. And it should not be the unique purview of the Haredi world that claim it is theirs. But it is so hard to claim as part of our scriptures too. And so we'll get to it starting next time. Just some text here on early Kabbalah if you're interested. The Joseph Don book, early Kabbalah, I would say is pound for pound single best book of Kabbalah, early Kabbalah you can get. The early Kabbalah, that's pretty aptly titled. He covers a lot of this stuff. The treatise and the emanation left-hand side is also in the early Kabbalah. Also, there's a really great book he has on the Union Cherub Circle, the guys that invented Salah, emanation. He has a whole book on them, really fascinating. You don't need to eyeball that one, it's a little expensive. If you want to read about the Union Circle, the earliest group of Kabbalists, Vernon has a really great book on them. The entire text of the Sefer Bahir is reproduced by Kaplan. Although I will say that my Kaplan is a practicing Lurianic Kabbalist. We'll get to Lurianic Kabbalah in a few weeks. And he kind of reads back into literature like Sefer Yetzirah and Sefer Bahir, later Lurianic concepts, distort them a little bit. but still a good text, and still a good translation nonetheless. And reproduce the chart for all right, thanks, folks. We get to the big one. We're going to spend an entire session on the Sefer Zohar. I can do an entire class on the Sefer Zohar, and easily do an entire class. Like, for the rest of my life, studying the Sefer Zohar. But we're going to spend an entire class on it, and doing my very best to get you oriented to it, so that you can feel confident to at least beginning to get into some of the sections. Because it is an intimidating text, and I'll admit, it's the single most intimidating text I know of. Like Hegel, Fisher-Price, compared to the Sefer Zohar, right? Like, just, phenomenology of spirit, it's like training. So, with that said, folks, Sefer Zohar next week. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Six to 7.
Welcome, all the guests. How should we guess? What do we have here? Show me what's your name? From? No, I went to yeshiva there. Here's the ladies. Very good. Smart. Were you alive in the 80s? It's a time sweaty in the house. My voice, you know, your brother told me that it's going to start
3 episodes ago. There's like no way to measure what it's going to be like. Sometimes they just stop clapping. Sometimes they keep clapping. This group really knows how to accentuate awkwardness when it happens.
It really does, right?
Like that was a nice solid clap. I say, "What's up, everybody?" And everybody stopped clapping and then didn't say anything. So that's going to translate weird.
Yeah.
You would almost think that it was like fake applause turned down.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I'm glad to see you guys, even though you guys love sitting in the back rows and hiding, obviously. I invited some of you to move up earlier. But it's good. I like the front row empty.
You know, those are comedy veterans though that don't just sit in the front row.
It's true. Those are the best ones, right? Right. Hide out.
Yeah. Did you ever sit in the front row of a comedy club?
Well, I
Have you ever?
have I ever? No, that's weird.
I saw my second show was Dave Attell, and I sat right in the front row.
That'd be awesome.
And I was recording him with this little camera.
Jesus, you're a shady motherfucker.
And he called me out.
I bet.
Pretty great video. Oh, by the way, a good friend of Death Squad. She's been on many Death Squad shows. Rita Lux is here in the audience, guys. And she's an amazing artist. And she just gave me a gift. Can you hold my microphone for a second?
Yeah.
She just gave me a gift. She has new art prints that are available on her store. She's got a lot of cool stuff, and her design is really unique. I love her how she draws. She kind of draws like Aeon Flux, kind of, if you know the old Aeon Flux cartoon. But anyways, check her out. Her store is I love Red Band. All right. RitaLux.bigcartel.com, and that's RITALUX.bigcartel.com. Rita, thank you very much for the print. This is awesome.
This episode is also brought to you by McDonald's. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
That's true.
I had McDonald's today for lunch, and boy, am I feeling good. Helps me all the time. By the way, McDonald's now has free Wi-Fi, so if you were loving it before, you're going to be loving it even more. A special sponsor of this year's Olympics in Sochi, McDonald's, bringing the best of tomorrow to you today.
Who are the people that are doing their work at McDonald's on the Wi-Fi?
I know, right? Oh man, I have so much shit I have to get done. I gotta go to McDonald's and take care of this ASAP.
Paying probation tickets.
There's shit that I have to sit there and procrastinate through for 5 hours. I'm going to McDonald's for their free Wi-Fi. Not only is the Wi-Fi free, but also the refills. McDonald's, I'm loving it. Thank you, McDonald's, for the sponsorship. We're so excited about that. We can't believe that they would take a chance on a Belly Room comedy podcast, but they did, and we're very excited about that. A lot of people were thinking that we might sell out and go corporate at any point. Guess what? We were. McDonald's, where you can relax and take time for yourself, only at McDonald's. That's what it says on the top.
And I was just looking for a picture of somebody masturbating or something like that, but there is a milkshake, a squirting milkshake there.
They're really trying to play it like McDonald's isn't only for meth heads anymore.
Right. Hey.
I mean, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Anyway.
McDonald's, for people running late to a show and they have to eat in 2 minutes.
Right. Relax, take time for yourself, and go through our drive-thru as fast as you can.
Right.
Anyway. Fuck yeah. So this is episode 45 of Kill Tony. This is very exciting. My God, I don't want to really bring this up. We can't talk about who it is, but I just want to say, because I have to acknowledge it, we have some guests coming up on this show that are unbelievable. And I had one today that something happened a few hours before. But by God, there's some big ones coming up. Just wanted to get that out there.
Nice dick tease for the audience now.
I was so excited for what was about to happen that I just had to mind fart that one because we almost had somebody diabolical.
Yeah.
Even though we have an amazing show with two people that have already been on. In fact, Bree is our Patriot, is a return Patriot.
But probably one of the best Patriots. The response from this Patriot's been amazing.
No doubt about it. I mean, this one is out of control. Before we bring him out, we should talk about our shows on the 18th, 19th, and 20th.
Oh, yeah.
Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver. McDonald's. I love it.
You know, you need to take time for yourself once in a while by going to that April 18th, 19th, and 20th. For 420, we're going to be at the Edgewater Casino in Vancouver, which is awesome. I can't wait to get crazy stoned in a public place.
Yes, absolutely. 420 at Vancouver. We're going to smoke some pot and then enjoy a good McCafe, a new dessert treat. They even have real maraschino cherries that they put on top. They only give you one. You can get a refill, but only one cherry.
And this new Taco Bell breakfast, fuck Taco Bell breakfast. Who wants Taco Bell breakfast? It's disgusting.
I don't want Taco Bell dinner, so it's really tough to convince me. I'm not a very big pro breakfast person. I'm like a horse. I'll eat some oats. But you know what I really love, though, is McDonald's breakfast, available before 11 p.m.
Right.
So you guys get it. Let's bring out our head. Since the beginning of this show, for some reason, we've always had a head of security, somebody to keep us safe. For more than 30 episodes, we had the Iron Patriot, who was a very loyal member of everything, and then he turned his back on us. So we've been rotating in new Patriots each week. This one is a return Patriot, one of our favorites of all time, and he's stronger than ever. Put your hands together for Iron Earl Skakel, everybody. Ravishing Patriot. Fuck yeah, there he is. Some people wonder, how's it going, Patriot person?
I'd like to take a moment to all you fat, lazy, untalented potluckers. You better be funny, or you're out. I'll show your women what a real sexy body looks like.
God. Fuck yeah. So those of you that don't get it yet, Iron Earl sort of plays it like he's the bad guy in a wrestling match. And I gotta tell you, Earl, that is quite the up. I don't know if that's an upgrade or a downgrade, losing the pants and just going with underwear tonight. But Jesus, it's very hard to look at.
It's not. There's too many shadows going on over there.
Well, yeah, people just squeeze it in to get a closer look at Earl's junk. Welcome, guys. Yeah.
This is disturbing.
A lot of people said that Earl was our most controversial Patriot. A lot of racist remarks at some points. One of the facts that you said was that your special power is white power.
It's the only power I have. I watch fruits backwards. I get hard.
I'm not even exactly sure what that means, but
I'm not either.
if you watched it backwards, that means what? They'd be free at the end.
Yeah, but the beginning was great.
What is that pelvic thrust you're doing? Do you have Tourette's of the crotch? Oh, Jesus. Whoa, there you go.
Lady, that's 30%.
All right. I love the fact that you almost don't wear any of the costume, but you do wear the bra part of it. You're willing to let your junk hang out, but your nipples, no way.
You gotta pay.
If you just look at his dick while he talks, it just looks like his dick has one of those throat cancer microphones on it. Watch.
Oh yeah.
Talk.
Yeah.
Jesus. Fuck yeah. Well, welcome back, Patriot. It's very exciting to have you. He's the only Patriot that doesn't wear the mask because we actually think his face is funnier than the Patriot helmet. So he's got a Kennedy head. You have Kennedy in your blood, right?
Yeah. If I was riding a shotgun with Kennedy, he'd still be alive.
It's a joke about how big his head is, folks, for those of you listening at home or in this room. It's just not acknowledging how gigantic of a head he has. That's not an optical illusion. I see one lady cleaning off her glasses right now. Very shocked at what she's seeing. You have some hefty glasses, too. What are those? Like, how bad is your vision?
I can see the sun.
Well, we can all see the sun. That's really not a very good, I think you should have a different answer loaded up for next time on that. I can see the sun and the moon.
That may not be it next time. Weather, man.
Fuck yeah, did you feel the earthquake over the weekend?
That's fucking like massive. I thought it was big.
You felt it, right?
Did the dudes think the same thing?
It's possible. A hole's a hole at 4 in the morning.
I actually felt it. They were filming a documentary, Graham Elwood's documentary, Earbuds, was filming it. They were interviewing me during it. I had one of those freak out moments like they did the guy in the news.
You did?
Yeah. It was very close to the Epic Center or whatever the fuck it's called.
Epic Center.
Where it's like super awesome.
Yeah, it's like so epic.
Epic, bro. It's a good quick. No, but it was like near Pasadena where I was at. So I got footage, like nice HD footage of me acting like a bitch now.
Great. Awesome. Fuck yeah. Well, let's get this party started, shall we? It's episode 45 of Kill Tony, ladies and gentlemen. And as always, I have two of my funniest friends here to sit with me and hang out and watch comedy. So, put your hands together for two of our finest return guests that we've ever had. Earl, you tell your dicks to settle down a little bit. Fuck yeah. There you go. Josh Martin, everybody, the worst comedy producer in Hollywood. Always there 5 minutes after you need him. One of the only grown men that I know that looks like he drinks juice boxes. Josh Martin, everybody. There he is. Doesn't he look like he should always have a juice box in his hand? Yeah. Anyway, here's our guests, everybody. Two of my favorites. It's Jade Catafretta and Kirk Fox, everybody. You know Jade from the podcast. Kirk Fox, Comedy Central, The Test. Love The Test. One of my favorite shows to watch when I get a chance. So. No, it's so true. Hi, guys.
Hi. Earl.
Fuck yeah, what do you guys think about this Patriot?
I've always thought he looked like Flanders, you know, because he's like kind of dorky and then he takes off his shirt. And you're like,
Good comparison.
Yeah.
you know, because Flanders has that like fake, really super hot Jesus chest, just like Earl.
I think it's working. His head might not be big. We might just have small
We
heads.
have tiny heads.
Well, we know he has a tiny head down there.
I guess it is. Who are you asking? Anybody. Oh man, I like it. I can see every tiny part of your dick. Your underwear was a little wet earlier and you let it dry out. It's cute. That's a better look.
He really got his balls busted about that one.
God almighty had to use.
He had a little dribble.
Yeah, it is tough, right?
Yeah.
Guy's got a little dribble. It's okay.
Yeah.
The older you get, that starts happening.
It's really hard to avoid the drip. I mean, I notice it. Sometimes I'll wear like gray underwear. Red's another one. The red almost turns purple if it's wet.
Is this a problem you guys all have?
There's a couple drops that'll happen. I mean, not like it wasn't like he peed his
I
pants.
can stop mine at any moment.
Yeah, it's just one tiny drop.
But even if the tip's wet, it turns into a drop.
If I drop, it's because I want to.
There's some in the barrel that you have to just squeeze out after you've stopped.
Yeah.
But
Sort
who
of like
does that?
mini jerk it off for a second.
Little baby.
Sometimes I just drip in the toilet and then pee in my underwear.
Oh.
Just to confuse everybody.
It's pretty sexy. All I guess it's all very sexy.
Yeah.
You don't ever drip?
I don't drip. No, I actually never drip.
You're seeing.
No, I can feel it. I
She
can
has
feel
a lot of lips covering up.
a lot of lips, big lips.
But when those get wet, see, I've had a thing lately where I'm trying to figure out where girls pee out of exactly.
You don't know.
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell
I
you.
sort of know, but I've never actually seen.
Does anybody know?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It just comes out.
What does the pee hole look like?
It looks like a little hole.
Yeah, it's a tiny hole.
Where?
Pull it down.
I'm not gonna show you my pee.
But it doesn't look like a hole. It just
Yeah.
looks like a piece of skin.
Yes, it does. I try, like if I spread it, I can kind of designate where it goes.
Really?
Yeah. But I feel like I'm down.
Oh, here's the best video you need to watch. I don't know if it's still online. It used to be on Live Leak. It's a guy fucking a girl in her pee hole.
It's Earl.
That's real.
I'm just taking it in, Brian. I'm just taking it all in.
I'll find it by the end of the podcast.
Yeah, what was it? A tiny penis and a giant pee hole?
Kind of. It wasn't that big. It was like a pencil dick. But still, to stretch out the pee hole and fuck it, it's crazy.
Was there a horse involved? Or no?
No horse.
I always think about that, like, because there was a thing with a guy stuck a tiny fork in his pee hole in jail, and it was like an exotic thing, like he was into it. But it was like a tiny fork. I mean, I guess some pee holes are bigger than others.
Tiny fork? That's a pretty big fork.
I mean, as far as fork goes, yeah. As far as something you shove up your penis, no. Do you know what I mean?
Jesus. How did we get on this? Pee hole.
Pee holes.
Earl started it.
I started it.
So let me ask you this: like, so if a guy is going down on a girl, they're pretty much licking the pee hole at some point.
Here we go. Pee hole fucking 2 on X2.
No.
This is the sequel, which a lot of people say it's not as good as the first one.
Is he playing a?
Yeah.
Where are we watching it?
Are we watching this video?
No, I'm watching it.
Is McDonald's sponsoring this video?
The guy fucking a girl's pee hole.
In my pee
Oh, it's a
hole.
black pee hole
You
also.
need to relax and take time to. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the?
Oh yeah, there we go. See that?
Wait, what?
This is a pee hole?
Yeah, that's a pee hole.
No.
Yes.
Wait,
That's one of those things you
What's
don't
that?
You don't even want to look at
It
it.
just looks like
That's
just
wrong.
horse dicks. It's very weird. Oh.
Wait, what? The only shot star. I so badly want to get what you just
Oh,
said.
wow, it's weird.
All
It
right,
doesn't
that's
make
good. That's good. I'm throwing.
What'd you say?
I'm tapping out.
Doesn't make sense.
I fold.
Yeah, I just tapped out on the. God, that's weird. That was very creepy. It's like that.
You gotta show us something to block that out.
I know.
The Disney. Show me some Disney.
What's the ginger to that sushi?
Show me someone fucking Bambi.
Alright. Here's
Not
a
in this.
dolphin vagina. No, here's dolphin vagina.
That's
I don't want to see that.
Oh,
That's Earl.
It's getting it's alpha male. It's alpha and male put together. It's alpha.
Oh, guys, let's get out of internet prison. We're live.
I love it.
We're live together here, all together. And if you guys could smell Earl, it's like a musk. It's a musk like a cabin that you haven't been to in a while, but you have supplies there, so you go back for like a vacation or when you're ready to rinse the house.
Earl, listen, she's attacking you, but I gotta tell you, you look good. You seem confident, good posture. You're set. I didn't notice it, so
It's how I flirt.
just stand tall.
He's right.
And what's gotten in the way?
His speaker box to his microphone. But yeah.
Earl, do you have any questions for our guests today?
I'm a big fan of hers.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I didn't get laughs. So I got good for 20 straight minutes. So you may have seen something else. Were you there? I was there, and I heard no laughs. It was mostly booze, but consistent. They were well focused, and they stayed strong for 20 minutes. Listen, I stood there in fear.
When it gets to a
How
certain
long
point,
did you do?
yeah. When it gets to a
20
certain
straight
point,
minutes of booing.
And that was his first show on that mega tour, and
I think it was whatever it was good. It was supposed to happen. I feel good that I didn't get shot.
was it a thing that at any time that you were like, you know what, I'm failing? Or did you like, I'm getting paid and I have to
No, I wouldn't say it was. Listen, you gotta take it in. There was 3,000 booing, and I wanted the other 2,000.
Right.
So I encouraged them to all unite as one, and just hate together.
yeah.
And they all came together, and they were consistent.
You should release that set on iTunes.
That set is gone. It's been destroyed.
Yeah.
He complimented you.
Yeah, but a lot of them have places to go. I was in Detroit.
new place, never been there.
You're like, I'll make
I'm gonna
this
get
a
my
little longer.
20 minutes. Charlie came out at the 10-minute mark and gave me a Hershey's kiss, which he thought would encourage me. I think he thought I was hypoglycemic.
Did he really do that?
What I just say, he did if he didn't.
Yeah, that would be pretty random.
Yeah, he's not really that kind of guy.
But,
So.
He came out, he thought he could calm them, but it just encouraged them
Right,
more,
of
because
course.
now they knew he was here. Basically, everything that could backfire that night did.
Right.
It was a perfect storm.
You had a tiny bit of pee in your pants.
Like I said, I could turn that up.
That's
I
awesome.
did have shit in my box.
Jade, you have a podcast called The Podcast.
Yeah, I'm still stoned from last week.
That was the highest that I've ever been in.
Yeah, Speed Week came by and just delivered weedless, is what I call it.
Yeah.
Your podcast is podcast?
Yeah, we smoke pot and then we play improv singing games.
Mine's no cast.
No guests. Just never happens. Do you try to put it together? Just too much of a pain.
I told Tony that he would do one called like Snuffcast, and we would talk to some of them.
Yeah, at the end of the
That's
episode, we
amazing.
killed them.
I thought you were just doing snuff the
We
whole
sell it
time.
on iTunes.
Yeah, iTunes, and we came to the conclusion that it'd be pretty tough to book guests. But,
Yeah.
But the ones you get,
You have to surprise the guests.
That would be a good podcast, having the podcast with a kidnapper and a hostage, you know? Just talk about current events.
So,
how scared are you, huh?
where are you from?
Shut the fuck up! How much do you think your parents Tell me what to ask for.
Halfway through the episode. Yeah, that's great.
I
And
have a
then you
special
call
set
them.
I have a special set of skills. I like to nap and wake up.
Then you call the parents on the air and negotiate the release.
Let's do it. Let's do practice one.
Yeah. Who wants to be behind it?
First 5 minutes, it's just the kidnapper, and the kidnappee still has the tape around their mouth or something. All right.
There's a lot of places to go.
We'll talk more about this after this one. Let's get this one kick-started, guys. You know what it is. It's Kill Tony 45, everybody. How you guys doing out there? How's that back row? Fuck yeah, there's those clapping hands.
Tony, question, just real quick. Was this one of the slowest starts you've ever think one has had?
Somebody just said, yeah, like
Feel
that.
good about it?
No, I feel good.
Okay.
Have you showed everybody your butt? I just feel like we're getting a better perspective than I mean.
Oh, God.
Why do I even look? Like I'm expecting like vaginas and boobs to come out of them? No.
Just show them your butt again. Don't talk.
Girl, those are audience members. The comedians are up there. Be mean to them, not them.
How many dick pull-ups can you do?
So you guys know what we do here. Comedians come up with a chance to do 1 minute on stage. They get pulled out of a bucket. They know that their minute's up when they hear the sound of a kitty. Aw, cute. That means your time's up. Don't go much longer than that, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. That is a bear that, on his way to space, killed a couple monkeys. So let's get this thing started. All right, let's go. Try to talk. Whoops, there you go. Why not just have that person be first? It literally just jumped out of the. Let's go for T-Pat. Oh, wow. Done well. Yeah, T-Pat.
Talking to my buddies, got these friends with like stupid ideas of what they would want to do for a living in a perfect world. I had this one friend, he goes, "Yeah, I'd be a gynecologist." Well, that would be fucking awesome. I'm like, I don't think you really thought this one through. Do you think being a gyno is like on your knees in front of supermodels all day, just checking their pussies for how good it looks? You really think like you're just sitting there going, "This looks nice. It looks good." Yeah, I'll say, "Yeah, look, big." Is that what you think? You're like, "All right, hurry up. This switch bikini team coming here real quick." And yeah, they're here. All right, ladies. Yeah, yes, come on. Come in, ladies. Come in, ladies. No. All at the same time. Up against the wall. Head over. I don't know why he thinks that's such a good idea. It's fun to do, right? Because the reality is, he's probably going to come home to his girlfriend, and the last thing he wants to see is her fucking disgusting vagina. He's been looking at nasty vaginas all day long. Right? Give me the fucking cat already.
There it is. No, that was a minute.
Was it a minute?
Yeah.
It's so hard to compress those into like a minute. It's just really difficult.
I thought if you took an up break, you had a lot more time than you think.
Yeah,
You upped a lot, so you could have been talking.
It's a longer joke than that, and there's so much more. And there's like voices and characters that I do, and then to compress that into a minute.
Okay. What's the point? What are you trying to say? What's your opinion on the subject?
Like I said, like they have these fantasies about like what a job is like that they don't do. So one of them would be gynecologist, which like looking.
Okay, yeah, make it really compact. Like say, it's a guy, it's a gynecologist. It's bad because break it down really tight.
It's bad because you're not looking at pretty, gorgeous vaginas all day. What you're looking at is women who are coming in to have their vaginas inspected because usually there's something wrong with it.
Okay.
And you don't want to see that. As a guy, you just think, oh, pussies are beautiful all the time. But no, there's issues that come up, right? So,
You didn't hear that laugh just then?
Yeah.
That's you could have done that. You could have gotten that in some because that's you talking.
I'm still learning.
No, I know. That's what this is all about. No, that's all good. We're all on the same team here.
Yeah.
But the point is that you just explained it. You just explained the premise like you would actually explain it to strangers. Then the sort of the presentation that you gave before.
Well, the long-winded thing clearly didn't work. So even compacting it still didn't work. But you just explaining it why you think it was funny, that worked. So that should tell you what comedy is. It's you just going up there and saying, "Listen, my buddy wants to be a gynecologist."
Yeah, don't worry so much about the act out, because I got really lost in your act out. I was like, where? And then you were like, oh, and line up. And I was like, wait, it's still
We have a bunch of great examples of what the guy is expecting to come in.
Yeah, but the truth
You never
is,
said,
supermodels go to gynecologists.
but the catch is that there's usually something wrong with them. Even if you do get a supermodel,
the hotter, the worse the problem. The hotter the girl, the more disgusting she's going to be there for.
right?
You know what I mean?
So bang ugly chicks from now on.
All right, I mean, if that's right.
But yeah, and you didn't give an example of what would be going in there. You just said what won't be going in there. And like we said, the truth is they will be going in there, but the more you blow up, like if maybe it's not volleyball team.
And you also lost a little interest. You got bored telling me.
It was more like me forgetting where I was.
Yeah, but the point is, if you're not feeling it and you're getting bored with it, we're definitely going to be getting bored with it. So you got to sell it. Whatever you're selling up there, you better believe it. You better believe it. Scare the shit out of somebody.
They would.
You don't have to compact it. You just find a joke that fits in a minute. Don't take a 5-minute joke and try and turn it into a minute.
I'm listening to everything.
Earl, what's your take on gynecologists? You ever want to be in the,
starting from today, well, not
vaginas?
We already had a few days, maybe a few weeks.
Oh, okay.
So that means that just smooth sailing, easy, most of the guidance stuff. Today we have phenomenal hands-on displays. It's going to be the first time that I'm showing this in the English here. That swirling Weisberg made for the Shabbaton was crazy. The stuff that they made.
It's a slow burn on that one. It just gets more disgusting.
But I would not
think about it.
Because I would knock his girlfriend. His girlfriend might have a beautiful
Yeah, I didn't understand the girlfriend part at the end. Like, we're making fun of her.
Through in there.
Jade, do girls just
A
go
lot
to
of Hail
that?
Marys. You don't get
Yeah, we go to gynecologists for just checkups too, but you know what's uncomfortable when you get a hot gynecologist?
I hate
You're
that.
like, yeah, you know?
You mean,
Like you, every once in a while, you'll be like, a nurse practitioner. No, like a hot woman. And then you're like, hi, hey. And you feel like you want to be friends with them. It's very weird. You're like,
Are you sure that even the gynecologist
no.
Does it moisten you up?
Jeez.
Get out of here. You're done.
Is it mostly women?
The fuck?
Yeah,
Wait, can we
fucking guy
address
is-
that?
This guy's trying to be the new host of Dysentery. Asking about that games per day.
It's also in San Diego, right? I was on episode 42.
What is the answer that you want for me to say to that? Like,
Wait, no.
yeah. Like,
Jade, I have a
such a
question.
weird.
I wasn't expecting. I just wanted to say that.
So is it mostly women, or are there?
It's mostly women. You'll get a guy
Do you
gynecologist.
think there's ever been a gynecologist that pulled like a Juana man and pretended to be a woman so that it can see a lot of vagina?
I feel like you sometimes will get
You say
a
they're not
woman
men,
who's
but yet it's
transitioning.
called gynecologist. That guy is very
They should really call it a girl-necologist.
Dermatologist. I think a lot of women demand other women. Like, I demand a female.
Yeah, I always wondered that. Like, as a woman, would you rather have a woman who also has a vagina
Yes.
affecting yours versus a guy?
Yeah.
Because, like,
See, these are questions you should ask yourself before you get up and do a vagina check.
Yeah, or before, yeah.
Fuck yeah, T-Pap, good stuff. Take any of that you want.
I like to tell the boys, get out.
But believe in it.
Take some of that magic that we just gave you and get the fuck out of here right now. T-Pap, everybody.
Yeah, it is weird because, like, with guys at least, I think, like, if I get a massage, I'll definitely not want a guy massage, you know?
Yeah.
And if I have a doctor, I would probably want a girl doctor. Yeah. Well, I don't want any guy massage. You know, for girls, it's backwards.
It is uncomfortable when you get a hot one. You do feel uncomfortable because it's like if it's a little older lady doctor, you're like, all right, she loves me. You know, and then the younger ones, you just want to be like, oh, as far as the guys go, that was fine.
I'll let anyone massage me. I don't want to.
Really?
I honestly, I prefer. I say whoever the biggest person is on duty. And sometimes it'll be with the best case scenario is you get home with a big Asian chick. There's always one that's like the.
I just want a strong massage.
You like really strong?
Yeah.
But not out.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I care about.
You know, I
The
don't
last thing I need is some hot 75-pound Asian chick walking on my back, not doing anything. I'm just like, this is fucking annoying.
It kind of ruins it when the person's hot. I have to agree. When you were going to like do a service kind of thing, it's like you don't want to think about getting horny during it.
I told this once, but the last massage I had, the girl was walking on my back.
Yeah.
She took like 2 steps and just like said, "You're too tall, you're too long, I'm tired." Yeah, she just like took 2 steps and just like, you know, my spine's a little curved. So she didn't want to walk uphill. No, just the mattress was low. So she just said, you know, so I have to walk. I just said, maybe you get started at that because that's where the knot is. Even if you don't walk.
Was that followed by a montage of how too tall you are in life? Oh, not even.
I can't believe she quit on you. If at first you don't succeed,
So I just grabbed the hair. No oil. I didn't want oil because I figured she'd just keep sliding down.
Just fall face forward on your back.
She asked.
But yeah, Earl, go on for it for a moment there. Earl, do you have a dick doctor? We're talking about gynecologists. Do you have a dick doctor? Yeah. What does he do for you? What does that mean?
Is he a doctor or just some guy who comes and fucks you once a year?
Tim?
Dr. Tim?
Okie dokie.
After the first 10 seconds, it feels like he's making out.
Tony, isn't it easier to listen to the shit when they're in full outfit? You don't have to really.
Hey, you have to look at their
This
face.
is amazing. Earl,
It's too personal when I can see your face.
It's true.
Can you put on the helmet? John, the helmet's too big for your big head?
I mean, my head's too big.
Okay. Jesus, because that helmet would have been like,
Josh, can we turn that air conditioner off? The vent's right over Earl.
I always
It's
feel
really
bad.
cold over there.
Yeah, it's like chilly.
expensive.
And for all their arcane prizes.
The goal
What
is what's coming because
Okay. I pulled another name, everybody. Our next comedian goes by the name of Straggler Chump.
Hey guys. So I'm Australian. It's great being Australian in LA. I was over at Inglewood earlier. I love the legacy left by other Australians. Walking up to get a beer at the gas station. Met a lovely guy. What are you doing here, motherfucker? Jeez, man. Are you kidding? Whoa. He's got a Anyway, I was at Venice Beach as well. I was sitting there next to an old guy. And a dog walks over, lays down, starts licking his balls. And the old guy's like, oh, I wish I could do that. Jeez, mate. So anyway, I'm here with my wife. She's my honeymoon. Thanks, guys. Yeah. She's really good. We go order some fast food, and she's really good at fast food. She always asks us some questions. So she'd ask, can I have a cheeseburger?
All right, Straggler. Is that your real name, Straggler?
That's my stage name.
That's awesome.
What's your real name?
My parents are awesome.
What is it?
If Straggler's your stage name, then I want to know how fucked up this real name's gonna be.
My real name's Craig.
Bullshit.
It's Straggler.
Straggler.
Your real name's Straggler?
Sally.
Tell us the truth.
My real name's Craig.
What's wrong with Craig?
I don't know. I just thought it was cool to have a stage name. I'm new to this.
Craig Jones. That's a great name, man. That's your name. Straggler?
Straggler.
First of all, Straggler.
Interesting,
It's
right?
better in your accent.
Straggler's a lot to live up to. You should start with Craig to earn the Straggler.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Don't just come right out
The
because
jokes are shit. So.
they hear Straggler, they're expecting a lot. But Craig starts slow. I don't have the knife. Did you or the guy?
Sorry, it was supposed to be Crocodile Dundee joke.
Right, that's
and
what I thought.
fucked it up, mate.
Well, you know what?
I thought you were
You know what? Let me tell
It was
you.
timed in my head.
Let me tell you what fucked up the Crocodile Dundee joke is that he's 20 years old.
I just think it's an Australian reference.
But if you're not in Australia,
Yeah.
I just can't reach.
I'm just saying why
Yeah,
you have to find a weapon that's more current.
all those Crocodile Dundee jokes have been done.
Steve Owen.
Yeah.
It's all done.
I saw it.
You guys need somebody new.
No, yeah,
You're Australian and shit out.
I mean, who cares? There's a million celebrities. They don't have to be Australian just because you are.
But you can also talk about you just going to England and how
It was a great time.
and how you almost got
Really.
fight.
My favorite part of that was listening to you try to do an impression of a black guy for a second.
Yeah, that
Like
was
an Australian black guy. Like, what the fuck are you doing, mate? It's like, wait, no, I've never heard a black guy say that.
I thought it was funny. I thought you
You're
had.
in the wrong neck of the woods, white boy.
What you doing here getting gas?
And then you were like, yes, and I'm just kidding.
I got 99 problems and a knife ain't one. Greg, I think you're funny. You got a twinkle and you just need some material. But once you have it, I think you'll be able to deliver it.
I agree. You have good attitude. You came out and I instantly like you. I wanted to hear what you're saying.
Now that you're Craig and not that.
Yeah, Craig is better. Drop the cheesy name. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I spent a minute trying to figure out what a Straggler was.
I thought it was gonna be. I didn't know what I thought. What did you think?
it sounded too good to be true. Like, having a name like Straggler is like, you know, no, it's okay. In Australia, Straggler might be like a John is here, but, really? No. And it also, yeah, it's just, yeah. It's so fun. How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my best.
First time on stage. No better time to lose the straggler
Yeah.
right now.
It never went anywhere. One set.
See, we got.
I was straggler for a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
This is no literally.
The next time you go on as Craig, talk about how you lost your nickname.
Yeah, that's really funny. Just for one joke.
That is, you just make it a black guy who takes you in Englewood.
In Australian guy
What's your name? Straggler, give me that. Then it's over.
I think do jokes that aren't about being Australian. Like, you know what I mean? We hear your accent, you know?
Say you're English or something like that.
You don't have to say your anything.
You don't have to say
You don't have to say your anything. Just be funny.
Now I noticed next to Twitter.
It just says,
I noticed next to Twitter where people leave their. By the way, TPAP is IDTT.podcast on Twitter. But under your Twitter, where people fill that in so that they can have their Twitters promoted, maybe interact with people listening to the podcast. You just wrote the word no. Is that? Why is that?
Maybe that's his Twitter name.
Is that what it is?
I'm not that computer savvy. I have a Facebook.
What do you do for work in Australia?
Sorry?
What do you do for work in Australia?
I work on a cattle farm.
that's interesting. I want to know about this.
Really?
I have attitude.
The animals.
That's so funny, man.
Yeah, it's not about the guy licking balls. It's going to talk about cattle stuff.
What do you do specifically? You drive a tractor and like. That's what I think people do on cattle.
You just picture some, like, Earl on a
You can say I'm from Australia. I'm from Australia. I work on a cattle farm. A lot of people think we fuck this cattle. But the truth is we don't fuck cattle.
That's really funny. What do you do? Yeah, what do you do specifically? Do you milk them? Do you...
No, they're sheep cattle. They don't do much. They just eat grass.
Were you ever out there on the plains driving your tractor around and the crocodile hunter came through? You're like, what the fuck, mate? And he's like, what are you doing? And you're like, what are you doing? You guys just had an Australian.
Let's see which one of us can throw the big one. We'll find out the real straggler.
Straggler, fucking awesome. Congratulations. Your first time on stage
Oh,
on the
enjoy your
World Famous
honeymoon.
Comedy Store.
Is your wife here?
Is she here?
My wife is here.
Fuck yeah, Mr. Straggler. Fuck yeah.
You should be proud of him. To finally lose that nickname.
Fuck yeah.
After tomorrow, I'll get named Straggler.
Straggler Fox signed 7-picture deal with DreamWorks.
About a cattle boy who lived in England. Fucking lick dog balls.
Cattle boy.
Cattle boy, that's good.
Oh, good times, great ollie. Let's do it.
Do you guys remember a joke that you did when you first started comedy? Maybe I asked you guys this before, right?
Yeah, I had a sriracha.
You did?
I did, yeah. I still tell it sometimes. Not a lot.
What is it? What was it?
I talked about how I went to the Caribbean with my Jewish boyfriend. He was about to trip on a Groupon, and I feel like, you fucking Jew. And then I talk about how I swam with stingrays and how dangerous that was because Steve Irwin, he got that was him. He used to like fuck snakes for fun and stuff, so it was like dangerous. That's when I would sprinkle it because there's always Australians upstairs, so you always want them to feel a little bit. It's an old joke, so fun calling you guys.
New name. Put your hands together for Arthur Hernandez.
Yes!
How's it going? Name's Art. It's a pretty handy name. It's on all the online dating sites, all the That's to reflect the responses. So no, I'm still single. What? You're asking about this tall, muscular, U.S. Asia, single. Because of why? Why I lie. No, but that's not the real reason why I'm single. The real reason why I'm single is a bad relationship. My father's been in prison the majority of my life, so the psychiatrist says I've never seen a real relationship. That's not true. The longest relationship I've ever seen has
bit between my father and himself. I call him Aunt George. Yeah, so it's really good. Like having a father in prison is really cool. He's always trying to give you like really fatherly advice. I had a bully once, and my dad was like, I was like, Dad, I don't know what to do, and he said, well, just rape the motherfucker, establish dominance. So
That's awesome. Your dad's really in jail?
Yeah.
What did he do?
I don't know. My dad doesn't really talk about it.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yikes.
Everything. Anytime I ask to bring my father, it's always a good thing.
Wow. You really don't know.
No, I really don't.
Would you like to know?
I've never asked him. I've gone to visit him several times.
You've never asked him?
It's pretty easy to find out.
Yeah, I'm Googling him.
Well, I don't know. Our friend.
I don't know, does he want to find out
You want to
though?
find out right now?
He fucks cattle.
Good luck. My father's named after. I'm named after my father. I'm Arthur Hernandez. So you Google us, you're gonna find Cecilia.
I didn't hear you say Art, so I didn't understand. Yeah, you said him like
My name's
William
Art.
Pass.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I think it's funnier to say that your name
I've
is
never been a
Arthur.
minute man, so
Arthur.
Arthur.
The time has nothing to do with the joke. First of all, people saying like, I just had a minute. Like, then don't tell a joke. That's not. Yeah.
It's true. Everybody.
Yeah, just tell. I feel like a minute is a long time. Kind of a long time.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Forever. Okay.
Can I give you one piece of advice?
Sure.
Well, when you are delivering that joke, you start leaning back when you're losing confidence, and then we see you leaning back, and so we lose interest also. So keep leaning in, come at us, as opposed to sliding back.
Did your dad ever call you with this one phone call?
Actually, a couple years ago, I was living in northern Nevada. I was in a Target, and I got a random phone call. I answered it, and it's my father got his first cell phone. He asked me, I've talked to him like 2 years recently. He asked me if I could sneak it in.
Isn't every phone in prison a cell phone?
You can have it. Yeah, it was just.
That's my gift.
That's awesome.
Say it.
Now go find out who your dad killed.
You could actually do that as a joke about having to sneak cell phones in your ass to your dad.
Yeah,
Yeah. They're like, just I wish once I could go with nothing in my ass.
That's a way to turn
you
them.
have to do it first instead of doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know what's more seeing my dad or having a clear ass.
Start off with a flip phone and then work your way up to note 3.
Like an iPad.
Yeah, that's another joke. That's another joke right there. Like, why would you sneak into note 3? You could have just did a flip phone. That's all you need.
That's all he needs. He says he likes soap operas.
Okay, your dad goes to prison and your ass gets stretched out.
Yeah, play with that. I mean, it's the way you. I don't know why I felt a little uncomfortable when you said it. I guess it's an uncomfortable thing, but I guess because there was no joke about it.
You can turn that blackberry into a brownberry.
What did he want when he called you a target?
He asked me if I could get him more cell.
Did you ask him what the fuck he did?
No, I was like,
So how long has he been in?
since I'm 30 now, and he's been in since I was 4.
So 27. So you can assume it's murder.
Maybe, I don't know, man, California laws or whatever.
I think it's funny to
You
talk
don't get
about.
25 years for stealing something from
Oh, he got life.
Oh man, but I think you can like it's kind of a comment on yourself that you don't like to really ask about things. Like it's been 20. You said you were what? You said, so how old were you when you went in there? So it's been 26 years of him being in there. So for like 26 years, you haven't asked. Like you don't.
Did your mom remarry?
Yeah, like,
You should really.
Yes, that's interesting.
You need to talk about.
well, I do.
Because I'm going to start.
Yeah. Chris is doing everything
It all
tonight.
gets through eventually. I just try to take it.
I would be so interested if I was.
I know me too. I'm
You
so
haven't done
Yeah,
it.
it's pretty crazy that we want to know what your dad did more than you.
This is a part of a movie now. We're gonna go find out.
It's just the way to raise my family.
A Latin family that doesn't talk about stuff.
Someone talked about something if he's in prison.
Yeah, someone
Someone in your family
ratted
ratted him out.
Someone ratted him out. And now they'll never see it again.
Just always the way it's been.
How long have you been doing stand-up? Wow, awesome.
Are you bound for life? Probably. It's a family tradition, right? It's a big.
Oh man.
Yeah, I like your first joke about the lying. I thought that was really good. There's more to play with it.
Now we see where it comes from.
Yeah.
All the genes.
Yeah, in only 3 months you have a lot of potential. You'll be just like your father, really be killing.
Oh boy.
Arthur, thank you so much. Coming through it. Keep coming back. Funny stuff. But you guys have the same Twitter handle?
Here's the joke. Cut to his dad's in the parking lot waiting. He's just a fucking liar.
He's just lying the whole time. I think also, hey, stay away from like, I'm single, shocker, because you know what I mean? I think every comic is single and it's a shocker, you know, kind of thing.
Tell him about your dad and then you'll be single.
Arthur was also at IBT podcast. Oh, shit. This guy is a favorite here. Very, very, very funny comic. Put your hands together for Brett Manson.
Very funny. Freakishly funny.
Hi, my name is Brett Manson. Have you ever met someone that never took the time to learn your name? So I refer to you as hey buddy, hey chief, hey guy. And you're like, hey asshole. Originally from Texas, when I moved to LA, I realized LA is the only city where someone can run towards you, covered in blood, screaming for help. You'll totally ignore them like, oh, they must be shooting somebody around here. My twin brother was in the hospital at Cedar Sinai, so I went there and I said, your kidney stone is really inconvenient. Parking was ridiculous. I love skateboarding. Some people say skateboarding is gay. I think other sports like basketball and football sound gay. Kobe on Wayne on Kobe. Man on coverage. Up the middle. Parts of the hole. Good protection. All tied up. Out of bounds. Cocked up the ball. Holding.
Fuck yeah.
Don't forget 3 seconds violation. 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Is your dad in prison? Just curious. You have a lot.
Yeah, in Australia. I like you might get Chuck. Remember?
Yeah, I'll get Chuck Bartel.
Yeah.
Listen, I saw you a couple months ago. You made some strides. You got some since I saw you.
And I really like that last joke, how you almost went blind chained on us, where you're just like, hey, what's up with the sports? And you just went into this rant. That was really good.
Yeah, it was great. And all those things coming after were awesome too. It's funny. You know, I've heard people have their own take on those jokes in a way, sort of, where how sort of they gave it. That's definitely a great one. You really thought about it. That's awesome.
Is the fact that your voice is one tone the whole time?
Yeah, totally.
It never goes up or down, which is just like,
And it
you make us have to listen.
It's definitely stylistic, yeah.
it lets that great writing shine through this way. You're not distracted from it.
I like the listening one definitely better than the Hollywood. Very Hollywood like centric, LA centric. You feel like when you do outside of LA, they feel a little bit different. Like, because it's like a lot of Hollywood references, you know what I mean? Like, do you perform only in LA or do you get out?
My place out in LA would be never mind.
Yeah.
What's great about you is you can read anything and you're smart enough to make it funny. Get some jokes.
And was there any that you said that were actually football? Because if you say that you think basketball and football is gay, I think all the references were pretty much basketball, so you couldn't say I didn't go to quarterback.
Some MMA. You hear that all the time.
Oh yeah, rear naked jokes.
Yeah. There's actually actually a move called oil checking. This is true. It's a
Yeah, I
wrestling.
knew about that.
During that long list, just throw the word blowjob.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So
yeah, so it's actually something really good.
well, so it's something that you
That's really
that was like you fucked up.
Yeah.
You slipped that in. We'll try to think of something like in state that's like too complicated. Just give that list. They start working on the list, and then just throw blowjob, and then take a minute. Fuck. Did I say it?
Yeah, that's great.
I'm sure half all those sports have showers.
Do you know Jim Hamilton? He feels like it's, look him up. I think it would be cool to like hear his stuff.
I'm just saying, Greg, you Guinness also. They're in the list. He hit his head on the lunch.
And be his other head.
Have you ever had to be performing on stage with anything as crazy as half naked Earl Skagle right next to you there?
No, he's the most awesome.
Yeah.
And put the mic stand behind you.
Yeah.
Because when it's next to you, it looks like you're doing a duo.
That's right.
The same shape. No, it's a crutch. You know,
If you rewind the tape, I actually did the microphone seal, but I didn't want to interrupt the whole thing. That's the sound.
Oh, that's a great idea.
That's
Yeah.
the sound is behind it. Great.
Yeah, it felt like your hand was kind of like stiff next to you. It'll relax. It'll eventually.
Yeah, but every once in a while, just change.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, me
great.
too. That's his balance.
But I'm working on that also. It's changing it. Yeah. It took me 10 years before I switch over to this.
I move around a lot still. Yeah. I have a lot of like weird energy that I have to. That's why I do physical stuff because I can't stand still.
This had little horns on top. These are also made to scale. I'm pretty sure these are made to scale. You should see the
You
one
can
that
play with
made
the mic. I mean, not that I love when people like
And
hand
it's
on the
shipping
mic
it
and like
there.
play with the mic.
Listen, it's
But
just eventually you'll become
find
It's
it.
really
Yeah.
your living room, you know.
just believe in yourself.
There you go.
This has a
Fred
carrot.
Manta.
Yeah.
This guy kills every time he's on. He's on Twitter at Brett J. Banta. BRETJBANTA. Brett J. Banta. Funny guy. How you guys doing back there? How's Duck Dynasty?
Yeah, literally.
Even though I'm holding it in my hand, I might as well show you this beautiful video. This again from our.
It was weird.
Is it good?
You're not good? Are you? What do you? Oh, you're downcoming Duck Dynasty. Yeah.
All right, the Wyatt brothers, right down the middle. Fuck yeah, Bray and
There's a little ramp on the right side, goes up to the side.
Big hands together for Jared Campbell.
Yeah.
How you guys doing? Shout out Earl and Wendy Dingo, little dancer here. I hate the club. To be honest with you, I don't like the club. I don't got a good dark skin for the club. Like, I got wonderful like spotlight dark skin. Like on the stage, you can be like, "Ooh, he kind of cute." In the club, I'm just black as fuck. I see people I'm like, "What's up?" "Ooh, shit, you scared the fuck out of me." Yeah, I feel wear my neon shirt.
Of a steer.
And you can't get drunk with the right kind of people. I got a friend, I found out he was more of a fan than a friend of mine. Like, I used to play football. We talk to these girls, people like, "You know what the fuck this is? This is Jared fucking Campbell, starting safety for the youth. 2007, 2011, 90 tackles, 4 interceptions, 3 PBUs. He fucked my friend's girlfriend, but he's a nice guy, so I doubt he knew it was his girlfriend. You know what? You bitches don't deserve him. Let's go, Jared." Hey, man, you know that. Man, it was on the break. Nah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Let's take some.
Hell yeah. Were you in the club in that last joke?
Yeah.
And there's definitely something like, there's definitely space for a callback right there when he's like, let's get out of here. Hey, where'd you go?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh man, I'm sorry. I forgot I was here with you.
He gets scared just like the character does.
You also have like very aggressive eyebrows that can add to the whole thing. Oh, you know, like it's a double scare.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Just because like
You lost me at
he gets scared. They get scared of He's so black, and then he also has like these big eyebrows. So it's like, oh man, you're just like, oh God, oh no, it's just your eyebrows. It's like the double. And then maybe there's a third
I
thing.
think we just found out about Jade's fear of eyebrows.
The thick ones really scare me. I'm black too.
Now, do you feel you need to say fuck? Do you feel you like to say fuck? But, I mean, you said fuck about 30 times.
I didn't notice that.
But I'm just, it's something I'm working on also. To not say it so much, but do you realize that you say it a lot? It's constant. So that should be something because your joke is funny, but it takes you out of it when you say fuck so much. Because you're losing the punchline. Because you're nice and likable. And if you came out, I think you just slow it down a little. You have such confidence and you look good, but slow that shit down so you don't scare the fuck out of them.
So going back to his picture.
I think it's funny to
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like the way you are right now. I think you could deliver those same jokes and it'd be awesome. Without saying fuck so much. Especially when it's a small little room here. You gotta be into it.
And I really want to replay.
I didn't notice that you said fuck at all that much. That's so crazy. Maybe it's something you're doing now with yourself that you're.
Yeah.
I didn't notice at all.
I'm just aware of it.
Yeah.
When in the first one where you when you're at the club, you're saying that they by the time they see you, you're so close that they get scared.
It's a lighting.
Yeah.
Right. And then what do you say about the neon shirt?
And then it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna.
Right. Because I think you could personally in there.
You can also carry a flashlight.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't bring my spotlight guy. Like some people have like high fidelity.
You could say that if your skin tone was a Crayola color, it would be nightclub interior.
It would be licorice.
Yeah, or think of like a nickname, almost like a superhero name. Like, oh, there's
No, but I think it's funny to describe like when your skin is good, like I'm good during the day, everybody's having a brunch, or you know what I mean? Like describe like I don't know what it would be for you, but then to have that juxtaposition of the dark, I think that's fun.
And then again, there's definitely like a callback with the buddy who lists all that stuff and goes, Jared. He could be like, Jared? And the same thing they do when that says night.
I'm sorry, I forgot you were right there.
Well, it's kind of like
the horns are there in the back.
Works together.
You think that that's a skill that falls back in here?
Yeah. Or you could
It's always worth a shot. I mean,
yeah.
you can try anything. You gotta at least feel free enough to throw it in there.
Okay.
And then also, it doesn't always
What do we know? If you feel like attacking something, attack it.
This is bad.
Fuck yeah.
Every time you talk, I can't. It's like I'm horny and disgusted all at the same time. It's like, yeah, that was I think a little too much listening. I don't know. I got a little weirded
I
out.
love it. I think I mean, I'm obviously a little bit biased because I love people. I don't mind people talking about what they've done and what they're good at. So I think that's great because in the end it's a joke on you.
Yeah, it's great. You're funny, man.
So it's like you're hyping yourself up with a self-deprecating joke.
Yeah, because then in the end you're still too dark at the club. That's so funny.
Right. But that's all very funny. Well, anytime you're on very funny stuff, Jared people, everybody.
Good job, man.
He's on Twitter at Jared Wayne. Why?
Hey, Jared, also talk about the advantages of being really black in a club.
Yeah. Well, that does
The shit that you
steal
get away with. You know. They may not see me. I may not get laid, but I'm going to get a lot of wallets.
Right.
That's really
See how that room left? You can do that.
Yeah. You're like,
That's my gift. Just quit saying fuck.
really didn't notice.
Yeah, I really can't wait to listen to
me
this.
too.
Because I do it all the time, and I've only recently also noticed it because I've been doing this other podcast called Thunder Pussy, where we record ourselves.
Listen, the only reason that I'm aware of it is because I listened to some sets a month ago, and I was saying, fuck, so my last 4 sets on stage, I haven't said fuck once. And it felt so good. And jokes are hitting harder, and I just feel better about the fact that you gotta set up a little challenge for yourself. And I'm just happy. Because none of my jokes need me to say fuck. You know, fuck. Like a 15-minute set, I listened to one I said 40 times.
Wow.
I bet I say it about that much.
He said it 20 times in a minute. So don't judge my 40 times in 15. Exactly.
All right.
Fuck yeah.
What is that?
Love it. Here we go. Your next comedian is Antonio Houston. Oh,
Yeah.
How many fucking do I have total? 54. Now, RJ Simon, you're not allowed to answer the question. I'm going to ask you a question.
So,
I couldn't believe so. I answered in the second. I don't know what. 54 divided by 2 is how much?
Had a threesome.
Wow. Not bad. That's a tough one. 54 divided by 27.
So,
This red line on both sides
I'm banging her.
is halfway up his bed. So in other words, 27
No.
from the bottom.
I'm getting it done.
27 from the
I'm turning it up. I look in the corner.
You're looking at me like you want the punishment from that. Right, very good. Don't start yet. I'm getting there.
What's wrong with it? You can't get hard.
So again, from the top corner to the red line is how many 12 there?
What do you want me to do?
27.
No, shit. What do you want me to do?
From the top corner to the red line is how much halfway?
Play with the tip or something. Tell me to play with the tip. I'm doing something, goddammit. Fuck. And that was it.
The red is
I left him alone after that.
So the walkway is
wow. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Fuck yeah.
Anytime it's 6 times 4 is how much? 24.
Oh man, I'm glad that
From the top to the red line.
Fuck yeah. Earl loves that. Earl, is that a Malaysian plane in your underwear?
yeah, you're
He's
just
happy
a
to
little harder.
Started with the N-word, which was good.
How much of that's true?
Oh man.
Wow.
I'm glad that you're
So it wasn't
self-aware.
really more of a twosome. I wanted some watch.
I'm standing on the walkway.
You,
And I have a lot of
Maybe it was because his cousin was
right, that's exactly it. I totally thought that
Was she related also?
Yeah.
Was she related?
And it was his
That might be something you have to ask.
Fuck yeah.
Has the red line. That's a big problem. It says in the Gemara that he's allowed to bend down 6.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't even be in the same room.
He did something not so
There's
good.
Well, she was saying harder.
Yeah.
For your cousin. She's like, get harder. Weird. What a weird thing. How did it? Was it a bad dare? How did it come about? Like,
I'm telling you, Jesus stuff. You want to see all
just things like that just
Sometimes in
happen.
life, things
They just happen. Me and my cousin, right? We're just hanging out.
Shit happened.
Does he love that joke? Does he love to be reminded of that night?
the purple
No,
arrow
not really.
is 6 amas,
Especially
and
when
each
you had an
amma is
afro and I
only
didn't
5
see you
fucking,
this morning.
and then we're gonna change each amma 6 because
It's
Maybe
afro.
it was the fact that he was looking in the corner and
so
not
the 6
looking at
times
you guys.
5 is 30. See how it says 30?
Why was
I'm trying to
afro
find the
shaming?
scientific angle.
It's 4 ammas.
Okay, wait.
Right.
We get it.
Yeah.
Maybe he was stroking it too hard.
You could just say that he was jerking off.
Yeah, I feel like it almost takes away from the story when you're violently.
It might explain why he wasn't getting his dick hard. The fact that he was trying to rip the top.
Yeah, you're violent.
Yeah, and the way that you fuck that
That's
stool,
cool.
I mean, my goodness.
I feel like this.
I feel like
It's a lot.
I'd like to talk to this girl and see if she's okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I feel like in 9 months, that stool's going to have a smaller stool once you go black.
And you're coming out to share
Once you go black, I'm going to need a wheelchair. A little something you can open up and spend the night.
I was expecting the very end for you to like do a twist, like something like open the girls your hand or something like that.
Yeah. I feel like you can't just.
I gotta tell you, it's a great story, but it's gotta get to a punchline.
Yeah.
Maybe that's actually something that because like you can say that your guys' you can say either your mom basically right. It would be something like either your grandma is going to have
Well, the joke is,
depending on which one
the joke simply is, she keeps yelling harder, and he kept saying, I'm trying.
That's funny.
Try, Mom.
I'm trying, Mom. I'm trying.
Like she's saying harder, and he's like, I'm trying.
And you know how cousins fight, and then it's like your other cousin.
Listen, if I can't make that joke funny.
Oh, I just figured it out. It's either if he ended up fucking her by the end of it all, it's either you're going to she gets pregnant, either you're going to be a father or a brand new uncle.
That's really funny.
It's a little bit too smart for this room right now, but it would work in real life.
I just think
we're making that threesome joke.
Yeah, avoid the humping of the stool. I just think avoid it.
I know what I'm wrong.
No, it wasn't like that. I mean, I bump beer all the time. That's all I got for as a comic, really. But I just think that, like really aggressive, like, I don't know.
Yeah, for a second, when I first saw you, I thought that you might be the first comedian wearing only sweats that didn't fuck the stool. But then you fulfilled the prophecy.
Just full sweats, and then like a cell phone carrier on the sweats.
Eventually, get hard. Is he doing okay? He's doing okay.
Have you guys fucked girls since? Or is it like, never again?
He's done with that.
You're fucking girls with guys who can get hard.
Things you might have to ask.
Have you guys been drinking some Bacardi?
No.
Have you seen the girl since? Have you seen the girl since? Have you seen the girl since?
I live with her. It's my mom. I think it's mom. I think this has to be a family thing.
How did you meet this girl? You met her with your cousin?
You married Andy?
Bar mitzvah.
Did she come with the couch?
Me and my cousin are looking for a third. Oh my god, who was the girl who was like, this guy was gonna fuck me. Oh.
It counts as a threesome.
Fuck yeah, Antonio. Hell yeah.
Antonio, I like your passion.
Absolutely. Keep rocking the sweatsuits and keep having fun. We'll see you soon, Antonio. Take a chance with some funny stuff.
Yeah, those threesomes, those are chances.
Yeah. He couldn't get hard because he had a condom on. I didn't.
What's your feeling about condoms? I hate
12 days. That'll be a good story for your kids.
I haven't had it. So now
threesome might turn into a great story.
Antonio Houston, everyone. There he goes. Any relation to Whitney?
That's an episode of the test. That's an episode of the test in the movie.
Oh, absolutely. Antonio Houston, we have a problem. Spirit Tag 777 is him on Twitter.
Spirit Tag?
Spirit Tag.
Spirit Tag.
One T Spirit
This
Tag.
guy's gonna be amazing, and his cousin are like really serious.
Yeah, man. Most families only fucking.
Maybe she kept saying softer.
I'm trying.
Some of these jokes are just
I like that.
All right, let's move on to our final portion of the show where our two regulars go on. Always exciting, always a brand new minute from these lovely young comedians. Put your hands together for your first one tonight. She is a regular on both Phil Tony and dysentery. Very funny, always.
Where's the walkway at? What point from the top to the walkway is how many fucking? It's 4 hours times 6 fucking is how much? He's standing on 24. From the 24 points to the halfway point, which is 30. 24 to 30 is how many fucking? 6. That's why it says he stands on the walkway. He can bend over up to 6 fucking. That worked out great. But the puzzle says this is a 5 fucking. Something's 5 fucking. We just made everything 6 fucking. Okay, so the height, everything is 6 fucking. That's the development. Now we have to make the camera's back narrower. We have to make it this one because the puzzle says some of it is at 5 fucking. We're measuring 5 fucking out. Hello, hey, I'm a miso. I'm a miso. The side is only 5 fucking. The walkway is only 5 fucking wide. Imagine you're a plane walking on a narrow walkway. Up until now, I thought you had 6 fucking. Now it's
And relentlessly new material. It's Sarah Weinshank, everybody.
Corners on top. Miso. There. The top is 5. Was back kind of out of the sheet. So now the murder says exactly what we just did on pep. The total height of the Mizbeach is 10 amas times 6 talking is sheet and 16.
Parking meatloaf is way worse than just regular meatloaf. It's the color of terracotta. The color of a Spanish fruit. The whole family got food poisoning when my mom tried out turkey meatloaf. But Fridays were the best, guys. That was Spencer's South night. I'd say, Mom, what's for dinner? She'd say, hey, spend for yourself tonight. I don't know. Spend for yourself tonight. That's a tradition that I hope to pass on. Spend for yourself night included me eating waffles, which is awesome. Now, as an adult, every fucking night is spend for myself night. It's not great. But then, it was awesome. Anyway.
There's something there, but you got to it basically after a minute, like right at.
Can I tell you something where that can lead to? It leads to a fend for your life night.
Yeah.
Right.
That your mom was instilling that she would never be there for you.
Yeah. Figure it out. Yeah. I like your rhythm. It kind of feels like I'm reading like a lesbian autobiography monologue show, like in book form. It was Friday at 2:26. You know, like you kind of have the storytelling rhythm to it. Right. I don't know what you could do with that, but doesn't it feel like that?
I haven't read a lot of lesbian autobiographies.
Oh, I guess you didn't go to Emerson, but it would sound like me.
Check this reverse this video.
Oh, that means to everybody.
Definitely a great setup. I think all that quicker.
Yeah.
All that stuff is setting up the joke.
Yeah, and I raised the stakes on how much fun you had. I mean, waffles is good, but you know, with this much syrup, if you want, like you could really crazy that up.
Or maybe the waffles frozen.
My mom used to do the same thing to me, and I used to just eat American cheese slices. Cans of Pepsi.
This is so sad. My mom holds my thumb still when I come over there.
Gee, that's so
Jesus,
Brazilian.
what a weird. I feel like
Exactly how I picture a Brazilian household, by the way, just a mom constantly holding a thumb.
Was that once it was
very different. Yeah, it was once a week. Well, like at a certain age, she was just like fucking alone. So,
I think that's something that everybody can connect with.
And then tie it in later where she asks you a favor, and you just be like,
it's my lady, you guys spend for your day. Yeah, I wanted to do something more personal. Like talking about arbitrary things.
That's great.
I can't wait till she's old and I can tell her to fend like she's not putting on my fend for your
pull the plug, pull it yourself, motherfucker.
It's actually really amazing what you just said was that you're trying to write more personal things because you write things that people know about that are big. And you found something immediately in one of the actually the first personal things I've ever heard you talk about that naturally connects with everyone. In a way, and I also haven't heard that premise either, where it's like, oh, fend for yourself type of stuff. But I think, like, goodness, you had that too, right? You probably had that. Once in a while, they're just like, hey, let it rip. You know what I mean? You want to eat fucking potato chips all night.
Yeah, so I like don't tell mom the babysitter's dead, but all the time.
Do what you want to do. But it's great because it sets up.
There's so much there. Yeah. Yeah, I just like
So will you cook something?
Oh.
Fend for yourself. You had your chance.
You make your roast food and
I'm
she
still
wants
saying
it.
I'm still
Yeah.
the waffles.
Yeah, she like asked me what I'm cooking. Yeah, and she's like, well, what's that?
Your business.
Yeah. But why would the fend for
What are you
yourself
cooking?
thing?
Non-jerky meatloaf.
Oh, that's really funny. Like, what is she doing at book club? She's got tipsy on some rosé. Yeah. My dad calls it wine. Yeah, wine. And now every time I drink, it's fend for yourself night, which is every night. So that's like for that.
But that's why you tie it in. It's like, why do I have to cook for myself? You know, because I'm going to book club.
Very
So I just tie all that in.
Did it again, Sarah Weinstein. She goes, she's on Twitter at Princess Shank, SHENK. Always fun.
I know she's a cake.
But yeah. She would say the same thing if you were wearing pants. Oh my god.
Oh, God.
All right, your final comedian of the night, the other regular, dropped out of college just a few months ago from the University of Florida because she began her career as a comedian right here on Piltoni. She's with me again. It's Kimberly Condon, everybody. See it?
So I'm going through something kind of weird right now. My mom is 45 and she's newly separated. So she's dating again. And she's decided that she wanted to date guys my age. It's kind of weird because I started dating a guy her age. And I think it's gonna make for a pretty interesting Thanksgiving. She's like, what are you gonna do? Is your boyfriend gonna say, let's get physical if we want? Or we're gonna go and look for like war stories from my boyfriend? I feel like her guys just be getting out of diapers and mine's gonna be going into them. I know, it's a lot of pressure. And then she's doing this whole thing where she wants guys kids. She's telling me her grandson. Why? I don't know. Like, what do you want from a 23-year-old? Are you just like grill it all the way down? Testing or something? Like,
There you go. Fuck yeah.
what do you want to date him? I had like a guttural. Like,
Yeah, the grandson thing, I move up and get it close to that setup of dating guys your age and that. Poor thing.
He's that old.
Yeah, I don't think.
What is he investing in? Like his investments? Something that.
But where I thought you were gonna go is they would watch something on TV together, like reruns of Friends, like something that somebody heard.
Yeah, she's dating your friends and you're dating her friends.
Yeah, like she's telling you about like the weird new drugs. Like what's the hippie dipping? Well, like realistically, it's just honestly having
Right, your mom's
she should be having
pounded.
45-year-old sex.
Oh yeah. She's living for the first time in a long time. Yeah.
Girl. Such a weird emotion. I should create a word for it.
Yeah, no, that's great. But
Really funny.
it's naturally a great premise. Blatantly real, it feels true.
What's the guy's name? Is it like what are the two names? Yeah. I don't know. She's like a big thing. I don't fucking hear it. So maybe if he's over 30, we can talk.
Maybe her boyfriend just got her on Facebook or on Twitter or something like that.
Like maybe she doesn't want you to know. It's somebody you know. No. Okay.
But it'd be funny if he keeps like getting her into things.
Like new drugs and social media. My mom's like going hikes.
You run into her intro.
Like she's getting into things I can't get into. It's so much out there. She's one
grave said, Mom?
And then your boyfriend is like, Rishi, you gotta go to bed. Like he starts being your
Mom,
mom.
put those fucking glow sticks down right now. No, that's fine.
So your boyfriend is yelling at your mom. Except he's the older guy. The dynamic is all fun.
Kimberly, you did it again. Another great set. There she goes. Kimberly
You
Conn,
guys both had
everybody.
two love stories.
Fun, right?
Fun. So fun.
You did it again. Earl, what's going on? What do you got coming up? Inappropriate Earl, that's available on iTunes. Follow on Twitter at Earl Skagel. Very, very funny.
Yeah, so funny.
Fucking legend. Put your hands together for Earl Skagel, everybody.
Oh, where's the bathroom?
Kurt Fox, Jake Casper, and Kurt Fox on Twitter. What else?
What else? What?
What's
What are
coming
you up
up?
to?
A lot of new episodes of The Test.
Yeah.
50 new episodes. Thursday.
Wow. ABC.
No, but that's nice.
CBS.
Close enough. KTLA
Yes.
in LA, or check your local listings. Go to test.com.
Yeah.
Watch me save lives.
Tomorrow I'll be at Irvine Comedy Juice. And then April 2nd, watch out for me on Worst Thing Ever. We're on Eat. And then April 15th, Californication starts.
Fuck yeah. That is so awesome. Yeah, but this is fun. Are you new to California?
Am I what?
Are you new to that show?
No, not new at all.
18th, 19th, 20th, we are in Portland, Seattle, Vancouver, and 25th and 26th, me and David Tell at the Great Improv.
Listen to podcasts.
And thanks again for Rita Lux. Check out her store at ritalux.cartel.com.
Yes, listen to Jade's The Podcast and Kurt Fox's The Snuffcast coming soon.
If you want to get on it.
You want to get channels involved?
Thank you very much, live audience. Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys.
It should be called 27 hours on top. Maybe I'll
Yay! Fuck yeah, everybody. How you guys doing? This is awesome vibe in this room tonight. There's a cool echo. It almost sounds like we're like in a big symphony hall. And it's fun. The diehards are out tonight. Give yourselves a hand for coming out. Who needs the masses when you can just have the highest quality people in the world? I'm glad you guys made it. Happy Monday to you. It's been a big weekend, Brian.
Yeah.
Fucking big weekend, man.
Yeah. It's the 9/11 of wrestling, I heard.
Bad things happened last night at WrestleMania. They moved me emotionally in a very deep way. The Undertaker, who I've been watching since I was a kid, straight got beat. He won 21 WrestleManias in a row. And then he lost last night to Brock Lesnar, fucking UFC champion of all people. It's like,
How times have changed.
yeah. I've been loving this wrestling break from life that I've taken the last few weeks since getting the WWE Network. I really got into it. And it was a great show. WrestleMania was awesome. Me and like 12 other hilarious pals of mine all got together and we watched it on our buddy's wall. He has a big projector and we just laughed and laughed. We do that regularly. We watched last year's WrestleMania and the Royal Rumble this year. This one was fun. Anybody watch wrestling out there by round of applause? How many people call WrestleMania? Alright. Yeah, Undertaker lost. It was stunning.
Why'd they write it that way? Was it because Brock Lesnar's first fight and they wanted him to win? Is that why they wrote it?
No, he's already been wrestling. In fact, he's lost to people that the Undertaker's beat. And that's why it was pretty shocking. And it was just a huge twist because one of the only thing that you actually expect, the only thing that you know that's going to be written a certain way was going to be that the Undertaker was going to win. That's like the joke on us as wrestling fans. Is they're basically like, this is the one thing we can do to surprise you, so here you go. And they did it. The sons of bitches. Ryan Mervis, one of my heaviest friends, I think he said he just broke 400 pounds. I think I am correct. That's you guessed the correct weight sound effect that we have. He just broke 400 pounds, and he was standing up in shock for like 10 minutes about it. At 400 pounds, standing up for 10 minutes with a couch behind him. You know how shocking something has to be when you're 400 pounds and you're standing up with a couch right behind you for 10 minutes?
Really 400 pounds?
I think he's 400 pounds, man. Josh, can you get Mervis to come up here for a second when he gets a chance? If you can go grab him.
400 pounds.
Don't tell him that it's only for the reason that we want to confirm whether he's 400 pounds or not. Just tell him we want him. Tell him we want to give him a shout out.
Wasn't that how much did you think that guy that passed away?
John Panette?
Yeah, how much did he
Oh my God. The stories I heard about this guy. I've never actually got to work with him or see him, but man, this is a guy that loved eating, from what I understand.
Yeah, I heard.
Every story I've ever heard about him is about like how this guy carried sandwiches around with him in a cooler all the time. Like where everybody else you would see maybe with a drink or a cigarette, he would just always be munching on something. 50 years old.
It's crazy.
That's what happens. You live that life. 50 is what you get, a good 50. If you're always eating something and you're that guy, that's pretty good, right? Wouldn't everybody do that if you knew 50 was the cash out? What would you rather have? 70, you have to behave yourself after 45, or 50, you get to fuck it? Because that 5 years between 45 and 50 should we get more?
Oh, I guess if you put it that way, I would definitely say 75 because I think you're supposed to burn out young. Or like, just push it to the limit for me, which is like 18 to 29.
You had a crazy weekend, right? Speaking of which, you told me you were sore earlier.
Oh, no, I was just from working out. I started working out for my first time in 2 years when I found out that I've been paying for a membership for 2 years. Like stealing towels, trying to get my money back.
Can't wait to see what the look on Mervis's face when he comes up here. I think I hear him coming. I feel it. That's just two other people.
Do you ever go to the gym? Do you ever do the workout shit?
I don't have a membership, but no, I don't go to the gym. I'm a cardio fucking. I just go outside and jog. I use the universe's gym.
Right.
It's my product. Anyway.
That's a lot better than a living lifestyle. Living more out of my mind. Switched to like all those weight machines with all the different things you can do. Yeah. It's pretty fun. I like the weight machines. They make it fun.
I pulled my back out taking off my jeans a few months ago. So I've been taking it easy. Turns out writing and stand-up are the two possibly worst things to do on your body for 7 years straight. Just sitting and standing. What happened with Mervis? That's not happening? I want to know whether this fucker's 400 pounds or not. Oh, there he is, Josh. At Josh Martin Comic, the world's worst producer. Everybody put your hands together for Josh. It's great. He's got the best spirit, but fuck yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, I guess that was the weekend. The Mervis thing, I guess we'll come back to. Every week, guys, we have a head of security that keeps us safe here on this show. Nothing really ever happens. He never has to do anything, ever, in the history as the Patriot ever stepped in any way. But we always have a head of security, and always somebody new and different. This is this guy's first time ever doing it, and this is a special one, perhaps one of our favorites going into it. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Iron Thunder Pussy, Jeremiah Rothschild. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is. Fuck yeah, what's up, Iron Thunder Pussy?
My nose is too big for this mask. It's like literally sideways right now. But other than that, I'm great.
You would have thought that they would have had something for that. This is a fun one because before he got suited, or while he was getting suited up, at one point You know, Jeremiah is one of my really good friends and one of the most talented comedians that I'm lucky enough to get to work with all the time. But anyway, so we're close, and he goes, Tony, you know, he just gotten up to the shoulders on the onesie, the jam outfit that the character wears, and he said to me, he goes, Tony, suit smells, man. That's when I realized we gotta get that thing washed. I felt really bad. It really bothered me.
That does get really, really hot. Like that's usually like soaking wet when like you know the person takes it off, and then we just put it in a bag, like this dark brown.
Yeah. It's been cleaned.
Thanks for asking me to be on the show, guys. Thank you so much.
How does the inside of the mask smell? Well, I guess your nose being pinched up is a good thing, probably, right?
I guess so. It smells like old football pads and then just gym socks.
Yeah, because we keep our gym socks in the same bag as
My workout clothes.
You have gym socks now. You went to the gym this weekend. Jeremiah's from Kansas, so he's also the purest and cleanest patriot we've ever had.
Good to be here, guys.
This is very exciting.
No. We are doing, we have Comic-Con coming up.
Yeah, big news. Tickets went on sale today for the American Comedy Co. We're bringing Kill Tony, Thunder Pussy, and then we're also doing a comedy show. 3 shows in 2 days. The tickets are on sale right now at AmericanComedyCo.com. Or Jeremiah, you're going to be there with Thunder Pussy. Which, if you guys don't know, me and Jeremiah do this show on Death Squad called Thunder Pussy, where comics go on stage and people from the audience yell out the topic. So, like, out of nowhere, somebody will yell microwave, and you have to do, you know, try to do comedy based on using the word microwave, you know, topics about microwaves. And it's really cool. It's a great, you know, workout via comics. They're trying to think of shit right on your feet. You can't use any of your old material. So it's a good way to come up with new material. There should be more games like that for open micers. You know, like an open mic kind of game like that, because that really makes you kind of think outside the box. And, you know, yeah, it's a good muscle to train.
And it's a lot of fun for the audience because you get to watch some of your favorite comedians in a high-pressure situation, you know. And you have to watch them think of something that you just heard at the same time as them. It's a lot of fun because sometimes it's not always pretty. I've done the show like 5 times, and you know, sometimes it doesn't, for me it doesn't, once in a while it doesn't click, but when it clicks, man, yeah, it's a crazy muscle to have.
And then Joe Rogan goes up there and does like an hour and 15 minutes easily, and writes a whole new hour in one sitting. Amazing. Oh, iron miserable patriot over there.
I'll cheer up.
Look at the crooked nose now. Somebody's waiting to sit this side right there.
Oh yeah, that'd be hilarious, dude.
You're the first patriot to have a camel toe, which is surprising because we've had some female patriots, a couple of them, but I haven't seen a camel toe that defined on.
Yeah, especially with a boner too.
Oh yeah.
Excited to be here, guys.
That mask is so small. It's funny because from my angle, I can see your chin move up and down each time you talk. All right. Fuck yeah. The original Iron Patriot quit on us. You know about this, Jeremiah?
Yeah, it was funny. Right before he went crazy, he was telling me that he was going to become a famous audience member here at the Comedy Store. Like a night or 2 before, I was like, yeah, cool.
Well, that's when he was going through that phase where he was going in the audience and like interacting with comics on stage.
Right. Yeah, it was his last weekend here. I remember that very clearly. He came in the same outfit 2 days in a row. That's right. Which is blatant because it's a white jogging suit. All white jogging suit with the same exact Iron Patriot t-shirt underneath the Iron Patriot ball cap. And he sat in the front row for the actual stand-up shows where comedians, you know, true professionals go up one after the other trying to fucking destroy an audience. And this guy wearing an all-white fucking jogging suit starts talking shit each night. That didn't go so well for him.
Yeah. I just quit him on Twitter. He couldn't take it anymore. He's doing these posts now every like 6 seconds. Guess this actor. He shows like Mark like Charlie.
Yeah, she just takes a screenshot of the movie while it's playing, and he says, "Name this movie, the actor, and the year it came out." Non-stop. That's all he's doing, waiting for anybody who just clicks on it and sees a picture. Like, oh, I guess this one. But only he's running his own trivia thing, and nobody's answering. It's very bizarre. So we killed him, and we kept keep his ashes in this doll. All right, anyway. You guys know the show. You guys ready to start Thunder or fucking
Yeah! Let's start Thunder.
Great. I needed that.
We should just do a Thunder Pussy right now. Just have all the comics have to do like
that'd be hilarious. Kill
bait and switch. What is this?
What happens when two podcasts come together at once? Accidentally. That was cool.
I think I might talk like this the rest of the show.
Whoa! I'm into that. Iron movie voice.
Alright, this is tanking with this audience.
You really lost connection there for a second. Guys, are you ready to start Kill Tony 46? Here we go, baby. This is it. As always, I have two of my funniest friends to be guests on the show. This week's no different. Put your hands together for Sandro Yocolano and Francisco Ramos. Two guys that I started stand-up comedy with, and fucking young legends on the scene.
Legends.
Fucking love it.
Living legends.
Two of my funniest pals.
Hello, guys. Hello. I love the energy. I like how the head of security starts complaining the first thing. Like, he just walks up and is like, "Yes, your head of security's here." I'm really uncomfortable.
It's our head of insecurity. Alright, that's not even hitting. What's up, guys? What do we need to do here? We all need to do a shot or something? What's going on?
Alright, everyone, shots on.
I think I just gave the Chihuahua bark for that one.
I love that we're supposed to, like, we're in the business of getting more fans as a comic, and Jeremiah's just hiding his face, and right now he's like, we all know there's Jeremiah, but he's like, fuck it. I'm just gonna wear this shit.
LeVar Burton.
He could take off the mask at any point.
Yeah. Right? Why didn't you take it off, Jeremiah?
I did not know that I could think of that.
It's like, what are the rules here?
There's no rules.
Yeah.
Just keep the voice box.
Right.
What is he? Whoa, the man behind the mask, everybody.
He becomes the worst producer to not do anything good.
Yeah, Jeremiah Watkins, everybody.
Actually, put the mask on. Put the mask on. Just put it back on. I was wrong. My bad.
We'll have it carved out next time. So it's gonna fit through.
Nose. I mean, that's a huge nose. Right?
Really?
Guys, I addressed this earlier.
Yeah, but it's like, now seeing it, it's like, wow, that is huge.
All it's missing is that mustache where you can like pull off the glasses. Shit.
He's the head of the show.
Yeah, he's the head of insecurity now. Absolutely.
Really good to be here, guys. Thanks very much.
That's true. Jeremiah's Hollywood royalty. You know the status, right? Toucan Sam, guys. Look at that. Look at that.
This became like a road.
Heights of purity right now.
It's like, all right, let's move on to the next segment.
My sister is Chelsea Peretti. Hello.
Oh.
I stole Tony's joke from us.
I did make that joke during WrestleMania.
They're wearing these giant beak heads as they're playing like instruments, and he's like, "I didn't know Chelsea Peretti was playing at WrestleMania."
Well, now she'll never hire me. What happens at WrestleMania stays at WrestleMania, Jeremiah. Don't break the friendship rule.
I'm sorry, man.
WrestleMania Friendship Handbook 101. No repeating any of it. No, I'm kidding.
I feel like I'm a fast food patriot now that I have a mask on. I'm just like, can I take your order? Is there anything? You gonna do anything? Cool. Alright, let's move on.
I do love the hunchback that you got.
Yeah, that's
I love that. It's like, what's
It's the iron deficient patriot. Wait, the other guy went crazy? Yeah. After dressing like that for his entire life? That's when he went crazy?
Yeah, I guess. That's shocking, right?
Well, because you don't. They were so dirty, of course. It's just like, fuck, I gotta be so crazy with this dirty shit.
What I really want to do is get a Patriot, go to Hollywood Boulevard, and record from across the street. You try to collect photos and pictures next to the Iron Patriot.
What's going on?
What's going on, Janet Jackson?
Rhythm
Like, is your shift over? What the fuck?
He's like, I gotta take a break.
Believe it or not, these gloves have no traction. So whenever I grab my mic, it just keeps slipping. Here we go. Let's do this show. Okay, guys.
All right. Well, how are you guys doing? Everything good?
Everything good, man. Thanks for having me.
Glad to have you guys on. It's fun to.
Thank you. A couple of claps here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We've been doing stand-up together forever, all of us.
Yes, we kind of started together. I mean, we started working here basically at the same time. Yeah. Remember those times?
Oh yes, definitely.
Yes. We're gonna roll the store.
At one point, we were just here checking IDs with 2.5 minutes of material.
Yes. I still have to. I'm still checking IDs, but
Get right to his car. He stands outside his car, checks IDs. It's a marvel. All right. Anyways,
Alright. Anyway, I'm moving on.
that's fair.
Well, you guys know what we do here, right?
Iron Stinky, do you have any questions for the audience? I guess.
why is your other mic in your penis? What the fuck?
That's a speaker.
That's a speaker.
Speaker from that. Oh, okay.
It's tradition. The Patriot has always spoken out his groin, so we kept it that way.
Yeah. Francisco, how long have you been a U.S. citizen?
Is it the Iron Patriot speaking? What the fuck are you working? It's like, do you actually work? Actually, I've been, 4 or 5 years. Actually, I think that's how they actually become, make people become U.S. citizens. That's really great. After you become a U.S. citizen, have the Iron Patriot be like, are you ready to become a U.S. citizen? It's like, what the fuck?
The final guy you have to beat for the game.
Like, that's the final thing. It's like, I passed the test. Now you're gonna fight with the Iron Patriot. Like, fuck. That would solve the immigration problem. Nobody's gonna fight. Nobody's gonna fight that.
Did you have to take the test, like at the Statue of Liberty with all those old people?
No, that's it. How year is this?
What was your history teacher?
Yeah, Titanic. It's like all these songs. Like, well, that's
2077.
It's like, yeah, I changed my name to John Smith one day.
You look great for 65, by the way. You look really good.
I still work as a shoe salesman. Yes.
I can't think you said a masseuse shoe salesman.
How'd you get masseuse? I don't have a
Maybe you combine masseuse salesman. Have you ever heard masseuse? Maybe it's just me. I'm sorry.
I wonder, like, if I would have gotten, like, in the, because they always change your name. Like, what kind of name would you get? If you were, like, the immigration. No, it's supposed to be like an American name. It's like in the 1950s.
Oh, really? What would your wife name be?
Yeah, well, I know.
Dylan.
Yeah, or Trevor.
Dylan?
Trevor? My name's Dylan. Hi, good to be here.
Hi, I'm Dylan.
Dylan.
God damn you, Dylan. Hi, I'm Trevor.
I think Fritz.
Fritz.
Dylan Waters. Great to meet you.
That's a powerful name. Dylan Waters?
Yeah.
That's you, man.
Dylan.
You don't leave your right now. Go change your name.
Dylan Waters?
I can't say that powerful of a name. You can do whatever you want with it.
It's kind of something that I can pronounce well. Waters is going to trouble me if I get drunk.
I think the R's are where you can hear your Latino, so maybe like
Yeah, something on R.
Ricky's got an R.
Right, yeah. Enrique.
That's it.
You know how many times I get that? I don't mind it, but I get it.
You got more ethnic as you said it.
My ethnicity goes up and down. I just did it.
It
Right
goes
now.
ups and
Ups and
downs.
This is like everybody.
Did you have a question for Sandro?
Yes. Sandra, you are Italian, right?
Yes, I am.
What is your favorite dish to make?
Nice question.
Thank you very much.
That's very original.
Honestly, whatever I have in my fridge. I put together, but I like chicken Florentine.
Yeah, that. I was like, I can
Somebody asked me if I can say chicken Florentine.
You really tell what's sitting in a casserole in your refrigerator right now, just fucking sitting up there.
Delicious. All right.
That's I got that guy. Chicken Florentine.
He's happy and needs a drink. It's
Chicken Florentine. And what is that exactly?
I have no idea.
Oh, come on.
No, I really don't.
What is your favorite dish?
My favorite dish of it? I like lobster pasta frattiamo. No, seriously. It's pasta with like all seafood, and it's really spicy.
I noticed when you said pasta. Say it again.
Frattiamo.
See how his ethnicities goes ups and downs?
Yeah, ups and downs. I get both.
Yeah, what's wrong with you, buddy?
I don't know, man. I love this Trevor here.
Yeah, Roger.
We can go as Roger and Dylan. Yeah. I think that would work out. That sounds like a gay. Yeah, let's just both go beat up Walter right now. I don't know why. I think that would help both of us.
Both of us?
Yeah, I think so.
I think more me.
Is it Vilmer or Wilmer?
I say Vilmer. Because I have
You're from Transylvania. I'm also the Vilmer. It's Wilmer. Wilmer.
Yeah, Walter on.
Wilmer.
Vilmer. Just do everything with a German accent.
We've been
good. You look very nice. Thank you so much.
By the way, that's Jeremiah's actual voice. All the other voices that he does are him doing an impression.
I am very German. That's all.
Well, let's get this party started. Many comedians signed up for the chance to come on for a minute and chat with us and do a minute of stand-up and see what we can do. Maybe punch it up. Maybe just talk about what it made us think of. Maybe talk to them. Ask them some questions. So let's get it going. You guys know what happens. They do a minute, and then you know that you've done 60 seconds, and you hear the meow of a kitty. Aw, how cute. That means your time's up. Don't run the light, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Furious tonight. Obviously, if anybody goes over their time, they're going to be in big fucking trouble.
Did we get new speakers or something? That was really loud.
Is there an upgrade? Brent and Josh, anybody know? That sounds better.
Not really loud.
PHX. Fuck yeah.
I felt like the Maxwell guy with my hair blonde.
You really do have a lot on your back. You look like a Ninja Turtle sort of from this angle.
I'm sweating so much underneath.
He's hosting. Oh, I gotta mention this, by the way, Joe. He's hosting downstairs after this. One of the coolest gigs a comedian works to get when you get spots in this place is to get to host downstairs, especially the second spot, which is from 10:30 through the rest of the night. When you're hosting this, all these comedians, like when Chris Rock or anybody, comes in, you get to bring them up. And your name always goes on the marquee when you get that spot. And Jeremiah's a rising comic that's awesome. Obviously, it's awesome for anybody to get their name on the Comedy Store marquee. But it's like, and then so he said to me, because John Panette died over the weekend. What did you say to me on back? It's like, I choked on my fucking drink.
I said that John Panette was even bumping me from the grave.
It's just recipient John Panette on the market.
Because I was driving home all day I was looking for it. My name in life. I said, RIP John Panette. I was like, great though.
God damn it, John Panette.
I saw your name on the marquee last night. You're just being selfish 2 nights in a row. Come on.
He's getting more recognition now.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. He was a road comic. They didn't do spots at the store is what I was saying. He's never on the marquee, guys.
Netflix's special, I'm Starving. That is an actual John Panette special. Yeah.
I'm starving. Really?
Yep, absolutely. Now the next one. Just gotta sit down for a bit. The next one is called I'm Dying.
There's a lot of deaths this weekend. What?
Yeah, Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney.
Passed away.
John Pinette.
He was like 100.
Remember that TV show Bill he did? Where he played like mentally.
Oh yeah, he was like retarded.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 60 Minutes.
Sorry, I can't say that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Mickey Rooney.
Oh, I'm sorry. Him and Andy Rooney. Yeah.
He died too.
Mickey Rooney, Peaches Geldof, and
Some hot
John
stalkers.
Pinette. It's crazy. It's like now that the streak's over, the Undertaker has something to go do. Super topical joke. Your first comedian tonight goes by the name of Keith Soul.
Hey, man, my best friend recently passed away, and I realized I may have been more of a comic than a friend because they had me speak at his eulogy at his funeral. And the first thing I thought was, how much time am I doing it with my life? That's bad, right? That's bad. But I know he's looking down from me or to me in heaven, wondering why the fuck I haven't returned his Redbox DVD. Okay, every time I hear a rap song, I always think, like, what important message in life is it holding me back from? Like, I was about to sign up for Obamacare, and then Boosie was free. That threw me off track. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she is preventing me from learning and being a better man.
Yeah. I like that your friend's dead Redbox thing. Like, I that's an interesting thing. If a friend dies and you have this Redbox, I think that's the premise that really stood out to me.
Are you like on a break from working for Banana Republic? Right, looks like it. No, I mean, I do like the clothes.
Definitely our best dressed comic so far.
That's the presentation is good. Material. You gotta.
Francisco, are you getting lost in his eyes right now? Brown eye, like.
Is that it? You have an actual handkerchief, huh? Like a gentleman. Wow, it's classy.
He's a very classy individual. Show him your socks. No socks. See? Look at that.
Yeah. You can do that.
Sneaky me. Well, that's the thing. I'd be worried about that. I don't think he cares. That's how smooth it is. That's the worst.
Do you always dress this well, or is it? Hell yeah, no, absolutely.
I think you just gotta take it more. Like, if you dress good, also fucking have confidence.
I like your stage presence too. You're like, I don't know, you're very commanding with your voice too. Yeah, you're aware of it and you use it. You know, like one of your jokes. One of your jokes with, if you guys don't like this, it's just gonna sound like 30 minutes of smooth jazz. Like, that's funny. Like, that's a great joke, but you're very aware of it. No, I enjoyed it.
So did your friend really die, or is that just?
That's sad, but I mean, it's sad, but
sorry.
Are you gonna return?
you know, money's in love, dude.
Are you gonna return?
Yeah, return.
Not for his time.
That's it.
So he's dead.
Maybe it could be something that you
Francisco, he's dead. You've said it enough times. So he's dead, right? Your friend is actually dead.
It's booked.
You're a bit morbid.
Wait, so
He said the book.
I can't be your friend.
Let me be clear. Nobody.
Is he Russian?
I didn't want to like do too much too close to you. Then you'll like, is he making fun of me? So I did a little Russian.
But maybe you could turn it into something like maybe your friend's death is, and you getting the red boxes has inspired you to do like charity work. Like you go to Make-A-Wish's dying kids and you take them to a red box. you can by the end of this you could be like your own fucking Blockbuster, and the dying kids, they get some exercise walking to the red box. I don't know, I guess But
Yeah, I think you can use also like use your friend's death to make your life better. So because I have books for free and shit. That's very good.
yeah, I mean,
Again, it's your friend that.
he's in a brown box. Oh shit.
Wow.
Man, if that whole Guinness thing exists, I'm gonna have a rough night's sleep tonight.
He's gonna return my DVD.
Wait, what DVD was?
That's the ultimate question. Beat me to it.
It's probably something like whatever you got mail.
What were the two movies? Yeah.
I did Tron.
Which one, the original Tron or?
So the new Tron in 1 disc of 4 episodes of Curb Your Enthusiasm season 4.
Damn.
But Keith, I have to ask you, how dead is he? That's from Matt Devlin.
Well, fuck yeah, man. Well, thank you so much. There he goes, everybody. Keith Soul. You're not on Twitter, Keith? At Keith Soul. He's got it. That's SEOUL. Fuck yeah. You guys remember, what was that?
He was dancing with her.
Oh, shit.
Death baby.
It's tough to move in that thing, huh?
A little bit.
How high can you lift your arms?
My balls. I'm kidding a little.
Oh, did you guys, when you first started stand-up, like, that first few times on stage, did you have any jokes that you're embarrassed that you did? I can't believe you ever said on stage.
Yeah, I watched. Which it was like, my thing was like, it was the, like, what does tea have in stretchy? Because it's like, so it's like just, I forget how it was like, just heat the water. And I was like, that's like having a stretch of how to make a guy happy. Pull out his pants, suck his dick. Yeah, I got the same response.
It's very Scott in back 7 years ago, yeah.
You gotta steam the dick water. No, he wasn't that. I'm not using it anymore. It's all
Retroactively criticizing you.
Where were you back then?
How about you, son? Did you have one?
Every one of them. No, I had one. I still do it from time to time. Well, it's I do it because I try to figure out why it's funny to people. It's can't remember. Oh, you're crying. Yeah, I'm very, very moved by this.
This is part of the bit. This is a big closing bit where he
I
cries.
get really emotional and then I shit myself and then move on to something else. It's a very weird bit. Yeah, it was I worked for Jimmy Dean's in their marketing department. My last slogan got me fired. It was Jimmy Dean's breakfast. It's like a sausage fest in your mouth.
That's a great joke.
But part of me's like, oh, but they're laughing because I said sausage fest.
Yeah, they are.
Absolutely. And I'm like, I want to be deeper than that. No, but I never am, ever. It's all about dicks and mouths. And then, mom,
It's like a sausage fest in your mouth. Jeremiah, we've asked you to do that before, right? Oh, yeah, I listened to it, the La Jolla one.
yeah.
Josh had you do that.
Yeah, they did the act out.
Right. Yeah. It's like a 2-minute act out of a fireman trying to save a cat. It was unbelievable.
I just picture you in like a suit. For some reason, I picture you in a suit, and you're wearing a wire, and you're trying to get this mobster like to confess to you, and you keep jutting your crotch in his face. Like, so speak into here. Let me hear what you have to say. Anyways, it was a visual I had.
It's true. So if there was anybody that you wouldn't want to send into a mob, and have it not think he's wearing a wire, it would definitely be that. You can blatantly see the outline of a speaker jutting out of his pubic bone. And he's wearing a headset.
That would give it away.
Are you wearing a wire?
What? Going out for the speaker.
This place right over here, you see the Mount Thousand. This is where they're gonna cook the Asham, the Chatas. Yeah, because listen.
Oh, excellent. Oh, what a second here. Oh,
Let's speed that.
stupid.
Fuck yeah. Well, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. You guys ready for your next comedian?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. It's all happening. Goes by the name of Jeff Albert. Jeff Albert.
Hey guys, how's it going? I have it written down because you know I can. See?
Or 2.5 buckets wider than the table, and you have to bend it upwards. This is sugar mechanics for me, so then each bread is going to be 2.5, thank you. Each bread is going to be 2.5 fucking tall. And then Melo, check it out. Here we go, here's the 6 breads times 2.5 fuckers. 2.5. If you do part of this, this is how I do. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3, this is 6 breads. Right? 6 divided. Yeah. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3 is 15. So 15 fucking height over here. 2.5 times 6. You do 2.5 times 6. People like myself do 2.5 times 2 is 5. Times. Right. Whatever. You do your way, I do my way. I'm just telling you, I break it down to smaller pieces. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 6. Plus, and we have 6. We have 5. Sorry, 5. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. And we have 6 breads. You do this 3 times. You do this process 3 times, you get to 15. It's easy to do 2.5 times 6. Yeah, it's easier stuff. Easier stuff. A base nickel. Base nickel. You use it 2.5 times 6 right away. You do like me. Choose really guys. That's it. You learn the Rothschild. You know what? What's that? Right? Oh, you study mathematics and this how you do the same thing? And geniuses do like that. Look, these Judean, these what do they call them? But he is the son of a mathematician. He thinks he knows his stuff. I bet you ask your father, he does like me. 2 plus 2.5 plus 3. Okay, so if you want, it's a sugar guy, it's a fucking phenomenal. That's like crazy. Now, that even if one of us you do it Aryeh's way, because now it's 2, it's not half. So 2 times 6 equals 12. That most people know. So they love it's a sugar guy. So, what is going on here? Everybody pause for a second. What is that? What's going on here? What is the shot? It's saying that Dusha, the table gives Dusha, so it's on the bottom, the golden piece. Gives Dusha all the way up. 15 fucking months, 12 fucking months. Of course it gives Dusha. What is he going to tell us? He's going to tell us that if you take, let's say, a sack of flour and put it up onto those breads, they're going to become covered. So the Dusha extends to that area up there. Yeah. I don't know. Let's do China. Maybe on the 5th level. I don't know. It stops away. Going up. That's the Gemara. How's your math? How's your math correct, sir? You're looking at the bread. All the bread. It's telling you this bread is fucking times 6. This bread is 4.5 fucking times 6. You didn't get the fuck up. You forgot about the little pipes that go in between the bread. They also take up room. What is he calling? These pipes don't take up any room at all. They actually they rest inside the bread. So there's a little indentation in the bread, in the bread. So the Gemara makes no sense when you're telling me, why do you need these pipes at all? These pipes, You should be pushing left hand. So he starts coming out his left hand. It's going to rod or whatever the word. Oh, thank you. The magdalene punto, they extend slightly outside of the bread. Here, they have to. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's a beauty.
He goes, oh, everyone knows it's outside. I go, no. Flights are never outside.
Oh, yeah, I would.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
I assumed it was an arena.
I would have done
No
the
Diet
shirtless.
Coke. I'm outside. I left.
With my wife, there's whores right there.
Gosh.
And they're hot, sweating with a boner.
I was like, Denzel Washington a flight when he gets to the hotel room.
I'm horny right now.
Friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Let me show you the use the law.
They actually, as we saw in this,
Just rebranded enough. It's stronger, better, bigger.
they're inside. They didn't take up any rooms. They were on the bottom. And on top, so basically, yeah, very good crumbs. But what about the corners? You have these giant corners that are 7 fingers each by 7 fingers, or 4 by 4. 7 fingers is 1 3/4 tall. So pretty significant carrot. Since the large brothers with the bay, the level type, you will have to bend them inside, like this picture right over here. You have the corners bent inside. But let them align them up like, and then you put bread on top of each other. The art scroll wonders if these corners are bent inward and they're 1 3/4 buckle, but you also have the actual the bread, which is not so bent you can actually see right over here. You see that little square big kids, it's 1 pepper plus 1 3/4 buckle. Each side is a 1 3/4 buckle is just the corner, that piece by itself, plus the width of the bread. That's 2 3/4. 2 3/4 plus 2 3/4 is more. I don't know the math, but it's more than 5. 5.5. I know the math. 5.5 plus more than 5. So in Mail, if you look at the art scroll, on one side he has a track that they go inward. That's why he has these funny looking corners that go like this. That's where maybe some that is. Oh, first of all, what is spinnery canvas? So you already sent me various pictures. I'm going to show that picture. This is a nice spinnery canvas that I put up the spinnery canvas. It's about a guy. I'm not going to get into it. But yes, they do they're on an angle, or like this, different angles. So it's just before, I'm not getting into the spinnery canvas. It says, the sponsors. Turning the dial on our global experts and cross-border payments. Says the Gemara, Boricom is Gardo. Oh, beautiful. I want to remind everyone, seriously, I'm not making this up. We hired an artist in working shoes. It's expensive. We hired him just for the painting of the things. We're working on this for 3/4 of a year, so just things that we didn't know. We had to make a decision. Should we do it or not? We didn't have anything pushing us right at the end. So listen, we're going to come to it, and we might need it, and here we go. So he was off for many nights lately, especially the shulchan, all the shulchan stuff, brand new to NY, the way it fits into the English. He's also doing the 3D, so you can walk into this English, get around, move the room. But these kind of things are very important to me. So I'm happy we hired him. Welcome back to Mr. Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As
Watch us. But you're here to watch the clips. So why don't we just go ahead and hit the timer? Play the chain clip.
Nice. Let's see. I'm on. Sorry, I was doing some perusing. Reddit's down a little bit today. So I was on Instagram. I was on. I think what's your name? Zanella, something like this.
Joanna Zanella.
Oh, Joanna. Yes. Yeah, so I was on Slojo's page and I just saw this picture. What do you think about that?
Well, one thing that you want to do when you're coaching a team is have people take a picture of you posing, coaching the team. Otherwise, how will anyone even know?
Right.
No one will even know who you are.
Right.
And so, I have various pictures of me coaching kids' teams. I make sure to get the kids' picture, kids' faces in the picture.
I forgot. You don't know, but a lot of our viewers are blind. So can you tell what's happening?
So Brandon Schaub is in a T-shirt on the back that says "Coach," and he has a huddle going on with the kids. I think they're playing flag football, and he's looking back like, yeah, at the camera, but from the side.
A display of power.
Yeah.
These kids are doing it.
He looks ripped.
Look at that kid.
The kid's like, I don't know if that's right.
This kid is homeless as fuck, dude.
I'm not sure he has faith in the bleached guys, because he also is worried, this is the same guy that just ate out of my cupboard.
He's like, he just told us to let the other team score. How are we going to win if we do that? Very funny. What's the last one? Oh, yeah. Okay, coach. Oh, wow. She's getting a little randy. Look at that. She got the okay, coach with the drooly emoji, dude.
She's in. That's nice. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready, dude.
Yeah, couples that drool together stay together, dude. And look, he's drooling.
He's in good shape, dude. He's ready, dude.
Wow, the peptides are working for him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising that a little league team would have jacked guys. There's 3 jacked dudes watching this team. They might be good.
Yeah, dude, thank him. All right, let's go to the Reddit. We got a post from Dana White's mom. It's no one knows who you are, Sludge. It's just her ass, dude. It's always her ass.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that's why I went to her Instagram and be like, did she post another ass pic today? Maybe it's a bad ass day. Badass day. I had a badass day today.
Weather report. Is it an ass day?
When Brennan Chop can't hang by the pool all day with you, but everyone knows you're his wifey, so they don't even dare. Wow. Well, got a lot of homeless cats staring right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So this is a private pool, public pool that she, or member of it. If she wasn't married to Shop, she'd be getting hit on.
Excellent question.
Wonder if other moms are getting hit on at this pool. Probably gotta. I don't know what you do about that problem.
Yeah. If I was Brendan Chop's wife, I would definitely wear more clothes.
There could be an argument for that.
I would be genuinely scared for people around me to get choked out by this guy.
Yeah, he's
ripped their fucking necks off.
He's violent, dude. What if it's a misinterpreted? It's just the waiter asking if you want another Diet Coke, and then Brendan kills him.
There you go. This kind of stuff, dude. I love Diet Coke. I don't want the waiter to die because it's bringing more.
Yeah. I like women too. They love Diet Coke.
Yeah. I'm a Coke Zero right now. BTL's Little Feet posted this. Reheat. The time Brennan got himself blacklisted by Hollywood Elite probably ruined Ring's standing in the group. I think we saw this last week, right?
I don't think so.
Check this out. Best commercial hymns ever from Brendan Schaub. Sylvester Stallone.
Wow. Man, we got back.
Does that make sense?
He said he got 3,000 likes. He said, oh, really? I'll show you what, pretty sure you find Eddie.
It's interesting. I mean, this is just getting a response at all, and he's kind of Shop's not done, dude. Sylvester Stallone's replying to Sugar Ray Leonard, Al Pacino, Guy Fieri. Is that Brian Callen?
Yeah, Brian Callen right there.
And D'Elia. Is that Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, this is a real thing that happened.
When did this happen?
They were watching a fight with all these people right before the allegations, right before COVID, before all that stuff.
Damn, dude, they were fucking
special time.
Yeah. How far the mighty have fallen, dude.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Well, you found out the mighty were never really mighty. They were just big.
That's true.
And
it doesn't look good for the Stallone and Leonard and Pacino.
Yeah. Well, I bet you Sugar Ray, or what's his name, right? Sugar Ray Leonard?
Yeah.
Got out on skate.
That guy's pretty good over there.
He's like, I'm at a lot of parties. He's at all the parties.
Pacino's like, he had a small brain. His brain was fucked up. Maybe I'll buy him a pack of gum. Show him chew. Show him how to chew. Show him how to chew it.
Just when we get out, he says, what else you got? Gunslinger 4 posted this one. Another seductive pick for the Texas baseball dads. It is a weird way of like attacking the city that you're moving to, you know? She's just like, oh, by the way, I have a fucking wife. And she's just always in the bikini, you know?
Yes, just what you feel comfortable in. Yeah, that's a strangely angled photo, unfortunately.
Yeah. She did direct it. This is Glory Days. They'll pass you by. Fox spot posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539. Fox Sports, The Fighter and the Kid is the #1 podcast on iTunes. Good day, though.
That's 2016. That's
miracle that happened with the left half on it. See, look at this when they remove the bread on Shabbos. It's just like when they put it on Shabbos. It says if they baked it on Shabbos, the heat coming out.
I still will never. Every time someone brings it up or something like that, it surprises me. I can't believe that it was that popular.
I think it speaks more to the state of podcasting in 2016 than how good their show was.
There was only like 6 podcasts. Yeah, and also shout out to Bruce Springsteen because that's Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, imagine if we had the foresight to start Timos in 2016. Like, listen, we know they're #1. It's gonna go down.
That would have been crazy. We probably would have gotten a lot of hate.
Yeah.
We already got hate when we started, but when they were popular.
Yeah.
And then oh man, these guys balled it. This actually sucks. They're just jealous haters.
I don't want that.
Dang, Brennan has on one of those stupid wristbands. That's how long ago. It was one of those. What was it? Almost a WWJD or JC or whatever it is. Well, Jesus Christ too.
Yeah.
One of those bracelets. That's another shop thing. That's a WW.
What about DOAS drinking out of a shoe? It's a wristband that says Timo.
Yeah, this is back when he had beer in his shoe. Tribal tattoos.
Yeah, good times, dude. Special times. What else do we have here? What happens next? Part 26.
Oh, every week with this guy.
Yeah. I do have we're on a different, what is it called? Browser, because Reddit is down on Chrome. Try saying that 10 times. What happens next? Part 26 by Icarus Lives.
Rail Cup is the biggest flex. I remember when I was doing that Tim Tebow charity golf tournament. They're like, Bubba Watson's coming. I'm like, what? You know, at the time,
just won the Masters. Just won Masters some shit. I'm like, what?
Well, obviously it's that.
just won like Masters some shit. I'm like, what? I don't know. He lands on hole 9. Gets out. Says, how you flying? Gets out of his helicopter.
Probably gets sick. Does he get a hole or doesn't?
Both are so funny too. Either one. He got Bubba Watson. He jumped out of a helicopter like Chuck Norris and they got a hole in one. Or if it's to expect him to get a hole in one, it's pretty funny. But he just doesn't know golf or anything.
Yeah.
Then we got a club in the club. Shink. In the hole. See you later.
Bubba Watson rules though.
That'd be great. He just got out of the helicopter to make a hole in one.
Yeah. He's that good.
How does that start?
Like maybe that would be funny if that was the first time. He's like, I gotta do this more. He thinks, wouldn't it be cool? He didn't expect to make a hard one. He's like, what if I just? He says it's caddy. It's like, yeah, you should do this every time.
Gangster.
He made $500 a day for doing a hole in one.
Or it just cost $500,000.
Oh, $500 to like ride the helicopter.
Let's go back.
I don't think so.
Gangster. Who did that? Bubba Watson. Who is Bubba Watson? Professional golf. Won the Masters.
Professional golf.
Sorry.
You know the other Kardashian.
Yeah, I don't think he's around to the family function. It's not like what they're about. Good for him.
Do you know if you met Kanye?
Pronunciation correctly, but Rashi says short business is. Fine, what? Oh, Shito. Okay, fine, that's why. Well, on my leg, so Rabbi says, I don't care. It doesn't make a difference. Doesn't matter if you're not getting his nails and boom. Whether you're covered,
What do you think it is?
you covered it with.
I feel like Kanye is on his shit list where you've met them.
Yeah, no, for sure. He definitely met Kanye looking over time as British. But I think it's probably yes would have had him.
Yeah, so Hitler is dead. Let's see.
Yes. What about him, dude?
Yeah.
Unreal.
Because he doesn't expect know what to say.
Yeah.
He knows who you are?
He texts me every day.
No chance. He's not gonna say that unless it's a bit.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Let's see.
I doubt it. Or just a white boy in the face.
Or it might be in the face. He just thinks celebrities are racist.
Yeah, why does he think every non-white celebrity thinks he's a white boy with a like
Works a lot, does drugs.
Yeah. Are you that white boy that tells jokes all the time? Are you that white boy that fights and I just doubt that that's their interaction, but maybe I've never met Floyd Mayweather.
You that white boy that had a cappuccino with Bills.
A bunch of people that think that.
Wiggles and Joe. The best podcast of all time. What else you got shit on every episode?
Do you know Kanye West? I doubt it.
Hey, here's what's cool. You see Ethan Hawke when Steve Colbert asked, he goes, Ethan Hawke, what happens when we die? It's his question. That's the question. He goes, what happens when we die? Bring up Ethan Hawke's answer. It's pretty cool.
It was awesome. I definitely saw it.
Did he do it in the robot voice? We remember this.
Yeah, because he thought I was Stephen Hawking.
In his mind, he's like, yo, Stephen Hawking's on late night. What the fuck?
I mean, did he do the robot voice? Let me ask you a question about this. Which one's funnier to say? Like, not really funny, but like in the ironic us watching shop, for him to actually say, was he in the wheelchair or did he do the robot voice? I don't think it's easy.
I think did he do the robot voice is always going to be the funnier answer. Because it gets straight to the point. He thinks it's Stephen Hawking.
Well, yeah, that's
because then you think like, oh, did Ethan get in like a crash on set or something and he's in a wheelchair? What do you think?
Both, I agree with you. I think did he do the robot voice is funnier because it's so stupid. It's like it's dumber than saying was he in the wheelchair? Because, well, actually, maybe was he in the wheelchair is pretty stupid. Because like, what? Of course he is, but also he can only do the robot.
So you're right. Hey, was he in the wheelchair? He's always in the wheelchair.
But both are gonna be like, both is obviously yes, right? He's never not in the wheelchair, and that's how he communicates now. Because with the computer, whatever it is. So.
It'd be funny if he had an anecdote about Ethan Hawke every time he sees Child. He's like, oh, what's happening, Child?
You know what's funny about Chubb saying this is like it's a perfect example of what Mark talks about, how Chubb's idea of humor is just saying something mean, right? Because was he in the wheelchair? He's in a wheelchair. Was it a joke that you're trying to make that he's in a wheelchair? Does he do the robot voice? Yeah, that's how he talks.
Was your joke that he has to talk like that? But it ends up being hilarious that he said it.
Fucking Roth, you doing the robot voice? No. Real quick, I thought you said.
No laughs, just total silence, man.
Tony. Real quick, I thought you were saying Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking.
We can't watch these. It's just the Middle East. The WWF is like heavy on our tail with the fucking copyrights.
I know they're trying to get us shut down. They're trying to shadow ban us because speak truth to power.
Yeah, they're trying to get us to hold the microphone and step on their stage. It's like,
That's social media. This isn't real.
let's see what we have here. House Socials from Big Battle 9416. Pale right before a spray tan. Stay tuned. Oh, okay.
That's the narrative.
Let me ask you the most important question of this podcast. Are you changing the channel or are you staying tuned?
I'm changing the channel.
Thumbs up. Dicey by Banana Soprano. This is pretty funny. Let me open this in another page here.
Let's see Joe Rogan's name.
Joe Rogan and Arsenio Hall discuss being politically homeless. Arsenio. That's why I say when you deal with Democrat Republican, you have to attach a year because it's evolved and changed with time. Rogan, people are being manipulated by these two teams, and you have to pick a team. Arsenio, I hate that. Rogan, I'm politically homeless. Neither one of them make any sense to me. We need like a logical centrist government.
Yeah, see, this problem is that if you're politically homeless, that means you're not far away from being homeless. You know what that means? You start making a shop. So,
That's good news for us.
yeah, so I think we're going to start doing that.
You want to read this Rogan tweet?
The great and powerful Elon Musk, if it wasn't for him, we'd be fucked. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear. And I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. Enjoy the podcast. Not very homeless there. Seems to be pretty close to one part. That was only a little over a year.
At the time, some would say the nicest house in the block. You know?
But I'm not a numbers guy. You change. But calling him out that's spicy. Goddamn rattlesnake.
Let's see, Dallas. All right. This is from Skankfest, I think last year, 2 years ago. Interesting how Baba's opinion of Austin has changed in less than 2 years. Posted by Busy Middle 8108. Very funny how he says the word interesting. So let's see this.
What else we got? What do you say? Austin? Austin's interesting.
It sounds like nobody said football. Or Austin. Somebody definitely said football. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Let's do it one more time.
What do you say? Austin? Austin?
Somebody screamed football.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Let's hear the first. There's more than one interesting here. And it's very funny how he says it the same way every time.
Austin's interesting. Austin, listen, it's booming, and Joey Rogan definitely made that place boom, but it's still Austin, right? You're still in fucking Texas. It's hot as shit. I like how people leave from LA like, I just can't, it's too much here. Then they go to Austin, and it's like, bro, there's the same homeless problem. There's more liberals here than anywhere. You can't get a cup of coffee without someone with a fucking purple mullet and the pronouns on the fucking name, you know? It's not what we're thinking, yeah. At the end of the day, it's still Austin.
He's not meant to.
No, but I like watching it.
It's like, when they start clapping, look where his feet are. This is like watching film for football. Look where
You're gonna mark around.
Yeah. As you can see, his feet are here when he starts getting the laughs. And when they start laughing, look where his feet end up. He's back. He's like scared of the laughs. He hates the laughs. He steps backward. All right, they're laughing. Let's keep it. What else you got, Jim? Let's make this more boring.
I can see him also wearing shoes that are too big. There are a few sizes too big. So that makes sense. But not because he wants to make his shoes bigger, just because he's so stupid that he doesn't even know his shoe size.
At the end of the day, it's still Austin. What else you got? Vasectomy, interesting.
So, like I said, he said it 3 times. Because he said it twice at the end.
He's trying to buy time, right? He's saying a word. It could be any word, but because he wants to think of what to say. But the problem is that he picks a word that's not.
I feel like he was starting to say it right, and he was like, "No, let me go back to saying it wrong."
Because he doesn't know how to say the word, he's wasting the time it takes to think of what to say. So then, interesting is supposed to buy you time, but he has to put the power of what he's thinking about into saying the word correctly. So it takes away that time. So when he's done saying interesting, he still doesn't know what he wants to say. Dicey.
Well, speaking of big feet, he's saying inch resting. So, like, maybe his dick is resting.
Facts.
Interesting, like he's saying this is a boring topic. 5D chest, dude.
Oh, he's douching. Yeah.
Vasectomy, interesting.
I can't even say it wrong the way he's
interesting. It doesn't feel right when you're trying to say interesting. Interesting.
Interesting.
Interesting, yeah. Got it. Yeah. Dude, next week, follow us as we learn how to say giraffe. Like what? It's like what? Weird thing to lie about, Bubba. Panther and Kanye's kids were best buds in Calabasas. Me, no believe EB. Oh my god. Posted by Responsible Weight 305.
It's like what? Well, so
Why is the caption?
my kiddo played on the same team as his, as Kanye's and Kim's kid. Satan. Okay, Satan was Tiger's best friend in California. So Satan knows him pretty well. Yeah. So we drop him off there. They drop Satan off all the time. Because
I don't believe that.
It explains both of them going Bahamu all the time.
I can see, or how so?
I mean, they're just in a vacuum of insanity.
Oh yeah, everywhere they go. I could see Kanye, because you know how he was mad at Kim off all these things. One of them is like, Angie's dropping my son off at Brendan Schaub's house all the time with that stupid bullshit. Where's my daughter? Where's my son? At whose house? Brendan Schaub's house.
Terrible thing to lie about, too. Like, your wife's in a bikini all the time. What is Kanye's favorite thing? Latinas and bikinis with big ones. You know?
There's definitely some similarity between the Kardashians. Yeah, and the Schaubs, yeah. Keeping up with the Schaubs.
Kardashians. This one is reheat from 990VR. Hater 990VR. Reheat Rogan finds it hilarious when Callan came inside of a woman without her consent. This is a rough clip, dude, from back in the day.
That guy's smart. I love him so much that I broke up with this girl, and Brian, she was calling me because she was horny, and I was like, look, I have a new girlfriend, but I have a friend who'll fuck you, and he's just like me. I sicked Brian on my ex-girlfriend, and he fucked her.
That's the weirdest thing ever. Just that part is strange. Can you imagine saying, like, to a person you're in a relationship, but I have a friend that was.
What's the sandbaggers? I kind of did that too.
You're I'm just like Rogan, dude.
I'm 4'3", huge dick. Girls love having sex with me. Got a big podcast. The similarities go on.
Ice Bass.
Yep. I live in Austin.
Those facts, you just live there.
Conversations I ever have with an ex-girlfriend. She calls me up. She goes, your friend came inside me. And I went, what? She goes, yeah, your fucking friend came inside me. And I was like, well, did you tell him that you're on the pill? She goes, no, I'm not on the pill. And I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. You know, that's Brian. You guys should have worked that out. I had an ex-girlfriend call you up mad because your friend ejaculated inside of her. It was one of the most... I hung up the phone. I literally fell to the ground laughing. I was lying on my back on the floor of my house going... Like, it's just so ridiculous. That's Brian Callen. Brian Callen, everybody.
That's sick of him. Like, he's happy at this joke. Brian Callen, he doesn't know what to say. Brian Callen did that.
Like, deep down, he's like, I'm not okay with you being very much.
That's that scientist guy. And I think it's funny to bring a scientist on your show and tell him the story about how your friend came and your ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, this is the scientist Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, is that his name? Something with Harry.
Harvey, I think.
Harvey. Yeah, that's, I think it's actually Harvey.
Mom, I sent it to you. What happened? And he's like, whoops.
Bring on some famous scientists. And just be like, yeah, so I got a few more stories about friends coming and stuff. Oh, just I'm dying laughing at the idea of some friend banging some over.
Yeah. Shout out to you. Chin Menudo posted this one. Joey got so annoyed from Brendan on the last fight commitment, he now has to smash Slojo just to get even. What the hell?
I saw this, actually.
She got Brendan playing photographer on vacation. Oh, shit. What am I fucking eating that muffler?
Wait, give me another Viagra pill. He's worked out.
Wait, have you had sex with Brendan's wife yet?
Dude, fucking, that's wild, bro. A lot of friends getting on friends' girls in this episode.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Don't know what to say about it.
So Brendan, his wife was horny. He didn't want to fuck her. He called me up. He said, you get in there, cocotilla, you fuck her good.
Brennan likes a finger in his ass.
I'm old school.
Go ahead, take a shower, get all nice. Smelling good. I need your pussy. Alright.
Yeah, my floor smells like shit.
It's motherfucking Friday. Alright, it's motherfucking Monday, cocksuckers. We're fucking Brennan Child's wife.
You wake up, you fuck a wife.
Grab your dick. And sure you see it on Instagram, you go on your friend's wife's page and check it off. It's Monday, motherfucker.
Hey, it's Monday, you know, Chavez, I finger deep in his ass. Alrighty. We got another clip from False Gods, a hit special from last year. Where Are You Gonna Be posted by You'll Do Nothing. This is pretty great, dude. This is our favorite part of the special.
Oh, yeah.
And dopamine, cortisol, adrenaline. And I thought to myself, damn, maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine I can't turn myself away from. Maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine is also called the Apple. Thank you very much. How are you, B?
It's like so bad. It's the worst thing ever. It's like the worst thing anyone's ever said. Brennan Walsh called me on his stream. They were watching that special, and they're talking about it. It was him and Cornell Reed, and they're talking about how much they hate it. This is the worst. Like they can't laugh at anything. And I was saying, yeah, it's almost. I think Swab City's the least funny person you've ever seen. And I go, it's almost at a point where he's medically unfunny. Like a doctor has told him it's impossible for him to make someone else laugh. And he shouldn't try. And he's so bad. And then that's really good. Why they goes an apple. Because the back of his fucking. Now you're thinking, dude, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, oh, shit. Shut the fuck up. Have a great night, Austin. Yeah. Should never be allowed to do stand up again. After that, what you did. It's horrible.
Yeah. It is like insanely bad. It makes you think, like, how can we do the show with such bad stuff?
Yeah, because that is a good point. I agree with you. You were talking about your friend from Iran. Remember what he said?
Well, not that. I'm saying, like, they suck so bad. How is this show exist?
I guess people like cringe.
But yes, my friend was he's an Iranian stand-up comedian, very funny guy. And he's like, yeah, it's he's like, yeah, my family is whatever he said. I'm not gonna. I don't like paraphrasing this kind of shit. He's like, but sometimes I put on your show and I'm like, man, each other's so stupid.
Yeah, it's like his life is crumbling. He feels bad for Brendan Schaub. He is from a country that is literally being bombed, and he's more worried about Brendan Schaub's life. And it also puts things in perspective for him. We gotta show the T-Fat-K to people in Iran to give them perspective. It could be worse.
Which, you know, if he's listening to this, I apologize for saying that.
On that song.
So if you want me to delete it, I will. He's like, hey, you guys pretty cool now. Yeah, Mike, dude, you were just talking about the war.
Yeah, there's a whole country around that's taking their son to baseball practice.
Yeah. You were just talking about the war, and you're bringing it back to Brandon Shaw. This is like a fucked up world.
If anyone's flipped their truck, it's Ayatollah.
Let's see. So he goes, he hits them with the apple.
Thank you very much. Kids, this weekend, I am in Irvine, California, April 10 and 11. Come get some. April 10 and 11. I'll see you there.
Back in Cali, dude. Irvine.
Oh, yeah. Friday, Saturday. Let's go.
All right, kids, that's it. If you want some fisticuffs,
Fisticuffs. He said if you want some fisticuffs. I guess that is how you say it, but it just sounds wrong coming out of his mouth.
That's ridiculous.
All right, so this is a dicey title. Breaking news, everyone. I did not see this before the show.
That's fucked up.
Kemba338 posted this. Papa suggests Callan's daughter do OnlyFans. I did see the picture of Callan and his daughter, and it got heavily caduced on Chang's. Like, don't bring her to this, dude.
Good. Keep her out of it.
Let's see what this is all about. This is dicey. That's the key. You think over under Brandon Chopper suggests OnlyFans?
I think he's gonna do that. Yeah.
Do you think he says OnlyFans, or do you think he just insinuates?
I think he says that.
Okay. Wow.
I'm guessing. I would.
All right.
My daughter turns 18. Flying to LA.
holy shit.
How about that?
You start OnlyFans. That's the narrative?
Oh my god.
That makes sense. Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
Wow.
Why would you say that?
So fast.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. It goes right back to it. The simplest, dumbest, most like offensive thing and degrading thing you can say. You hear someone say Steve. You don't even hear them say Stephen Hawking. So you hear a word that sounds like Stephen Hawking. So you go, "Was he in a wheelchair?" You hear an 18-year-old, you go, "Oh, that only fit." You know, it's just that's his comment.
We should go back to making like those Back to the Future movies and make him the bully.
Yeah, he's good.
He read his own line.
Yeah. I'm turning 28. You know, bald head. That's my friend, I guess.
Hey, how's it going? Haven't heard from you in a long time, Brandon Chop. You still fat? Okay.
My wife actually passed away. Get a new wife. But I couldn't think of a good one. I had something in my head about like my wife, and then I couldn't think of like something about funerals, but I completely forgot it. I ended up saying it. See, that's what they don't do. When Sean says something that makes no sense, he doesn't explain it. He just keeps going. He goes, "Flaming Young. Did you get a Flaming Young?" And it's never like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I said Flaming Young. I meant Flaming Young." He never does that. Unless Chin edits out that part of it.
Which we don't get.
How about that?
You start OnlyFans.
Like all my friends have to say something. My friends are like 18-year-old daughter. Yeah. 18.
It's word. I was given the benefit of the doubt when I posed the hypothetical of what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
No, it's very bad.
Dude, if I ever have an 18-year-old daughter, I'm not bringing her up on the podcast. You know, like, I'm not doing that because I'm like, Brendan's going to say something about her, like, fucking her. I'm like, no, dude, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to create the opportunity for her.
Well, I would never. And neither would any of my friends, or me to my friends. That's crazy. If your friends are doing that, you suck. That is so strange.
Did you say 18?
She is a full-grown woman.
She never will be in my eyes. You know, it's like,
Brendan's like the voice of reason at the end of the clip. She's a full-grown woman. Why are you saying that?
Yeah. Hey, Jen, cut this part. Cut this part out, Jen, please. Jen's like, no, I would fucking. It just gets worse and worse. Jen, would you fuck my daughter?
They're just a bunch of bad people. These guys.
Yeah.
That's who they're friends with.
All right, well, hopefully he gets
better from there. This is a dark episode, dude. I didn't see that train coming. Snorkel gonna see so much use before the inevitable crash posted by his NILS loves movies. New snorkel is. I don't even understand what's going on. I don't get that. Maybe it's because there's a lot of dust, and so they gotta get clean air into the cabin. They offer it so hard. I gotta scroll. Yeah, so what do you any take on that one?
The new snorkel hoot is. I'm not a truck guy, so I don't know what that even means.
And also, like, he probably didn't mean to capitalize the snorkel. He's like, he Googled it, copied it from ChatGPT or whatever, and just copied and pasted the capital S. I'm not gonna fuck this up. I know it's a snorkel. This is how you definitely smell it.
Yeah,
spell it.
I guess I understand now. I'm sorry, I spaced out for a second, but he posted this, and he said it's a thing on his truck, and so he wanted to post about it, and then he, it's again, this is very British. He just used a catchy phrase that you've heard from years ago. New snorkel, so it makes perfect sense. New snorkel is. I'm surprised it's not like something. But that feeling when you get a new snorkel, should have worked there. Yeah. Today I learned I had a new snorkel. Something like that.
Today I learned companies are for adults. Yeah. Right. This is a post from Not Yet. Beast of a work ethic and chin claps back. 3.5 minutes. Let's see.
Really love and miss the Food Truck Diaries. I get this all the time. I know it's tough for you to do now, especially when it's just you running the show and dealing with guests. What are you going to do? Babysitter, try to get fathers to resume in the shop show for short interviews. Main event prelim guys, I can't imagine it'd be too hard to figure out. Plus, most fathers respect you and would be happy to come on, I imagine. It'd be great to hear you ask questions you have directly to the fighters. Just a thought, love you, dog. Just became a girl dad 3 weeks ago. Wow, thanks for all the inspiration, motivation. Shout out to you, man. Good luck with that baby girl. Enjoy every minute of it. It goes fast. Everyone says that, but it's so true. I get this giant 10-year-old on my hands now. As far as
what is a giant 10-year-old on his hands? That's not a girl.
No, I think he's talking about other kids, maybe.
Also, you didn't become a girl dad 3 weeks ago. You became a baby dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Girl dad is when they get a little older, I think, right?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. I think it's funny that so many people appear to be offering advice right now. Like every show that we do is a new person writing like, all right, here's what you got to do to save the show. Is it that bad? All these comments about different things they should do. It's just funny.
They want the glory days back. Have you ever thought about getting Bobby Lee?
Well, Bobby Lee's my friend.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. Bobby talked about no one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby Lee did.
I think it would be funny if they did that. If Bobby Lee coming back on is almost like him doing stand-up again. It's just like another thing that won't happen because of all that went down. But I think they should. Yeah.
Food Truck Diaries, unless, my passion is trucks, right? So, I came up with this concept to do
That's pretty funny.
Oh my god, then what happened to Drive Fast All Gas?
Yeah, since when, dude? It's been about 2 years tops of you talking about trucks. You're passionate, man. We just watched a clip of you not even 2 years ago when you were still doing stand-up about Austin. Your passion is in trucks. I thought your passion was fish.
I thought you wanted to be a stand-up comic since you were a kid.
Yeah, you wanted to be on SNL. You want to be like the first truck guy in SNL.
They're like, I was doing YouTube. I'm like, I'm not doing that, man. There's too much time commitment. Just do a YouTube show. And then TV network bought it. Okay, well, there's money in it. That makes time. I can take time away from podcasting or what I'm doing because that's actually going to bring money that can help my family out. Let's do that. It's TV. Let's do it. Unless like Tubi or Netflix or Amazon or name any of these big TV networks, like, hey, we want Food Truck Diaries. I don't see me doing it.
Please, Amazon.
One of the benefits.
Oh my god, anyone, dude. Dude, the Netflix, that would be so. You have at least 100,000 more subscriptions.
I want, yeah, dude. I would love to be an executive at Netflix pitching that to like the person that decides.
Yeah. I think you would need really good job security.
Oh yeah, that would raise my job.
Yeah, you'd have to get some blackmail on CEO or something and then pitch it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's a bad idea.
Yeah.
But it would be very funny to pitch that.
It would be excellent for the show.
Because I think you'd say, listen, you guys have probably never heard of this guy.
Yeah.
Okay, I barely know who he is, but his name's Brennan Schaub. You've heard of Joe Rogan. Everyone's like, yes, of course. This is Joe Rogan's best friend. And now their lips are watering. They're like, Joe Rogan's best friend. Yeah, they go. So his name is Brennan Schaub. He used to do stand-up. He has a following, but check this out. He does a show with Brian Callen, and now they're like, whoa, wait a minute.
But I think you're wrong. Okay. You got to sell him first. You were starting great, and then you said Brendan Schaub. Okay, you can't do that. Okay, you got to say all the attributes first. He used to do stand-up. He stopped them because the woke mob was coming after him. You know, right? All the Joe Rogan thing. You got to make them picture Joe Rogan, and then at the end, you'd be like, now the industry talk. His name is Brendan Schaub. I know, but listen, you hear all the other things I said before. Lock the doors. My pitch isn't finished yet. Code red, lock the door.
Change the door. Yeah, you're right. Industry talk. He was shadow me. Like a lot of the woke mob which we fought against. There's times different. There's no more DEI, right? So then you got him hooked. But my thing is, I was going to sell him at the end. Oh. Because it doesn't really matter. Brennan Schaub, Brian Callen, who cares? The names don't matter. Joe Rogan. The name that matters is Rogan. I've already said that.
But you said Schaub way too fast.
Maybe. But here's where I sell them.
Yes.
I go, we all know this, right? What I've said. Everything I've said is true. We're named to lie, right? I go, however, have you seen the Reddit that's dedicated to making fun of the show? You see how many 200,000 people are on it? That's a lot of numbers. I'm not a numbers guy, never been. However, I read the comments from time to time. Could be a big thing for us.
Yeah.
Where do you sign the dotted line? Right here. Here's a pen. Sell me it. Sell me it. Do you need a pen?
Does he work with Brian Callen? Yes. Does he work with Tim Kennedy? Yes.
Yeah.
Will they be involved? Probably. But we just give them free reigns. We get these other guys T-Mo's. They make a show 10 minutes long.
That's when they really leave. Executives will jump out of the window.
Brendan Cooney, different name.
That's when they're like looking for a parachute if they're on the top floor.
Co-host.
We can't even spell that name. Get serious. I don't want that.
I don't want that. I'm doing a TV show. I'm just a talent, right? I'm a talent creator, but I don't have
Talent creator.
Yes.
Jelly roll. Giovanni.
Danny, you're a little older now. Location shoots, figure out the cars. Like, I have a team that does that. Now, this is plug and play. This is my passion.
I'm the talent creator. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, it's crazy for him to think that.
He doesn't even have talent. He's apparently the talent creator.
He's Mr. The Oz.
I'm glad Chin doesn't edit these episodes. If he was like the fact checker, he'd be like, we have 5 minutes of him just saying what else you got.
I almost called him Mr. Oz.
And so I like to do. It's pretty upfront. There's not a lot of bells and whistles. On the production side, we're probably on the lower side of that. We don't have a lot of bells and whistles. So this is easy. We start doing food truck diaries and booking people. And then also, when it comes to having fighters and guests on the show, I just don't like guest-driven show, really. I know a lot of people have to do it. I'm good where I'm at. Again, if I guess we hired a booker, that'd be easy. Also, Zoom sucks. So, and I'm not in LA anymore where there's a ton of fighters. There's a few in Austin, but not a ton. It's just not what I do. Nor do I want to do it, but I hear you, dude. I hear you. We've done it before, too, though. Of course we've done it before. I've been podcasting fucking 15 years. What are you talking about? Of course we've done it before. That's what he's saying. No, it says before. With Food Truck Diaries, we've had this stuff.
How do you consider trying to get fighters to face up or Zoom? So we've done that before.
Yeah,
what I'm saying. You didn't say like, do it again.
Yeah, we've done it a bunch. We've had Luke Thomas on, Sugar, we've had a bunch of guys, but And then also those guys, like, they're making their rounds too, so it's not like breaking news on other.
I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, it's just like, dude, you cannot tell Brendan Chop how to be Brendan Chop. At the end of the day, oh, you can tell a fish how to swim? You know what I mean? Very simple. Granted, he's a fucking, I don't know, what's something that doesn't swim? A fox. He's a fox, and you're trying to teach a fox how to swim, but he thinks he's a fish. Yeah. He's like, oh, you're going to teach a fish how to swim? He's like, Brendan, you're a fox, I'm a fish, you know?
He's like, you swim like a fox.
You might be a fox, dude.
I think it's funny to say that you swim like an animal that can't swim. Off the top of my head, I can't.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
What?
I'm saying that he is a fox.
Yeah, and he's can't swim.
But he thinks he's a fish.
Yeah.
And he's saying, like, you cannot fix what he's doing, dude.
There's no way.
He thinks he's doing everything right.
I know. What I'm saying is that it would be funny to tell him, like, you actually swim like a fox. Because he can't swim.
Yeah.
But I don't know if foxes can swim.
That's what the point is. That's the point of what I'm saying.
Do you think, can they swim?
I don't know. Should I Google it?
No, it's not worth it. But yeah, I'm just stating it's possible that they can swim. Because they say, like, I was trying desperately in my head to think of what's an animal that absolutely I'm positive cannot swim. Yeah. And I can't really, because I think bears might be able to swim. Yeah. I was like, dogs can definitely swim.
Right.
And I was like, ducks. And I was like, well, they swim. So I'm sorry, I was trying to
kill my analogy, though. My analogy is great here.
How did I kill it? I'm adding to it.
You're lost in the analogy to get out.
True. It was so good, I got lost. Going inside it.
But there's no telling Brendan Chop how to be Brendan Chop. He's not doing anything correct. Everything's going downhill. It's rapid.
He's a fox that can't swim. But wants to thinks and then thinks he's a fish.
Yeah.
If you interview a fox, and you're like, so what's it like being a fox? And the fox says, I'm actually a fish.
That's what it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's what Chop would do. And they would make fish noises, and then you show them a mirror, you hold it up, and it's a fox. And it's like, what do you see in front of your face? He starts describing a fox.
I don't know, but I better get underwater quick because I only have gills. Can't breathe air.
Yeah, how are you breathing right now? But it's like, fuck you. I don't know what to say.
I go back there, big hole. I will snap his fucking neck.
Foxing with you.
Somebody else do it, then I can just parlay off that, give my 2 cents on the questions I would have asked. It's not like I'm asking anything Ariel's not going to ask or Luke Thomas. So those guys, even Luke doesn't do it, but Ariel's kind of the guy that does that. That's his thing. That's it.
Yeah, he's a guest-driven show.
He asks way better questions than I would ask, and I can just parlay off the highlights and that shit. It's half the work. Justin D. Stanley.
It's all a clip about being kind of lazy. Plug and play? There's nothing that shot has this plug and play. And also, even if the show was plug and play, somebody else would be plug and play.
Yeah, it would be taking place out of the sock bar.
Yes, the bottle is plug and play. Oh, man.
Damn, dude. Brendan Chop just gets worse and worse, huh? Let's see. Kia Girl at Heart, posted by Gunslinger 4. I mean, do we need to give this heart?
Yeah, I don't get it.
I gotta scroll down again. This far is just a killer. Just a bunch of ass. Parts I read in there. This is Clayman 89. Anyone else in SoCal hit themselves enough to go watch this show for free? Yeah, we didn't go. We were watching drama.
Dallas, yeah.
Meet Social Media Fuser. Judge of Shop / ask me about my peptide stack. All that. Today's shout out goes to Joanna. Awesome. Always be here.
Nobody probably says before, and I don't mean to Kadusha here, but the two of them are so stupid that anything that they do, I don't care what they look like. They could look like the greatest human beings on earth. I don't want to do it because I'm worried it's going to kill me or do something bad because they're both dummies. So if I wanted to be in really good shape, I would just go to the gym and work out and get healthy.
Exactly.
not gonna take a peptide because they said it.
Yeah, dude, I drew the line when I started getting my kid high. I know he said CBD, but I started giving him THC.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, no big deal. It makes sense. British chocolate. Let's see what we have here. What is my shit going off crazy right now? Sorry.
You just got 1,000 followers.
Yeah, thanks for that hot take. Alright, we have a post from Blue Compass Snapple. Brandon throwing shade at Callahan. I did see this one already. Pretty great. So they're talking about Louis C.K. I was wondering the first time I saw this if this included Brian Callen's name at all. No, I don't see that.
Yeah, but Louis C.K. was like part of the madness, where it's like, I don't condone what he did, but he was, you can't lump him in with Harvey, Weinstein, because you're talking about rape and like horrible shit. He lumped into all that shit. Everybody did. Which was terrible. Everybody did. What?
No, there's some people that didn't.
Chili,
Come on, Brian.
There's some notable people that didn't get involved.
It's funny to throw yourself into that. Yourself. He's just like, yeah, man. Why? I wouldn't even, if I'm him, I don't want to be lumped into that even by myself. Yeah, I was part of all of that. Part of the Harvey Weinstein stuff? Can't you just make the case that it was a separate witch hunt or something?
It was like 3 years between both of them, too. Harvey Weinstein was, I think, 2016. And then Louis C.K. was 2017. And then Brian Callen was 2020.
Brian Callen was like 2014 to 2026. It never ended.
It's like, Weinstein was actually went to jail. Really bad person, yeah.
Oh yeah, but you can get accused of somebody can accuse you and to say you did something 23 years ago.
I know. What I'm saying is, well, but now I think Louis C.K. could have packed it up, shut down, kept talking about it, being negative, shitty on podcasts, shitty and stand up.
This is awesome. Shaw is fucking. This is pretty good. Shaw was crushing Callen.
He's just no more. He just drank a Diet Coke. That's why he's so fucking
fire. I love this, dude. He's like,
oh, my bad, Mr. Whole Foods.
Douche, Brian.
Yeah, but now I think Louis C.K. could have packed it up, shut down, kept talking about it, being negative, shitty on podcasts, shitty and stand up. Or he went, I'm just gonna keep on keeping up. Just kept putting out dope content, kept with it.
Brian's not taking your hit. God. Brian is really paying his. Everyone, you know what? I've said this before, but everyone around, not just Aaliyah, everyone around Shaw is paying their penance. That's the punishment that they have for their horrible actions. At some point, if you do something bad and stand up, you will need to do a podcast with him, Shaw. And he's going to make fun of you to your face. He's a fucking goofy idiot who's going to piss you off, talk over your bits, crush you, and you have to do it because of what you did. And I hope you learn your lesson. This is your punishment. Leah, Callen, Eric, that I know of. Must have done something.
He's still there.
Yeah, like Jen, Beanie Guy, all of you have done something bad, and this is your punishment. Just facts.
Dude, that's so funny.
That was actually legit good. That was good. On that one.